roll.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Boynton Beach City Commission meeting. Today is Monday, July 7th, 2025, and the time is 9:03 a.m. We will now turn to the city clerk for roll call.
Mayor Shelton,
Present.
Vice Mayor Hay,
Present.
Commissioner Cruz, absent. Commissioner Turkin,
Present.
Commissioner Kelly. Here. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Maylee. Commissioner Woodrow Hay will lead our invocation, and I will lead the Pledge of Allegiance. Let's all stand for the invocation and the pledge, please.
Gracious and eternal God, we come this morning with humble hearts and focused mind as we gather for this 2025-2026 budget workshop for the city of Boynton Beach. We thank you for the gift of service, for the opportunity to steward the resources of our great city, and for the responsibility to lead with wisdom, compassion, and integrity. Lord, we ask that you guide our discussions and our decisions, give us clarity of thought, unity of purpose, and hearts that are mindful of every resident we serve, from our children to our seniors, from our working families to the business community. Help us, Lord, to plan not just for today, but for the future generation of Boynton Beach. Bless our city managers, staff, elected officials, and all who contribute to this process. Let equity, transparency, and justice be our guiding principles. May everything we do bring strength to our neighborhoods, support to our people, and glory to your name. We ask it all in the name of Jesus the Christ we pray. Let every heart say amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. We are now moving on to the agenda approval additions, deletions, and corrections. Let's begin on the left with Commissioner Turkin. If you have any deletions or corrections to the agenda.
Nothing, Mayor.
Commissioner Kelly?
No, I don't know if we wanted to consider moving public audience up or just leave it where it is. I feel like sometimes it gets lost after all of the, so I just want to make sure that if we don't finish today, that we provide an opportunity for public comment today. Because what happens is we start going down the budget workshop and we'll only get through a certain number. Hopefully we won't. Hopefully today we'll get through them. But if we don't, then we just adjourn and start back up. And so we end up losing that opportunity for public comment. So I don't know if we want to just move it. And, it's one of those things where it's hard. You don't want to move it way up and then nobody is here. But at the same time, I also want to make sure that we allow time for public comment today as well as any other day that we may reconvene. So I just wanted to make that a point for the record, that I want to make sure that doesn't get lost.
Yeah, we could move public audience if you guys are okay with it once the broad macro numbers are provided with the budget overview after 3A, because that's going to provide some, at least the broad generality information versus waiting all the way to the end. It would still give the public time to provide their input, if that's okay with you guys.
Okay with me.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Hay, do you have any additions, deletions?
No, I do not.
Okay, so
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to move public comment to
Second.
3A? Okay, Commissioner Turkin has made the motion, and Commissioner Kelly has seconded it. The motion is passed. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passed unanimously. So we are moving that to 3A, public comment instead of 4.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, moving on. First item is a discussion in regards to changing the first budget hearing date for September. Can we please have staff start the discussion and explain the reason why it needs to be changed?
Thank you, Mayor. Based on the trim notices that go out in the statutes, we cannot have our first meeting before September 3rd. So this is the first time we've actually had to move the first meeting. Typically, it's been okay where it's at. So this year, we're actually having to move both meetings based on the statutes. So we're recommending that we would do the Thursday, I believe it's the 4th, if that's possible.
What would that date
As soon
be?
as we could do it, it'd be Wednesday the 3rd. That's the soonest day we could do it.
So
We
would
will
have a-
be in Park City for the pension meeting on the 2nd to the 4th, so we're back, flying back probably the morning of the 5th.
Oh. Well, so we have a commission meeting on the 2nd, so are we canceling, I mean, is this in replacement of that commission meeting? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, we would have to move the commission meeting the only way you would keep the commission meeting if we didn't have any sort of budgetary path. We could schedule a special meeting for the budget alone, and we would satisfy that requirement. So if that's something that we could probably do a special meeting, come back for maybe just the budget, and it would be obviously short, probably 30 minutes to an hour, depending on dialogue, so.
Could we do that before the CRA meeting on the 9th?
We could do it before the CRA meeting.
That's what I'm saying. Can we do it before the CRA meeting on the 9th?
Does that work, Tony, with the time frame?
It- I think the CRA has something at 5:30 on.
No, Andrew's asking you, will it work?
If
Or, I'm
the-
sorry, Commissioner Kelly's asking, will it work if we schedule just the budget portion before the CRA meeting on the 9th?
So long as it's not on the 2nd, it has to be the 3rd, the 4th.
I think the county's
The-
meeting is
the
that day, though. Isn't the county meeting on the 9th?
Oh,
The county meeting is definitely on the 9th, but remember again, the period for us to do this budget adoption it's 2 public meetings, and it has to occur between the 3rd and no later than, I think it's the 18th, per statute. So you still have to have 2. And after you do the first one, the advertisement for the newspaper, and to come back the second time, has to be within a 5-day period. So
we
we
have a
must
5-day
meet.
notification requirement?
Repeat that again?
We have a 5-day notification requirement?
That is correct, after the first. So it's going to be a little challenging if you do it on the 9th, and 5 days later, you probably have to come back on the 14th.
We're already scheduled for the 18th.
we're scheduled for the 18th.
18th. September 18th is the second hearing, so we just need to pick a date for the first one. I agree, maybe the best thing to do is just do a special meeting and adopt the budget and keep the scheduled commission meeting on the 2nd, so we can do the city business that day.
Here's what we'll do. We'll get with the aides, and me, Andrew, and Adam will sit down, and Alan and Tony, and we'll get you guys some dates that'll work as far as a special meeting.
Notice, I think we,
Well, the mayor can call a special meeting once we get the dates to her.
Okay.
So that'll satisfy the
All right.
charter requirement.
good?
And we know the second one is for sure on the 18th.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So nothing to approve there. Okay. We will now be moving on to budget presentations. Staff, if you would like to begin with the budget overview.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So this year, we had about a projected $41 million reduction across all funds in the city. We went from $385 million last year to around $354 million this year, mostly due to rolling some of our CIP items in the utility fund. And then we also front-loaded a lot of our fleet vehicles to get better pricing. So we felt it was better to order these vehicles last year versus to wait until this year. Overall, with the general fund, we experienced about a 2.5% increase to the general fund, just over 3.3 million. So that is very, very good news. We went from a total of 132 million last year to about 136 million this year. So we did see a reduction I want to say of probably about $2 million in our ALS transport revenue. During your guys' one-on-ones meetings, we went over this. Our ALS transport, our fire rescue vendor, Digitech, they provided the gross numbers versus the net revenue numbers, and that caused the the error. And what ended up happening, so essentially you'll see whenever the PowerPoint presentation starts, there's going to be a deficit of about $2 million. So we started this year's budget at a $2 million deficit essentially because of that revenue shortfall. So overall, we're going to have an appropriation from fund balance of right around $1.5 million. That number can fluctuate slightly. It can go up, it can go down, depending upon the culmination of today's meeting. But what I do want to highlight is we got about a $2.5 million settlement from DuPont, reference to the class action lawsuit that multiple municipalities participated in. So the overall delta for the appropriation is actually going to be a plus $1 million into the fund balance. And I think fund balance currently stands at around 32 million. That's going to go up by $1 million. So even though you are appropriating about 1.5 million, there is a deficit being shown. The delta of that, because of the acute injection of the funds from the settlement, still going to be about a $1 million difference. And in next year's budget, you're also going to experience some debt service obligations coming off the books, probably about $9 to $10 million. So from a fiscal health standpoint, the city is definitely moving in the right direction. Employees are being paid more, fund balance is increasing, and the overall city from a development standpoint, this is my shout out to you, Adam, is doing phenomenal. So again, not me, the team that we've put together collectively is moving the city in the right direction, and I'm super proud of the staff that we've put together here. What I do want to highlight is just a couple of things. You're going to see increases from the commission. You're going to see probably about 100% increase. Those are mostly due to us kind of catching up with the now times. Anyone who serves in your guys' position knows it's not the same as the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s with the advent of social media, a lot of the business development coming along in the city. These positions have evolved in almost like a full-time spot to where you're trying to juggle a full-time position and also provide selfless service in the form of providing legislative action with the city. So we felt it was the right move to put commission aides in place. You guys have already met Allison, you've met Angel, you've met Megan. Those are three. We're going to look at probably after October, maybe doing a budget amendment item. It'll come to you guys, adding 2 more aides to give you guys 1 aide per. And that is essentially to lighten your guys' load to where you're going to have a better response in the community, meaning that if you have constituents reach out, you have a full-time job, and you're still doing your commission part, you're going to have an aide that can sit here, reply to emails, answer telephone calls, return text messages, go to ribbon cuttings, meetings, things of that in your stead. So that was the whole thought process behind that. That's going to highlight the increase to the commission aid portion of the budget. What I do also, the utility rate increase, I'm very direct. Those of you guys that know, bad news, good news, I'm going to deliver it the same. You're going to see multiple municipalities around the county. They're going to be increasing their utilities rates, and it's not by a little. It's going to be by a lot. And right now, Dr. Calcott, who is the utility director, is recommending a 15% increase over the next 4 years. So 15% this year, 15% next year, 15% the year after that, and 15% the year after that, 60%. I read a headline where Delray Beach over, I want to say the next 5 years, is recommending a 100% increase. So the reason being is you have aging infrastructure. And anytime you deal with subterranean infrastructure, the cost of doing business is drastic. And your predecessors and previous administrations did not keep up with that cost. But the proverbial kicking the can down the road has now landed in your guys' lap. And from an appetite perspective, it's not politically savvy to raise rates. I get that. I completely understand it. And that's not our intention. But you still have a duty to serve the residents. And the only way you're going to serve your residents is A, you keep up with the aging infrastructure, you pass the utility rates, or you're going to have to bite the bullet and you're going to have to cancel a lot of these capital improvement projects that we have budgeted over the next 3 to 5 years. I'm only giving you guys the broad overview. I started with the good, and I just wanted to also provide the reality of it. Dr. Calcott will go into specifics. I've given you guys 3 scenarios previously months ago of how to deal with that shortfall. So, but the utility department, you're going to see those rate increases. For the most part, overall, all the departments from that point, other than events, we house a lot of the overtime in the event. So you'll see the events budget go up probably about 32%. We got that down as much as possible, but I want to say we have between 50 to 60 events on the books. We're going to look at maybe curtailing those, and I would ask you guys as a collective body to also look at maybe curtailing those or combining some of these events as well. We've added 4 code enforcement officers. We've added 2 police sergeants. We've added additional beautification personnel. The return on our investment for the beautification has been tenfold. I know anybody who drives over a lot of the overpasses, I'm not interested in Lake Worth Drainage District. I'm not interested in FDOT. I'm not interested in the county maintaining some of the beautification standards that we as a city should hold. So we need to hold ourselves accountable, and that's why we put the additional beautification personnel in charge. And I can say Charles Mosley, phenomenal job. Kevin Ramsey, those guys are kicking butt. So the reason I bring those up is we're requesting 100% funding from the CRA side. I'm not going to go into specifics. I understand this is a commission workshop, not a CRA workshop. So I'm just putting it out there in the atmosphere so you guys are aware. And that concludes my portion. I know you guys may have questions. I have the SHME subject matter experts up here. Alan, Fabio, and Tony, they busted their butts going through an audit and preparing this budget. So I do want to give them kudos, and that I'll get off my soapbox now.
Turkin, go
Yeah,
ahead.
thank you, Mayor. I think a good practice would be, and I forgot to bring this up earlier during additions and adoptions, is to have another joint budget workshop between the CRA and the city, because we're gonna see an overlap. And I think instead of having a conversation one meeting and then having staff not there, I think it'd be more efficient and effective to have another joint workshop. So I don't know, City Attorney, how we do that, or if we need to add a discussion item to have that conversation to establish that. But I think if we're gonna talk about, you know, that overlap and pulling funding, we need to be doing that in a setting where everyone's at the table.
You just add it as a special meeting, and that's something we can do and set up. There would just be a motion to add or to schedule, the mayor could schedule a special meeting.
Okay, so I'd like to make that motion, or if we need to add that as a discussion item to make that motion, I'd like to do that today. I don't know what the appetite is from my colleagues.
Yeah. So it's just a motion to add that as a discussion item, unless you want to handle the discussion item right now, you certainly can, we're flexible.
Just want to handle it now? Okay, all right, so I'll make a motion to add the discussion item now for having a special meeting for a joint budget workshop between the city and the CRA.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Turkin made the motion to have a special CRA joint city meeting, and Commissioner Kelly
Have the
has given the
discussion.
second.
Discussion.
Okay,
Discussion
have the
today
discussion
about
today.
having that meeting.
Comment. I support having the joint meeting, but what I would like for us as board members, commissioners, mayors, whatever, is to commit to attending the meetings, because we cannot continue to do business with not having a quorum, with not having people show up. I understand sickness, we all get sick, but there should be more accountability when we don't show up. We make all these great decisions about these workshops, and then we get here, somebody's absent or for whatever reason. I've never, since I've been a commissioner, heard that we couldn't have a meeting because we didn't have a quorum. So all I'm asking for here is a commitment from us to attend these meetings that we say we want. That's my comment.
All right, so moving forward, I'd like to have that meeting. I think it's important. I think we could get a lot done, be effective, and then have some collaboration that'll help offset the costs and provide a better customer experience for our residents and really implement our strategic plan. I think for a long time, there hasn't been maximum collaboration between the two, and so it's our job to make sure that we hold ourselves accountable to provide the setting and the tools to do that for interim director, city manager, and staff. So, I'd propose, again, similar to having staff reach out to the aides, the CRA, coordinate with what that looks like. Obviously, we have a CRA meeting tomorrow, and so we can continue that part of the conversation then. But, I would like to do that sooner rather than later. That way we have time to make changes.
Yeah, so on that end, and I totally support you, Commissioner Turkin. I think that all of us make, an effort to attend all of the meetings. I had pre-planned vacation, so I wasn't here. I made that very clear when everyone moved forward with the meetings as scheduled. But so to that end, because we have a meeting tomorrow evening, I would ask, if it is at all possible, city manager, if you or somebody from staff who can discuss the need and the plan for the additional personnel that you want or are asking the CRA to fund, if you would make yourselves available tomorrow night, because we are going to be having that discussion tomorrow night. We can't have a special meeting tomorrow night. So I am all for, obviously, we're not deciding on a budget today. We're not deciding on a complete budget tomorrow as far as the CRA goes, and it's kind of a work in progress. But I think if we have, in order to have that initial discussion be fruitful during that meeting, I think it would be helpful if some members of staff were there that had that knowledge to have that discussion.
I guess I'll defer to the city. Is that going to be possible for us to do that request, or do we need a joint meeting?
So it's my understanding if that is already on the agenda, then certainly they can be involved in that discussion. My only concern is if that is not on the CRA agenda, it would
It
just
is on.
have to be added at the time.
Okay.
But their budget discussion is on the agenda for
Okay.
tomorrow night.
Then certainly having city staff there to talk about additional staffing positions, but I would just caution to perhaps have a discussion with Catherine Rossmel ahead of time so that she is aware and can give a legal opinion as to whether that's regular city services or over and above. Again, because the staffing they can help with is what is in the CRA district, not citywide. So that may create a problem. So
Right, and
I would
that's-
just have a discussion with her ahead of time.
Right, and that's part of my want and desire to have this discussion, because if then we show up tomorrow night and we have the CRA attorney saying, we can't do that, or we can't fund that, or, and here we've now had this whole budget workshop the day before where we're proposing to add positions that then we show up at a CRA meeting and we're being told something different. I'm struggling with that. And so, so I think it is important that we have maybe, and for future, that we have a joint budget meeting and that the CRA be part of our budget workshops for this exact purpose, because there is that overlap and we have that funding mechanism that can fund, these, and does fund these positions, that we make them part of this process. I think this disconnect is really, it is a disservice to the residents and to both of us that we can't just move this forward. So, so Shauna, if somebody from the city attorney's office can today, during this budget workshop, connect with Catherine and discuss what we're talking about right now, because city staff can't do that. And we can't do that. And so if somebody from your office can reach out to her today and say, this is what's going on, is there an issue with this? This is a discussion that needs to take place, and this is why. And then, this afternoon, come back and let us know if it can't happen or if it can happen, and what the plan is for that. I would appreciate that. But I think that we have to, when we have these, that's a lot of positions that we're wanting, and that we need to be able to partner with the CRA. And if we're continuing to have this disconnect and not having a true partnership, then we're not doing our jobs. So,
Yes, I'll make that happen.
thank you.
Yeah, what I can do is tomorrow, I can make sure that every single director, where there's any sort of request from the CRA is going to be at that meeting, and they'll be able to articulate the need for it. As far as I'm not going to go into particulars of the request from the CRA as far as the language of innovative and above and beyond and things of that nature. I think you look at other municipalities and it's being done. And when the CRA, its inception in 1982, the thought behind it was correct. But when you push a snowball down the mountain, you have city services. I have 989 employees, and I have a budget of about $300 million. I'm trying to service those residents with $10 billion in taxable revenue. Delray has 20, Boca has 40. You guys can do the math. At some point in time, when you're getting $11 million in TIF funding from the county and $17 million from the overall budget from ad valorem on the city side, eventually I have to service those residents. It's not the city's job to fix blight and to craft those innovative and above and beyond language requirements. So I can tell you guys unequivocally, if we don't do something to kind of bring some of the those funds back to the city, there's going to be cuts in services. So.
Yeah, I think it's bringing those funds to the CRA district to service those residents, right? That's how I would craft that. But I do want to have that conversation, though, because we're going to go over the budget now, but then we might have other ideas. We might have other proposals. There might be directors, because I've had meetings with some of the directors, and I tell them, hey, for example, CIP, I think there's opportunities there with parks, right? And I think activating parks is a huge way to fit the mission of CRA districts. And so that's, again, another example of an overlap where we have to have the freedom and ability to have that joint conversation. So I do agree with Commissioner Kelly, like, let's call Catherine now, please. Thanks.
Yes, Stacy from my office is going to handle that right now.
Thank you, Shauna.
Okay, so moving on.
It's Finance's turn.
It sure is.
All right, good morning, esteemed mayor and commissioners and city executives. My name's Alan Lawson. I'm the new Director of Finance Treasurer for the city, day 95. So it's been quite a ride over the last 18 weeks. I'm going to briefly go over the budget overview, talk about the next steps that are happening, just to make sure we're all aligned. So we're going to go over the budget overview of the team here with Fabio and Anthony. We're going to go over revenue and expenses, the general fund balance, personnel changes, if we can dig into those, just make sure everybody's aware, as well as the fire assessment rate, property millage rate. One of the things we'll probably pause on that is that if there is a rollback, as Daniel discussed, the manager discussed, it is about a just over a $3 million impact to the budget, which things would have to change if that does take place. And then we'll go through the general fund balance and budget stabilization. Then after that, per what you guys just decided, we will pause for public audience, and then we'll get right into the actual budget reviews, starting with the police, fire, rec and cultural services, public works and sanitation, community standards, and then any other departments that would be necessary to be called up today. Then after that, we'll go to the CIP, capital improvement for the 302, 303, and then utilities has its own section today, because that is such a big part of the city, so that will have its own section. We go through that. And then finally at 3F, any other funds that need to be discussed today, we'll go through that. So right now, what I'd like to do is hand this off to both Fabio and Anthony to walk us through the financial deck.
All right. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Fabio Baca, Budget Manager. On your screens, you should be able to see the presentation that we're about to elaborate. On this first slide, we'd like to highlight the dynamic of the workshops. Today is going to be the first one, and then we have a time slated for Wednesday, and then if needed, we'll go to Thursday. And then in September, the budget will be adopted, and also the fire assessment. And then, as you already discussed, on the first day in September will need to be looked on. All right. If we go to the next slide, would like to establish the goal of this workshop. We're going to give you an overview of both revenues and expenses for the general fund and the rest of the funds. We're going to give you an update on the balance, on the fund balance. We also will look at the different personnel changes, and also will give you a detail as far as the call updates. We will also be discussing the millage rate, and then, of course, we'll have public comments. And please feel free to interrupt me if you have any questions. You know, this is a workshop, so please feel free. On this slide, I would like to highlight the revenues, and I'd like to draw your attention to the chart that's to the right, that green chart. And I'd like to highlight many changes that took place as we develop the budget. The ad valorem taxes are showing an increase of $3.3 million, and we use the information provided by the county, and these numbers were reported to us, and it yielded a 6.38 increase compared to last year. Then the next line item on this table is the franchise fees for FPL. That we're showing an increase of $390,000. The next two categories, which is the state share revenues and the sales tax, which we're showing them as flat, as estimates from the county have not been provided yet, and they will come in later on this month. And as the city manager also highlighted, the ALS transport budget item shows a decrease of $2 million. He already explained why. Also, there's an increase in the police contract with the CRA. We're showing an increase of $886,000. And also, we're showing an increase in interest, which is yielded $600,000. And this is something I'd like to highlight. We, as a team in the finance department, we've recognized that the city's assets are being managed in a way that's yielding more interest revenue to the city. And at the bottom, we're showing a balance appropriation of $1.8 million, which is a slight increase as compared to the amended budget from the previous year.
Real quick.
Sure.
Thank you. That police contract with the CRA, that is the proposed contribution from the CRA?
That is correct.
For the anticipated ask?
Correct.
Okay. Now it's contingent on if that's adopted on the other side
That is correct.
of the dais.
That is
Gotcha.
correct. Yes.
Okay. And I guess we will have an opportunity to dive in with that with Joe, I'm assuming.
One other question I have.
Sure.
How much of the general fund revenue is projected to come from property taxes this year?
It's right there, the first figure on that table, Commissioner. We're expecting to get $62.1 million for property taxes.
And again, Commissioner, that's net of the transfer to CRA, just to let you know.
Okay.
Correct.
It's net of
Okay.
probably $16 to $17 million.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you, Tony.
Any other questions on this slide? All right. So I'd like to draw your attention to the next one. This slide highlights the expenditure changes, and I'd like to draw your attention to the chart, the pie chart to the right, so that you're aware where the city's dollars are allocated. 35% goes to the police, 28% goes to fire, 12% goes to the general government services, 9% goes to public works, and then 5% goes to recreation and cultural services. The expenditures in this budget are showing an increase of $3.3 million. There's an increase in the public safety budget. It goes from $85.3 million to $85.9, which is a net increase of $611,000. There's a total personnel salary increase that is over $4.2 million from the previous year, which is a 7.6 increase. And we're showing a 7% increase in health insurance. That's what we got from the consultants. In this budget, the general fund pension increased from $3.9 million to $4.5, which is a net increase of $586,000. However, we need to highlight that we got revised numbers from the consultants, which yields savings of about $600,000, and this is for the general employees. And so this is something that will have to be then reflected in September when we do the final reconciliation of the budget. But as you know, we developed this budget with the best information we had at the time. And then later on, this revision came in.
Just the general employees' pension, their assumption was probably about 0.5% lower than all the other pension plans in the city. I want to say the fire department's was the highest, just over 7. And all the assumption rates are is what are your projections of your returns annually? And there was talk of moving that to 6.5. That's where the savings is going to come. So we kept it right around 6.8, and that's why we got additional funding back. And that should be in perpetuity until that assumption rate changes.
Dan, real quick on the health insurance, what is our current contract for our benefits package? When, is that something that we shop around for every year? Is this, because what we have, what we rescued everyone from not too long ago was the insane health insurance that we had, and we were able to, come up with a better plan and provided better benefits. But what we, if we aren't actively also reshopping around and recirculating that, we could lose out, just continue to watch it increase, and they're not gonna come to us and give us money back. So what is are we currently in a contract that kind of locks us into staying with that broker or that company? And then what is our plan moving forward so that we are shopping around and we're being, we're being aggressive about providing the best benefits, but also making sure that we're being fiscally responsible?
I don't have that information readily available. I can get with Andrew, our procurement director. You out there, Andrew? I like seeing you. And we can get with Lynn, and both of those can see if we are locked into a contract. I want to say we probably have a termination for convenience clause in that contract where we can go out to bid if those premiums are increasing too much. I can tell you that when we first initially switched over from health insurance companies, we were with United. There was one plan offered. Currently, we have 3 plans offered. We have put performance metrics as far as increasing the city's healthcare clinic. We've changed personnel at the city's healthcare clinic. Those of you who have gone to city's healthcare clinic, I'm sure it's drastically different now than when we first came over. So we're definitely moving in the right direction with that. But as far as Andrew and Lynn, if I'm wrong as far as like the termination going back out the bid, I do agree with you though. It's always good to keep that in mind so we keep those companies providing the best pricing for the city as possible, that we can go out to bid if they choose to go up further. And that's exactly what we did with United Healthcare. That we were getting 0 wellness dollars. There was a lot of stuff that we weren't getting as a municipality that we're getting now. So.
Right. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're staying on top of that, because if we're getting wellness dollars and we have the clinic, if our insurance continues to go up, even though we're utilizing those services and we're paying for those services, and then we're not doing the right thing. So I just want to make sure we're staying on top of that. Thank you.
All right. Final piece of information I'd like to highlight out of this slide. To the right at the bottom, there's a table that shows the variances for the retirement plans. For the general fund, we're showing an increase of $586,000 for general employees, rather. For PD, we're showing an increase of $368,000, and for fire, we're showing an increase of $31,000.
I would like to preface that by saying these values were as of middle May, and just, I would say last week we got revised numbers from the actuaries, so you will see a reduction in that general fund portion, just for the record, which will positively impact the $1.8 million we have as a differential right now in the fund, all right? Go ahead, Fabio.
All right, now I'd like to draw your attention to the next slide. I really like this graphic, this chart, because it shows you the financial health of the city. As you might remember, most of the commissioners might remember that back in '23, a policy was put into place, whereas every year we need to set aside 10% of our budget for emergencies and 5% for stabilization. And this chart shows you how our fund balance has been increasing over time as a result of this policy. So starting in fiscal year 22-23, the fund balance was $25 million, which included $17.7 million for emergencies and stabilization. When you fast forward to today's environment and what we're projecting for the coming year, we're projecting a fund balance of $31 million, which includes a $20.4 million for emergencies and stabilization. So I am glad to report that the city's financial health, it is improving, it is getting stronger, and we believe we're gonna continue with this trend.
Cool.
And millage rate has been reduced as well, yes.
Kudos to the city manager and his directive to get to $50 million. Gosh, good question. Maybe in 2 years at least? Oh, he said 5.
It's 5. All right. Very good. Any questions on this slide? All right, very good. All right, so let's move on to the next. This table summarizes the personnel changes that are being proposed for fiscal year 25-26. There's 19 positions being requested, including all the funds. 14 of them are being shown in the general fund, and we'll give you a detail of what those positions are in the following slides. Right. All right, so the next slide shows you a summary of the different changes as far as personnel and the COLA adjustments. Your police officers are showing a 5% increase plus a 3% step increase. This 3% increase, it is not included in the proposed budget, and that's an oversight on our behalf. But we believe that this is something that will be offset by the recognition of future revenue. So this is something that we were more than able to fix as we reconcile the budget in September. Your firefighters are getting an increase of 6.7%, and that includes a step increase. And blue and white collar employees are getting 3%, and all your non-union employees are also getting 3%. And then at the bottom, there's a breakdown of the 14 positions that are being requested for the general fund. Any questions on this slide?
I guess if we have questions about those positions, do we want to wait until we get to those departments?
Wondering what that is.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So so for these new positions that are being proposed, do we want to have those questions now about that, or when we get to that specific department?
I'd actually rather have them now,
All
so
right.
we can get it out of the way. It would help streamline the whole, because all the directors are here. If there's granular details we need to preface, and I know Andrew's, the 4 park technicians you see, that was Andrew's primary request, and that was something to do that. those of you who have parks in your district, everyone, you know that a lot of the complaints come in about maintenance, irrigation, grass not being cut, trash, things like that. That comes from our Parks and Grounds Department, and that's where the need was, and that's what the reason why they were added. But I'll let Andrew go into the actual technical
Well, my
details.
question's not about that. My question is about the sergeants. I just need to know why we're looking to add 2 sergeants versus 2 officers, right? So, you know, I want to know the why behind that ad.
Good morning. Chief DeGiulio can back me up afterwards, but essentially the police department has requested 2 sergeants. One, I believe, is for the NOP program.
Okay.
Currently, there's a captain overseeing that, so there isn't a field level supervision taking place in the NOP program. And then the other sergeant requested is for additional staffing for the real-time crime center.
We've had that conversation, fine. So with having a captain over, the NOT program's small, right? So you're having an additional layer of leadership. You know, I don't, are we gonna keep the captain in that position if we bring on the sergeant?
So the captain that
'Cause I
oversees.
think there's more effectiveness when you have more boots on the ground, right? There's an old expression, too many chiefs, not enough Indians. And so I want client service facing positions, right? I want things that make direct impact, not that doesn't do that. You know, and Captain Berdelski's done a great job, you know, with the NOT program. But, you know, my perspective is you have more impact when you have more reach, right? And you have more reach when you're client facing and you're business facing. And so I don't want more leadership. I want more boots and ground, more client facing. That's what I need to see. And I don't know if that's a restructure. I don't know what that looks like. And this is more of a holistic conversation, I guess. But I just don't want to, all right, we add a sergeant, then we add a captain, and then we add another layer of leadership, but we're not adding enough support for that, right? I can understand, you know, in the other divisions within the department, I get that. You know, you have a lot more oversight, a lot more employees you're overseeing, officers. But when, you know, there's a few far between. Why do we need a captain? Why do we need a sergeant, right? I just want to make sure we're not adding these positions just for promotional reasons. You know what I mean? To move people up.
Yeah,
So I want to make sure that we're doing this for the residents and not for, you know, interdepartment reasons.
I understand that. Point well taken. I could tell you that Captain Berdelski, you know, since we're mentioning him by name, he has many other things that he oversees. Not program being one of them. Special events, right? So he is overseeing a number of different functions, and a sergeant position is a front level supervision type position that is on the road doing work as well. So I know it's a span of control. We're trying to help with some span of control, and I guess Chief DeGiulio can expand on it.
That's what I was going to highlight. I don't know what the overall structure of the NOP program is. Do you have a sergeant in that unit currently?
No, currently, we do not. We used to have 3 officers. We added the 4th. And in past practices, we have 4 officers, especially boots on the ground. You're going to need a supervisor. We even have a standard when we have details where if we have 4 officers working a detail, there will be a supervisor oversight, and that is boots on the ground. So Captain Berdelski does wear multiple hats. He's in charge of special events, Marine unit, community response team, CRA. So his level is more of an administrative level and not direct supervision. He's also K-9 and traffic overall supervision as well. So the sergeant will provide direct day-to-day, daily supervision of the 4 NOPS officers.
I just got one question. So currently on day shift, we have 1 watch commander, which is a captain. You have 3 sergeants. That's current staffing, right? So do the day shift sergeants currently supervise the NOP officers as their what their day-to-day agendas are, or who currently supervises them now?
Captain Berdelski currently supervises their day-to-day operations. If they're doing special events, any type of community operation, it all goes through Captain Berdelski. So there isn't a direct sergeant oversight, which is a little bit different because most units have, you know, the chain of command where there's a sergeant and then they respond to either a captain or a major. So this unit's kind of an anomaly where they're responding right to a captain.
And so in those units outside of the CRA, how many officers are reporting that sergeant? Is it 3 or 4, or is it 10 or 12?
No, the traffic in itself is very large. There's 3 PSAs, public safety aides. There's going to be 4 motor officers, there's a DUI officer, and then there's a sergeant in there. K-9 has a K-9 sergeant and 3 K-9 handlers. CRT is a 5-officer, 1 sergeant specialty unit. CRA is currently 4, no sergeants, and I think that covers all his. And he has special events too. So he has his hands full.
So do you understand why I'm asking this? Is we want a sergeant for 3 or 4, but we have a sergeant for 10 or 12, right? It doesn't make sense to me. You know, I don't know if there's a way we can do collateral, right? Where you have that, you have someone on staff that can oversee and assist Captain Burdelsky with that role without producing another position. Is where I'm getting at, you know, or if I can get commitment that this sergeant is, yes, going to be supervising, but going to be boots on ground, not sitting around, you know what I mean? Like that's what I need. I need confidence and certainty that this is going to be a front-facing position, not an extra layer of leadership where we're just doing it because it's convenient.
Chief, could you split the baby and just have that NOP sergeant also be the real-time crime center and like have them do dual roles as far as supervising the personnel in the real-time crime center and the NOP department? I feel like those NOP officers should be seasoned and tenured enough to where they can operate autonomously until they need a resource for a sergeant, and then we could maybe take that other sergeant position and add 2 officers. Is that possible?
I feel like the RTC is a very specialized, very specialized. So just so you know, my vision is very similar to yours, where I believe all our sergeants should be boots on the ground and forward facing. I was a CRA sergeant way back when. I was out there making arrests, patrolling, riding bikes, and that's what our goal and our vision is for the CRA sergeant. And just for clarification, I don't know if I misspoke. I don't have a sergeant that oversees 10 to 12 officers. I know on road patrol there are, between 14 to 17 depending on the shift, but there's 3 sergeants and a watch commander. So I also feel like from a liability perspective,
You have 3 sergeants over road patrol.
3 and a captain, yes.
Okay, in one shift.
One shift.
Okay.
Yeah. And just from the liability perspective, I just feel having that direct day-to-day oversight is really important.
Yeah, because the NOT program, like, I don't want to go in the weeds. Like, that program is specifically client-facing, resident-facing.
Absolutely.
And I just don't want to get away from that, and I got to have that commitment that it's not just going to be, an extra layer of leadership.
I can 100% commit to you that sergeant's going to be a operational sergeant, not an administrative sergeant.
All right.
So I have a couple of questions on the community standards and beautification. Who would be answering that? You? So when it says it's funded by the CRA, does that mean it only stays in that CRA district and it's not going to go into the western area of like Forest Park?
Correct. So I think the idea is, there's a couple strategies there for the community standards specialist. We believe that there's an opportunity to have them work collaboratively, hopefully with the NOP program. Having additional resources within the CRA district will also allow us to move personnel around the city as well.
Good.
Right, because a lion's share of the work is, at least in the code enforcement, is on the eastern side of the city, and we currently only have 2 staff members covering the entire western part of the city. And in addition, I could foresee, I'm in the redevelopment world and development world. It's not uncommon for CRAs to have residential home improvement programs, and I can foresee these folks assisting, getting folks in our residential areas, commercial areas in the CRA to get them access to those home improvement grants as well.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. Anyone else have any questions? No? Okay, we can continue moving on.
These two slides show you the breakdown and the variance for the 30-plus cost centers that we have in the general fund. So I'm just gonna allow you to take a look at them, and if you have any specific questions regarding any of these cost centers, departments, divisions, we're more than glad to answer them.
Real quick, Dan, on the commission aid, so right now you hired 3, and then we're budgeted now, as it sits today, for 2 more?
Correct, that is
Okay.
correct, yes.
So I'll say, keep it in the budget, let's pilot this program, see if it's an actual need or not, and then maybe if it's not, and the bandwidth is enough, then maybe we do a budget amendment to remove that and allocate those resources elsewhere. I think things are going great now. I think it's a great asset to the residents and having someone full-time that can answer them. So kudos for proposing that, Dan. I just don't want to jump too far in advance if these awesome people can handle it. So if we can get by with what we have now, great. But let's reassess after October.
Yeah,
I agree.
had the same conversation with Dan last night, and I said, let's give it some time and see, because, what I also don't want to see is that then we get used to who we're working with, and we all mesh together and we work well, and then we're throwing more into the mix that's not necessary. So I agree with you, Commissioner Turkin. I think I'm very happy to have more assistance and more people eager to help us to make our jobs a little bit easier up here in the tasks that we have. So thank you.
Question on the Town Square project. Would you kind of, okay, that's it.
Just for clarification, are we saying that we can amend remove that from the budget? Is that what we're saying, or?
As far as
On the 2 aids, the 2 aids.
Yeah, the 2 aids you can remove until we finish our litmus test of whether or not these aids are going to work out and there's going to be a
Okay.
appropriate ROI.
All right.
And if we
I-
reassess,
Yeah.
we can always do a mid-year.
I mean, my concern is bringing on an aide for each board, each commissioner is then sometimes the commissioner may be a little more out of touch and responsive. And I think with 3 of them is we share them. And I have no problem with my assistant working with any other commissioner. I'm pretty self-sufficient when it comes to responding to people. But I think then I don't want to see the aides become crutches or the representative for accountability to the commissioners.
Okay,
I was just
proceed,
saying,
Commissioner Hayes.
on the Town Square project, could you just elaborate a little more on the $4.5 million, how you arrived at that figure?
That is the annual debt payment for Town Square, Commissioner Hay. It's what the debt schedules dictate as far as what the obligation is. So it's pretty straightforward. It's the debt that we've incurred for the building of Town Square.
And at this point in time, CRA is funding some of that debt, just for the record.
Is there a certain percentage that CRA is?
I think the
About
contribution.
3.5, about 3.5 million.
You just said it.
About
So
three?
total cumulative, you're looking about just over $8 million for the P3, in which the private portion was never built.
It varies based on the schedule. There's a schedule where the CRA payment goes down, ours goes up in later years, so.
It's eventually going to be all on the city side.
Okay,
Correct.
hope that's a plus.
I'll move it.
All right. On this slide, I'd like to highlight something that maybe some of you are aware, but the new budget, this $136 million that are being proposed, 72% are linked to the personnel costs, so please keep that in mind. It's a number that we should be aware of. And 19% is your operating expenses, and less than 1% is your capital outlay. And then the rest is just non-operating expenses that are related to your budget. All right, the next couple slides are also detailed, but instead of showing you the divisions in the general fund, it shows you the variance for every single fund in the proposed budget. I just want to highlight a couple of numbers that may stick out. You're showing a 11.5% increase in the utilities budget, and that's driven mainly by the increase of the transfer to the CIP, the utilities CIP. And it's also related to an increase in salaries, electric service, chemicals, and software maintenance. There's a decrease of $16 million in fleet maintenance, and that's mainly driven by the fact that there's less vehicles being purchased or being planned to be purchased in 25-26. On the next slide, I'd like to also highlight the area of CIP. You're going to see large variances, and they will be fully explained by those in charge of these budgets. But I'd like you to be aware that globally, the city's budget is going from $385 million to $354, which shows a decrease of $30 million or 8%, but it's driven mainly by the changes in the CIP. That's why you're showing this decrease. Any questions on these slides? All right. Good. All right. All right, in the next slide, we also would like to highlight how the millage rate has behaved for the past many years. If you look to the chart to the left at the bottom, the millage rate in fiscal year 2016-2017 was 7.9, and then if you fast forward, today it's at 7.8. So the millage rate has been decreasing. So in this budget, we're not showing a change in the millage rate. It has been left at 7.8. As you show on the screen. Then the table that's at the bottom to the right, it's showing you how the calculations have affected the budget. When we started the budgeting cycle, we were showing a number that we got from the county in May, and these it was showing that the gross assessed value for the city was 10.4, what is that number, billions?
Yes.
Yes. And then later on June 30th, this number was revised. Because of the revision of this number, it has yielded savings of about $224,000. Then if we were to move on with the rollback rate, this would create a hole in the budget of about $3 million. So this is information that is for your consideration.
Any clarification?
Any
needed on that?
clarifications on? Yeah.
Are we good?
Nope, I just want to make sure we have that Excel spreadsheet later where we can
It
talk
is
about-
ready.
All
Yes,
right.
it is. Yeah, it is.
All right, perfect.
No.
Any final questions on this slide? All right. Finally, I just want to acknowledge the budget team, starting with the city manager and Andrew and Adam, Alan, finance director, and Tony, deputy finance director, and then also Jessica Visser and Jessica Matias, our accountants. Thank you so much for your support. As you might be aware, the development of a budget requires the help of many people. It requires teamwork. This is a daunting task, but I feel privileged to be a part of this process, and for that I'm thankful.
One question, you showed the chart for the millage rate over many years.
Sure.
And it went down from 7.9 or 7.8.
Sure.
Do you have a long-term plan for maintaining, increasing, reducing the millage rate over the next several years of the city? Are you looking into that or something?
Dan?
Yeah, Vice Mayor, I think your millage rate, your crime rate, your schools, all of those are essentially advertisements for businesses to come into your city, residents to come into your city. So long-term, with the additional new development, possible additions of new PUDs in the city also, with expansions, I think that's going to give us an opportunity to kind of grow the revenues of the city and simultaneously reduce that. I can tell you Boca has probably about a 3.5 millage rate. Delray stands somewhere in the sixes, I want to say 6.7, 6.8. West Palm is, I want to say, the highest. They're almost at 9, I think 8.9 or either 9. And statutorily, you can only get to 10. So my long-term vision, as long as it coincides with the board, because obviously you guys are the ones who are going to pass these the new millage rate, I would like to see that continually go down over the next decade to where we can actually get to probably between a 4 and a 5. And I can tell you places like Destin, Florida, Doral, those places have in the 2s. So there's substantial room for improvement when it comes to the millage rate. I look back long-term over the city and I saw how we continually, we raise taxes. And I don't want to get too far in the weeds with it because I do want to make sure we kind of stay on task with the budget talk, but the city can't be the city's second largest employer. Essentially, you're subsidizing your own bankruptcy. Government doesn't create jobs, private sector creates jobs. So Bethesda Health or Baptist Health is currently our #1 employer. The city needs to move down as far as the rung. We need to bring in real substantial businesses from the private sector. And the way you do that is schools, crime rates, neighborhoods, growing the city and expanding from 16 square miles to something that's going to be conducive for those new residents and businesses to come in. So we need to seriously reevaluate from a holistic standpoint how we're viewing the city's future moving forward. And so my desire is to continually move that millage rate all the way down to where we can be competitive with Boca and we can be competitive with Delray, because I think everyone up here wants the best for the city. And the way you do that is you bring in private businesses and you incentivize them to come in. And Boynton's got a lower tax rate, a lower millage rate than every other one, and we roll out the red carpet and white glove treatment. They will come.
Okay.
Market-driven, too. I think that's important to know. All our revenues, essentially, majority are market-driven, right? So if we make a plan to increase Boynton's market, we might not, the real estate market's going to do what it's going to do. We don't have control over that. And I think you have to be mindful. Well, in theory, having a long-term plan is great, but anything can happen. We've seen that in 08, with that recession. We're seeing it now. And, a little bit of a slowdown. But I do agree with the sentiment that if we really focus and micro-target Boynton Beach as a place where businesses want to come, we can eliminate any outside factors or influences, from like the real estate market. And, I would love to have a 5-6 year plan that's just not realistic, because anything can happen in 1 year plan. And sometimes you have, drastic, measures, drastic actions. And so I think, I think we do this year by year and we manage it year by year. And that's the most realistic way forward, because we might not have those revenues next year, right? I think the city's done a great job with this commercial development happening. But again, a lot of those revenues go to the CRA's coffers. And so, yes, we're incentivizing business. That's great. Ultimately, we're being limited on how we can utilize those funds. And the residents are not seeing that break in ad valorem taxes, because we still have to keep the level of service where we need it to be. And so now we have to get creative and really incentivize, I think commercial development, I think residential, we've done a great job, but, and creating an ecosystem where large businesses want to come in. We've seen such a huge migration from Wall Street, from New York, coming to South Florida. And this is the time and place where we need to try to capture those residents and those businesses moving down here. And, so I love the idea of a plan, but I think we just get creative and stick with, incentivizing commercial development and business investment in the city.
The one metric I kind of want you guys to take a look at annually is our ad valorem value, where we derive the primary amounts of money for our budget. And that's a little over $10 billion this year. 3 years ago, it was right around $6 billion. So that's what I mean when the city's moving in the right direction. But if you do a combination of resales, development, and expansion, then you're going to continually to grow that number. And that's how you service your citizens better. That's how you bring in beautiful parks, how you bring in more green spaces, and you change the branding and marketing of the city. So that's
what I was just going to comment, is I think all of these factors come into play, but I think it does go back to rebranding the city and changing the reputation that Boynton has. We just saw that article come out, which wasn't even a real article, bashing our city. Yeah, islands.com. I don't know if you saw it. You might have been gone. But, this person's just going into Pompano Beach and Boynton Beach, and he's writing these articles that are making it look like we live in a war zone. So we need to be, ahead of the curve on our rebranding and our to make sure people want to come here, and we don't have that reputation that we've had for a very long time.
So we're at a pause. I believe we're at 3A now unless there's something else, Mayor.
And public comment. So we are open for public comment if someone wants to come down and speak.
Good morning, everyone. Stephen Grant, P.O. Box 424, Boynton Beach, Florida. I want to thank everyone for being here. And one of the things that I wanted to bring up that I wasn't able to bring up with the previous administration, from my background, I started with the city back in 2013-14 when I joined the Financial Advisory Committee. It was to reduce expenses and increase revenues. And one of the things that I see missing here is citizen engagement. And so that is something that I'm hoping that this board will put something in next year's budget of either a task force, which would make it so that the citizens can speak to each other and it's less informal, or an actual advisory board where there is the sunshine requirement. Main thing is to increase revenues. One of the things that I deal with the city in part of my practice as an attorney, but it's something where the city can charge a fee to even apply for public records. Not necessarily, $100, but $5 so that you just don't get public records, people making as many as they want and you being required to do that. There's other different funds that the city has, such as the Memorial Tree Fund, and there's ways that and for the beautification aspect of it. And so hopefully, I created it kind of unofficially, the Furry Friend Park over on Northeast 6th Avenue and 6th Street. And so hopefully we can do our part to make the city more beautiful. Another aspect that I deal with my business is the code violations that are on the city. This has been going on for too long because any code violation from 2004 is uncollectible. And it's not a good idea to be punitive to new owners to make them pay for past owners' mistakes. So when a property is bought at foreclosure or tax deed, what I have done with the city of West Palm Beach is called a lien resolution, where the city commission agrees that they will take an upfront fee, including any sort of administrative cost that the city has already spent, plus the certain amount for a fee, which allows the developer a fixed cost to fix the property. The other things that the Citizen Engagement Committee, we have a lot of empirical numbers here. But if we're only looking at it once a year, it's tough to make a decision, especially when we're getting out all at once. My suggestion would be quarterly crime review statistics. We've had a string of shootings recently in the city, and it's something where hopefully the citizens can review. Time is going short. Review calls for service. I spoke with the fire department. They will know when a bad batch comes to our city, and they should be able to work with the police department and understand that. Finally, Mayor, I asked for a charter review committee. One of the things that, I think about are golf carts and terms, so that, there's a certain ordinance the city can pass to increase golf carts, which would hopefully bring more people here. And other two main things is AI, and one of the programs I had was having a reciprocity agreement with our Parks and Recreation Department for after-school programs in all of our elementary schools. If they're Title I, that means they can't afford food, they can't afford activities. We should be able to do
Time's
that
up.
Yeah.
as an action.
I was going to let him finish since there's no one else.
But thank you.
Really here. Thank you.
All right, take care.
Anyone else in the audience for public comment? And we have no one online?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, just for clarification, there is a charter review committee being developed, and I think that will be at the next city commission agenda.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we are going to close public comment, and we are going to move on to department budget presentations, please. Starting with the police department.
Should I start?
You want to,
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay,
Go
I was
ahead
waiting
with
for,
your
I was waiting for the mayor.
Sorry, thank you.
Should I wait for the mayor?
yes,
Okay.
go ahead with, no, no.
Okay.
No, we're going to go ahead with your presentation.
All right. Good morning, Commission. So you'll see we have the 2025-26 proposed budget. Just overall speaking, we had an increase. So our budget is comprised of uniform services, the Office of the Chief, formerly the administrative section, support services, and our traffic safety fund. Overall, we had an increase of 4.8% to our overall budget. And we had an increase within that 4.8% increase of 6% of personnel costs. So overall, from our operating and all our other costs, we had a reduction of 1.2% throughout the entire police department's budget. Some of the highlighted change on uniform services, which sees the largest increase, which is 5.2%. And the reason why you see the largest increase, because it's the largest section of the police department. We have 115 officers and one non-sworn. So the big bulk of the increase is $1.1 million, which is salary, COLA, and benefits. Moving on to the Office of the Chief, we had a 2.5% increase. Generally speaking, the increases are related to imputed costs from other departments. We had increases to our vehicle service fund as well as gas, oil, and lube. We did see a decrease in the police pension by $242,000. A lot of that has to do with personnel also moving to other divisions as well. In this particular division, we have 9 officers and 7 non-sworn. Then we'll move over just to support services, which is records, communications, detective bureau, training. And here you'll see there is a request for 1 sergeant for the RTCC that we discussed prior. We also have some equipment maintenance and general equipment reductions, which is from the communication center. We also have a reduction in the Boca Lab program. Prior, we were spending like $76,000 a year on the use of the Boca Lab. Now we bring all our services right to the county and we process everything internally with our 4 crime scene technicians. Moving on to the red light camera. You'll see that there's a 5.6 decrease from last year. One of the reasons why we actually have a decrease is last year, when we were doing the budget, we weren't sure of the vendor we were using for the school zone speed. And some of the school zone speed vendors they would have 2 different types of the way they get paid, either through revenue sharing or through maintenance costs or rental fees. Like currently Vera Mobility with the red light camera, we spend $3,800 a month on each camera. So the money was put in as a placeholder last year, anticipating, not sure what the structure is. And as we know, we are with Vera Mobility, and it is a revenue share, so we're not paying a monthly. So we had a decrease of $1.5 million from the previous year. We also moved over our Motorola contract. Our Motorola contract was moved over to software maintenance, which is in 2112. We also moved our drones, the drone first responder that we had previously discussed about a few months ago. That's moved over to 2112 under software maintenance. And then we have our new police radios. We have our yearly payment of $444,000 for our radios. All right, some of the good stuff here. So our successes last year. I think one of our biggest success last year is our reduction in violent crime. It's been the best it's been for the past 5 years, with the exception of sexual battery, which is the best it's been in 4 years. But we had a reduction of 35% from last year to 2023 to 2024. Part of the reason is the
attribute that 35% reduction to?
I'm sorry.
What do you attribute that to, the 35% reduction in the crime rate?
Well, I was going to get to that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
Little spoiler alert, but we'll talk about it now. I feel that the decreases to our violent crime across the board, to include property crime, which was there was a decrease as well. At the end of the day, it comes down to having more officers on the street and having visibility. We never know how much crime we really deter by being visible. It's an unknown cost or unknown figure. We don't know that, but when we see the reductions, we like to say, right, of course, that it has to do with what we're doing out there on the street. And a lot of times it's just being visible, putting more cars out there, quicker response times. The other part is that the commission has supported the department with great technology. License plate readers are a game changer. We have more cameras out there. We have a shot detection system. We're able to get there. A lot of times I think that crime is based on opportunity. So eliminating those opportunities, that's our goal. Can we control everything? Of course not. But after that, it comes down to how do we respond? And I think from a respond perspective on solving crimes, we have great clearance rates on our violent crime. We have fantastic clearance rate above national standards on our property crime. We have great technology in our real-time crime center. We are starting to see that up and running. I know that's been a topic for the past few years. I like to say that the real-time crime center, when we first took over, was just a room full of a bunch of TV screens. We had a lot of software in there that just didn't work with what we were doing. So we had to kind of pivot out of that software, and we were able to actually we did a great job of getting a lot of credits through Motorola to get Mark 43. Mark 43 has been a game changer as well. Talking about why is crime down, we had an increase of, I think, 115% more field interview reports last year compared to the year before that. That means more officers are going out and stopping people and interviewing them, finding out why they're there, traffic stops, things of that nature. Mark 43, of course, the increase of staffing as well, but Mark 43 allows our officers to be more efficient, less time doing paperwork. The system is very streamlined from where it used to be. And when we went from 800, we had 803 field interview reports last year compared to 300 from the year prior. I don't even want to tell you what it was 2 years prior to that. It probably didn't even break 100. So we are moving in the right direction. We are a fully staffed police department, which is a fantastic thing to say. I actually have people on a waiting list, and putting people in the academy as reserve officers never has that happen. Dispatch is fully staffed. We're in a great position when it comes to, and that's a huge success. But I also feel that recruiting and retention is a success. It's a challenge. It's an initiative. It's something that we are constantly looking at, constantly evaluating. We have 30 people in the drop. Not to say that anyone's going to stop the drop and just decide to retire, but if they wanted to, they could. Drop and roll. I'm going to leave that to the fire department's presentation.
Ooh.
I want to note too, to piggyback, Vice Mayor, is that this body changed its strategic vision in putting public safety as the #1 priority, not botched development deals, not incentivizing things we shouldn't incentivize, but focusing on the #1 human right, and that's just to feel safe in your own neighborhood, And Joe, you've done a great job with that. And, we see it, right? We see it with the real development that's coming and the people investing in this city and wanting to move here. Yes, we get bad headlines here and there, but I think the city's come a long way. People have seen the change. And, a lot of things from the past, Town Square, former administrations, not, I think, implementing what the residents typically want and really want, and that's to have a clean and safe neighborhood, more sense of community, be able to walk downtown, right? I mean, look at what happened in Town Square. I mean, what a nightmare that was. And we had to come in, we had to clean that up. And so, part of incentivizing that economic development, as we touched on earlier, is to promote public safety, and make this a clean and safe area, to work, live, and play. So, I think first time in its history, this police department has been staffed, and, that goes to, the whole department, Dan, Adam, Andrew, but also this body and the residents, for speaking up and voicing their top priorities, right? And we were able to execute that, and now we just piggyback and continue to grow and not recess.
Yeah, I definitely have noticed that we do see more patrol in some of the more problematic areas, especially in the east. And I think that moving down the line, when we can start maybe changing some of the code, the lax code that we have on some of the property stuff, it's going to help you guys a lot too, because your hands are tied on a lot of that stuff. And we know that's where some of the crime is coming out of, and it begins with the code ordinances. So I'm excited about what's to come, because I think it's going to change the dynamics of the downtown and the whole eastern corridor.
That's why I asked that question about what was the reason for that decrease in 35%, because, I don't, previous administration did the best they could with the equipment that they had. We have come along and increased what you have to work with, therefore you can do a better job with your PD. The next administration that comes after us should really build on what we have established and keep it going until we get the Boynton Beach be the best that it can be. And you're doing a great job.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So besides visibility, I'm glad you mentioned that, Vice Mayor Hay. It's also about deterrent. So I feel that we have a fantastic investigative services section that has tremendous clearance rates. We also have great technology. So when it comes to the sexual battery cases, a lot of it is education, and we understand that there's some things that it's hard to really prevent. What we try to do is create a deterrent, strong prosecution of these cases as well. So quick arrest, strong prosecution, build good cases so individuals serve tremendous sentences where they're not out there doing the crime again. So that's another thing that we're trying to control as well. So I think comes down to having fully staffed department is the key to being successful and having all the other things kind of fall into place. We talk about fully staffed. I also have officers, 15 of them, that are still in training. So you still haven't even seen the full capacity of this police department yet. There's a few other successes I just want to put out there. We have our own finance section. We did a tremendous job last year of grants. As you see, we have a good amount of grants up there. Roughly, it's about $900,000 worth of grants that the department it puts in for and gets out there and allows us to help offset the budget. So, great job by Sophia Stewart and her staff for doing this, and Officer Smith for every year putting these grants through allows us to have that extra funding. Another important thing is the CIT training. Since 2003, our officers, we probably have a 45% increase of road patrol officers that are now CIT trained, which is really great because the police work has changed and it's very dynamic out there where we're dealing with a lot of people who are in crises. So this allows them to have a little bit more education and recognize these. Just a few other things, the challenges, once like I mentioned, retention and recruitment is a success, but it's also a challenge as well. It's a very competitive environment out there. Everybody's looking for great police officers. So it always becomes a very challenging market space. As you know, we have the implementation of the school zone camera program that got caught up in permitting for a while, but we are hopefully on the other end of that. Even our flock camera implementation system, which are our license plate readers and our shot spotter, took 6+ months to get out there, unfortunately, through permitting. And then a big challenge is our firing range, or our range. We have a lot of problems out there. I know some of you have been out there. HVAC is on its way out. Steel plates need to be replaced. It was, I believe, built in 1991. And we train completely different than we did in 1991. So it is outdated, but there's a big maintenance issue. So that's going to be a conversation in the future. But it's definitely a challenge because we have a larger department and we firmly believe in training. It's just going to put more pressure on what we currently have out there, and it's just not going to be able to keep up.
I actually did go shooting at the range about a month ago, and I don't think I have ever been so hot in my life. I was there about 2 hours. I thought I was gonna pass out. I don't know how you guys do it. I mean, there was just like zero ventilation in there. And it's almost cruel to go in there and think that you guys have to train in that place after what I experienced there. I don't want to go back and do that again.
Sounds like you're warming up to get training at FD too, because I think their room is a little bit hotter. But
It's hot. I left there very upset.
did you start the fire?
I did. I was about, a week after I was there that the fire started, maybe 2 weeks after, but I can see how a fire would start in there. And there was zero ventilation, and I left there dripping with my hair about this big.
Yeah. Chief, if you were able to prioritize one of those four that was on the previous slide, could you pick out one over the other, or are they all equal?
Well, two of the challenges are, I feel like we're at the end of the challenge. And that was a 2025 challenge. The big thing right now is the training facility. Number one, there's not even a close second.
Okay.
And some things to look forward in the future are initiatives. Drone first responder, I think it's going to be a game changer. Once again, recruiting and retention, reduction of violent crime. We are trending on the reduction of violent crime this year. I would have to check my numbers from the past month to see where we are. We did have a tough June and beginning of July. Increase in problem-oriented policing. This is kind of my initiative that I'm trying to get pushing forward now with our community response team as well as our CRA unit. These are going to be promulgated by community concerns and complaints. Just a problem-oriented, problem-solver group goes out there. If it's not necessarily police-related, it could be code-related, is working and having relationships. And that way, attacking these quality-of-life issues that we've been really struggling with on the east side of the city. So I'm really, really excited for that. As we get people out of training, we'll have more people to dedicate to those units. And just goes back to the training need. It's a young department, 3 years or younger. 36% of our department, a third of it is 3 years or younger in law enforcement. So a lot of training and a lot of need for that training facility. You're looking forward to our RTCC advancements. We have two RTCC analysts in there now, which is fantastic. They're very energetic and they have dispatch backgrounds, which I think is a good mix. And we're going to be adding 2 detectives up there with them. So looking forward to what we can do. And then continue our community engagement. Every year we kind of add a different component. One year we did the cookout with a cop. This year we're starting, and Vice Mayor Harry, you at one of the breakfasts in the morning, and we're going to try opening it up to more members of the community. But that's a nice way of intimately having conversations and substantive conversations, talking about crime scene, but talking about things that affect those particular areas of the city, because every area of the city is going to have a different issue and complaint. So we're looking forward to having those conversations, and we continue doing. Our meeting was very successful with the Coalition of Clergy, so I'm excited for that.
Very good.
Yeah. And that's the conclusion of my presentation.
One thing I would like to say is I think that your public relations is great when you're putting stuff out on your social media and keeping the neighbors really, really informed. And when we have been dealing with some of these issues over the last couple of weeks, I've just gone right to your page and are able to access information to convey to people in Leisureville and when we had that incident. But I would like to see the city piggyback off of the BBPD public relations and their social, because I think it's very, very informative. And so I think that would also help when people are contacting us, because it's, in my opinion, it's much more informative and proactive than what this on the city side of public relations and social media. So if we can just copy and paste Boynton PD, I think we're in good standing to inform a lot more people of what's going on faster. So great job over there on that stuff.
Thank you for that.
Chelsea.
That was,
Clone Chelsea.
that was actually a change that we made this current fiscal year. We previously had a sworn officer doing the PIO functions for public safety. And so Chelsea's been over there as a civilian doing a really great job for the fire department and police department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go.
Can I go?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So, Chief, I, obviously I support our police department and everything that you're doing, and our officers, our men and women who are out there every day. So one of the, in doing this budget every year and reviewing this, one of the things that was started before the previous chief, it's been a while, is breaking up the police department budget into 3 budgets. And now you can add 4 since we have traffic fund. And it becomes very difficult to really go back and forth and know. And I feel like, I'm sure it's difficult for me, so I'm sure it's difficult for you and your team to really make sure that things make sense and that we're not just putting numbers in boxes. Because as I'm going through it, and you and I can sit down, and Adam, I would like to sit down, because I think there's a lot of, like, we were talking about how we have a wait list, but we have our budget for recruiting went up $45,000. If we have a wait list, why is that increasing? So I think there's some.
I can answer that to you right now
Okay.
for you. So the recruiting is also the bonuses that we offer. So we offer them in milestones. So we might be full staff, but we're still on the hook for people who have to complete their training and then complete their probation. So we still need to put the money in there. And we are in a good spot today, but we do anticipate 5 vacancies next fiscal year as well. So that addresses the bonuses.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, because I think it would be helpful if maybe we look at going back to a single budget, just because, it's just difficult for me to see, and then we can also talk about the traffic fund, because the traffic fund budget, obviously because of the expectation of the school zone cameras and having that, we've shifted a lot of things to there, where we now have an exorbitant budget that is not being realized yet, but it's in there. So it kind of gives this illusion that everything is fine and we're budgeting, but I think there's just a lot of gray area in the budget. And so I don't know if we just go back to the fire budget, it's 1 page, page and a half, and I can go through it and I see like the uniforms went up by $20, or $20,000, but in PD I have to look at 3 different budgets, and the uniforms went up by $54,000 in 3 different places. Range supplies are in 2 different places, and it went up by $65,000. And these are things that, if it's working, what we're doing, and I get that there's going to be a little bit of budget increases due to just cost of everything going up, But I think when we're trying to tighten our belts, when we're looking at three different budgets, I think it makes it near impossible to really think that we're tightening the belt and making sure that we're only spending what we absolutely need to spend. And so I'm happy to sit down with you and Adam and really look at where, for instance, then training in the traffic fund, which we're not even, we have a budget in there, but we're not realizing it. There's $185,000 increase in training. So there's so much, I think, that's in this budget that I just, the K-9 supplies moved from uniform services, and they were 31,000 last year. Now they're in traffic and at 72,000. Are we adding?
We added 2 dogs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
But, these are things that we also don't know, too. And so if I'm looking around at 4 different funds or 4 different, departments and fund mechanisms, it makes it very difficult for me to prepare for this when we have, a budget meeting and we're explained how the budget's going to work. And now I'm really delving into it. And there's a lot of, I feel like, overlap where maybe there shouldn't be, or if it's justified, then what the justification is, because, I'm talking to staff and every department is tightening the belts, and then I see that, the traffic fund has an increase of, 300%, and then we have all of these other departments that are all increasing. It makes it hard to imagine that if everyone is tightening their belts, why is PD not tightening their belt quite as much? And so, I'm happy to
But overall, there
sit
is a
down with you.
reduction overall. So we do have different divisions, and we have different people in the divisions. So that's where the numbers, like for training, and if detectives have different types of training than a traffic officer does. So every training division within their different divisions are going to address their employees. We have in the past tried to move things to a centralized location, like for example, like the vehicles all come out of Office of the Chief. And we can start doing things and moving things into those areas as well. But we try to split it based on the personnel in those divisions. So yeah, you can look at different numbers and you have them, they're all over the place. And I understand that. We've actually talked about trying to reconsolidate back into one. And I don't know necessarily the logistics of that, and I think that can kind of tough, but it's definitely worth the conversation.
I think one of the initiatives that we have planned for this year is the outmode of our antiquated, outdated enterprise software. I've had lots of conversations with our finance staff, including Alan, and our chart of accounts. This is definitely something that it's the right time to do it when we're switching over to this new RP. And we're going to be looking at simplifying the budget, the finance process a lot, reducing, how many chart of accounts do we have, Tony? 10,000 charts of accounts.
Yeah.
So it's not lost on us, and we all agree. The finance staff is definitely, that's something that's high on their radar to help everybody, not just the commission, the public, when you're looking at a budget, you can fully see the cost of doing business within that budget. Now, some of the enterprise funds will stay because we have to run them that way, like the traffic fund, but that is definitely an initiative that you will see going forward. It may not happen next fiscal year because we're a 2-year project for the enterprise to go live, but within the next 2 years, you will see a streamlined budget.
Thank you. A couple of questions, Chief. Sorry if you would entertain me for a few more minutes. Where, in traffic, our crossing guards are paid out of traffic, right? What is that? Because as I'm looking through personnel, I don't think our crossing guards are considered personnel on our, where is that allocation in?
So they are in the 103 fund, and there's just a line item under contractual services.
Okay,
School crossing guards, $404,000.
okay. And how, what line item is that, sorry?
That is 4917 of the 103 account.
Okay. And so there's other things that are mixed in with that line item? Okay. What is your plan moving, what is our current crossing guard staffing, and what is our plan moving forward with that program?
How many crossing guards we have? We have, I believe, 42. When we start getting in the school speed enforcement cameras are starting to go. We'll get $5 from that individually, and we can do a couple of different things. I think one thing we do need is more crossing guards, so we can definitely do that. I feel that we do have, we have to compete with the sheriff's office because they offer their wellness clinic to their crossing guards, and we don't necessarily, through staffing solutions, we obviously, we're not going to offer that. But my thought is offering some type of like signing bonus to work in the city of Boynton, utilizing the funds that we're getting from the school crossing guards. That way, we can always make sure that we're maintaining a fully staffed, because what they pay their security guards is actually hourly cheaper than what the sheriff's office pays, but then the sheriff's office has the wellness benefit on top of that.
Yeah, I agree. I think the signing bonus is nice, and I think you'll see that even in any of the departments that have a signing bonus, is the signing bonus is great to keep them, but what is the plan to retain them? And I know it makes it difficult when we're using a company that we're outsourcing our crossing guards from, and maybe it's a goal one day that we bring that in-house so that we have more control over our staffing and benefits and what we can offer them. But I would like to, we can continue this conversation another day too, looking at what we can do to retain them. I know the ones that are at Citrus have been there forever. They're amazing, and I don't ever want to see them go away. So what we can do to make sure, and I know, like you said, we can't, because of, PBSO is big competition because of the incentives that they're able to provide. But what can we do for retention, whether that be some sort of thank you at the end of the school year, or whether that, if they stay on for the entire year, maybe the bonus is not necessarily a signing bonus, but maybe it's a, kind of a retention bonus, that we look at some way to incentivize them. They're going off from the summer, they're not going to be working. How can we make sure that they come back the next school year and work? So I would like to look at some creative ways, and maybe we can look at other cities who, are in these tough situations where we are competing with PBSO, to look at how we can make sure that we are retaining those crossing guards, because they are super important. And so I just wanted to make sure, because it wasn't a line item. So thank you for entertaining me on that. And then, and if we can go back to expenditures real quick, are we being realistic in reducing the overtime as significantly as we are? And if so, where is that coming from? Because when I'm looking at the numbers, the overtime has consistently been over $1 million, $1.5 million, $1.2 million, $1 million, almost $3 million. So in uniform services alone, I'm not even looking at all the other departments or all the other sections right this second, but is it realistic to think that that's where the number is, or is that, and if so, why is that?
We'll go talk about our full staffing again. A lot of the vacancies do come from shortages. Even when you are full staff and people are in training capacities, it is a drain. It also is a drain during annual training time, because we're having to pull people to train and then, once again, put people back on the road. So ideally, it should work out. We do have overtime when we come to special events, and hopefully it gets properly funded through the events section, then we get reimbursed for it, so we're not coming out of our actual our line item number on it. So, ideally, I think it can work. We're looking really good when it comes to the staffing. I have another 2 people graduating, so we're talking about, we're on the very end of the people in the training capacity. So within 6 months, we should realize all our staffing. But we're in a whole different world this year when it comes to vacancies and staff shortages. So I would like to think that we can make this work.
Maybe we can talk about it mid-year and see how it works out, see how it's looking, just so we know.
Yes.
Because I know that, we we can't eliminate, moving money around, and that's what our finance team is great at doing, is to make sure that we're balancing the budget on a regular basis. But to just see where we are on that, to see if it truly is realistic, so that just moving into the next budget cycle, if there's something else that we need to be doing to make sure that we're meeting that goal, or if it's just unrealistic to think that we're below $1 million in overtime. And then I think you and I and Adam can maybe talk about the other kind of concerns I had in the granular state, because we're not talking about a ton of money, but, so thank you for entertaining me and your
course.
time. Thanks.
Any other questions from the commission? No? Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Hey, fire, come on down.
They're few and far between. I work with a lot of them. They think they're funny.
Okay, you're up.
Good morning, everybody. Hugh Bruder, Fire Chief. Very happy to be here this morning to talk about our budget. Yes, sir.
You are a plethora of information. You are a talented, articulating person.
Microphone, please, so we can hear you.
You are a very talented orator. I just want you to keep in mind that lunch is ready at 11:45, sir. Do you understand the subliminal?
What time is it now?
The subliminal message there.
Actually, I promised myself that I would be as brief as possible today.
I will text Jackie if you go over.
Thank you. And I'll be hearing it later. Okay, so for the fire department budget, we're actually going to see a nearly 1% decrease in the overall fire department budget this year, down $260,000, and a 3.46% decrease in the EOC budget. So some of those highlighted changes, we'll go over the increases and decreases. So increases, $2.1 million in salaries, benefits, and that of course includes the pension obligation. We did have some increases in vehicle maintenance, and the $50,000 for general equipment is the fire department's share of the public safety drone program, which is going to be tremendous. Decreases in the budget are due to the communication equipment that we purchased last year, so we won't be needing to purchase that much money in equipment this year. The reduction in transfer to fleet services, so we're going to be buying less vehicles than we have in the past. We're doing a good job of upgrading all of our vehicles and getting where we need to be. There's a reduction in
Steve, can I ask you one quick, sorry?
Yes.
On that note, just because it's something that I have asked for, I would love to get from you or the department a spreadsheet on our vehicles and their service expectations and what we have to look for in the future. So if you could just add that to your list of things I would love to see where we are as far as our vehicles and with what their life expectancy is and that sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely, we can do that. And just that is something that we look at when we look at our fleet funding and we look at the life expectancy. So just briefly, when I first came in, we were looking at fire engines from 12 to 13 years. If you have a 12-year-old fire engine that's running around the city on medical calls, which we have to, because they're all advanced life support suppressions, you'll find that as you get towards the 7th or 8th year, you have exorbitant costs for vehicle repair and maintenance. So by changing that over and by reducing the number of years that we have for these vehicles, we're actually doing the city a better service. So to continue, we've also seen a $31,000 reduction in safety equipment. That is primarily due to the fact that over the last 5 years, this staff, this board, and again, under the guise of public safety being the number one concern, has done a really good job of funding what we've needed. When I first got here 5 years ago, the equipment was not in such great shape. So we've done a really good job of analyzing all the equipment that we needed to make sure that we were operating the fire department at a state-of-the-art level, and we've been able to achieve that. And then licensing and fees, we've been able to reduce those. The Emergency Operations Center, we had an increase of $3,900 for software maintenance. We just needed to upgrade, as the police department does. You reevaluate what software you're using, and we found better software for what we need in the Emergency Operations Center. Those other reductions are reductions in telephone services, EOC meetings and conferences, and we had a reduction in CERT. Now, CERT, the Community Emergency Response Program, went back into the budget last year at $5,000. We did actually have some public-private partnerships with CERT, so we were actually to be able to reduce that next year to $2,500. Some of our fiscal year 24-25 accomplishments, we've been able to reduce response times through new CAD integration. As the police chief said, Mark 43 has helped both departments tremendously. Through accurate data analysis, we determined that in order to reduce response times as well as reduce the amount of necessary calls for outside services or mutual aid, this year we put Rescue 2 Bravo in service, and we're doing that with funds for outside activities. The in-house promotional process, we hired 11 firefighter paramedics, and now we're fully staffed. We actually just had one firefighter leave to go to Colorado, wants to live out in the mountains, but we're essentially fully staffed. ISO accreditation, we'll be getting ready this year in the next couple of months to have the ISO team come back in. We're right now at 2A, and we're trying to get to a level 1 department. I think we can achieve that. So my staff has been working diligently, with also other departments within the city, between the water department, my fire prevention bureau, at doing the things that are necessary to be prepared for the next ISO review. The fireboat and public safety dock, the public safety dock should be complete by August or September of this year. And we're hoping, and we'll talk about that a little bit as we move on. The fireboat was delayed. The fireboat was supposed to be here in August. It looks like now we're going to be probably October, November before the fireboat arrives. But we will be moving our smaller rigid hull inflatable to the lift as soon as that dock is complete. And again, that'll help us to reduce response times on the beautiful waterways and ocean of Boynton Beach. Beginning of this fiscal year, we did purchase some new ballistic helmets and vests for active shooter events. We've enhanced department-wide training to include in-house live fire training. We did the first year we did it, some basic live fire training. This year, we're moving into some more advanced live fire training. That's going to take place in the month of September. We've also had a mandate that every firefighter on this department be trained to a higher level of vehicle extrication. That's so that when we get stuck in our cars, we can cut you out with the jaws of life and save you. And then we spent some money on making sure that our dive rescue team had not only the equipment they needed, but had the proper training. This year, pardon me. This year, we instituted a customer satisfaction survey that we've been sending out to people that we've transported to the hospital. Right now, we're standing at a 97% satisfaction through our quality assurance, which is industry standard. That's very, very high, and that speaks to the staff in my department doing an amazing job. You talk about boots on the ground, and I tell my staff every day, when you're out there, you got to treat your family and treat these people like family, and I'm telling you, they're doing a fantastic job to get a 97% quality assurance rating. We're continuing with our Fire Explorer program, and as I had mentioned earlier, we've reinstituted the CERT program last year, and that's going well. As far as community outreach is concerned, we've been doing a lot of hurricane preparedness, so much so that actually Senator Rick Scott sent us a letter this year because our videos on hurricane preparedness have kind of made it around the country, and they were very appreciative at the work that we've done. Just two other things as far as the accomplishments that'll move on to next year as well, is that we're in the process now of some public-private partnerships. One we're doing with the Boynton Online Chamber to bring life rings. I don't know if you've seen these life rings that are going in bodies of water all over South Florida. And that was as a result of a retired firefighter who lost his son to a drowning who went to save someone else. And so his wife his former wife came out with this program, and she's putting them in all over South Florida. So we're going to be doing a public-private partnership to put those at all of our bodies of water. The other thing we're doing with the private sector is residential Knox box key program. So if we typically when we go to a business and we can't get in after hours, we can always break in with the magic key, but we like to have these Knox box up on these commercial properties. It's actually fire code that we have them, but now we want to go ahead and move to a residential Knox box program. So if there's one of these keys in a box, we don't have to break into someone's residence. Those boxes cost money, so we're doing some public-private partnership money to try to go ahead and to try to get that going. So our goals for 25-26, we have one firefighter that's not a paramedic. Otherwise, by the end of this year, we're hoping we're going to be a 100% paramedic department. As you've probably heard me up here talking in the past, that's extremely rare. And again, it speaks highly to the support that we've been given by this commission and staff. We're very excited about the new advanced life support fireboat that's coming. It's going to be a tremendous resource for not only our municipality, but for surrounding municipalities. In keeping in line with maintaining proper span of control on fire scenes and in our non-emergency operations, we've gone ahead and we've been phasing in a program to go back to captains on our suppression companies. That's an industry standard around fire departments in South Florida and the nation. We feel it's very important to have 2 lieutenants at the same station. Sometimes can cause issues. We get on a fire scene, we don't have a command ranking officer. So having station captains is extremely important in this body, and the administration has been very supportive to that as well. With the addition of Rescue 2 Bravo that went in this year, we've essentially been able to reduce mutual aid down to virtually zero, which is huge. Not only does that allow us to serve our community better with the increase in population and call volume, and we're seeing approximately a 10% increase in call volume every year, with us also capturing those calls, not only are we providing the best service for the public, but we're also going to be capturing that EMS transport revenue that's associated to that, which could be, another 150,000 a year in revenue. As far as the fire assessment is concerned, I'm going to take a little tangent here for a moment. As you all know, last year we voted a $20 increase in the fire assessment, and that was to pay for aging infrastructure. Fire Station 3 right now is in the design phase. We're getting ready to go to design build. We have a beautiful design that we like. It's going to fit on the parcel, and that's going to be moving forward very rapidly from this point. One of the other projects that were covered under the fire assessment is the Fire Station 6 Marine Complex. We're going to be getting ready to go actually out for bid. That's been through design, and we're hoping to break ground. I'm not sure if we can get that done in 12 months. It is a goal to have that operational by the end of this year, but I'm sure we'll see it not too shortly after the end of this year.
Chief, real
Yes.
quick on that, can we get, and for the benefit of the public, can we plan on getting a presentation before that does break ground in front of the commission and for our benefit and also for the public to see, to really be able to see that and see the plans and see it's moving forward? I think it's important when when that was one of, and this, and that was one of kind of my asks when we agreed to, and I pushed for the increase in the fire assessment because, one of my fire stations, Fire Station 3, are the only one in District 4, is aging rapidly, and it was in need, and we needed this money, this funding mechanism in order to make that happen, as well as this marine complex. And so I think it's important that we continue to be transparent and that we get to see it. But I'm excited to see what the marine complex is going to look like because I know we've spoken a lot about it. But I think for the public to also hear about it and see it, I think that would be great. So, Adam, if you could get with the chief and come up with a meeting in the near future that we can put that on, that would be great.
Definitely, and any project, typically on the development standpoint, any project that takes place on city-owned land, there will be a major development application. So whoever the consultant ends up being that's selected for the design build of this will have to bring it through commission for approvals as well. So.
And it's going to be an absolutely gorgeous station. It really is. It's going to be very beachy in nature. Unfortunately, we won't always want to stay on budget when we plan these things. What we didn't plan for was at the end of, or January of 2025, there was a change in the floodplain, which is creating us to bring in a lot more dirt and raise that building. And that's nothing none of us could have anticipated. I mean, we knew it was up for legislation, but whether it was going to pass or not. So, but The other part of the fire assessment monies was going for a new station alerting system, the Phoenix Station Recall System, which is a state-of-the-art system. That system has actually been installed right now in all the fire stations, and we're waiting for a API integration from Mark 43 to allow those units to go live. So we should be seeing the station alerting system go live in about the next 90 days. And again, that, when we look towards trying to reduce response times, and, the only one thing in the fire department that I can control with response times is making sure that my men and women get out of the stations quickly. You can't force them to drive faster because that's not safe. So getting out of the station, our folks have done a fantastic job when the call comes in of moving. If they're out in the street, they're covering for each other. And so we've seen a dramatic reduction in response times. In fact, our response times currently are sub 4 minutes and 20 seconds. The national average is 8 minutes, and the county average is 6 minutes and 50 seconds. So we're well ahead of those averages. And once the recall system goes live, that's advertised to save as much as another 60 seconds off response times as it goes through the technology. So those are some huge improvements that you all have really helped us to get to where we need to be. And unfortunately, it's had to be through an increase in the fire assessment. Now, this year, obviously, we're not asking for any increase in the fire assessment. We're looking to keep it flat. But I do want to put this out there that, as you see in this current budget, we're funding, the extra duty pay for the Rescue 2 Bravo for another year. We have to keep in mind that's not sustainable. So the fire department is going to be going out and looking for for grant opportunities so that we can essentially put a 6th rescue in service permanently. So we'll be applying for some assistance to firefighters grants. Unfortunately, we just found out that the AFF grants now were 100% grants. Now they're down to 50-50 share. So as we move into the following budget year, we're going to definitely need to be hiring more firefighters to staff that as a permanent rescue. So we'll see as we move through the budget year how we do as far as grant funding is concerned. The handheld radio purchases, those we're helping the building department out with some purchases, and that also includes some new radios that are going to be required for the fireboat. Again, I mentioned the grand opening of the Marine Complex. Hopefully that will come this year. The Rescue 2 Bravo we spoke about. Our Emergency Operations Center right now, we're about 65% complete on a complete refurb. After we refurbed the dispatch center, that left the EOC to refurb. We're still fine. If we get an emergency, we have a backup facility that we're using until we get the EOC up and running. But it, again, is going to be a state-of-the-art facility. And it's going to be something that you all will be very proud of if we do get any kind of major event, but we do have it under control. As far as any purchasing of technical rescue equipment right now, we use airbags to lift equipment, and some of our airbags are old and outdated. So we're really, really up to date on all of our stuff except for these airbags, so we'll be looking at purchasing some of those. As far as our goals, interagency goals are concerned, as we move forward with training with our fireboat, we're going to be doing a lot more interagency training with PBSO and other surrounding fire departments as we prepare for this asset to be placed in service. And then lastly, pardon me, this is something that I've been really wanting to do here for several years. Unfortunately, we're extremely busy organization, and we do want to get this community-based paramedicine program going. So again, we're looking for some grant dollars to get that program up and running, and that essentially would be paramedics driving around, helping to do well care visits, and making sure that folks are helping to take their medications and doing things. A lot of fire departments across the country have gone to a community-based paramedicine program with some wild success, and there may also be some funding, or pardon me, some revenue capture in that as well. But we'll see as we move forward. And that concludes my presentation. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. I do have one. So, and it's on overtime. When we went to the current schedule, and we've seen a shift downward in overtime, but I guess my question to you is kind of twofold. How is the schedule working? I mean, I know that your men and women are very happy with it. How is it working fiscally? And are we seeing the reduction in overtime that we anticipated seeing? And maybe we can ask a third question. What are some issues and concerns that you have that maybe need to be addressed that would curb some of that overtime as well? So,
Sure. Sure. So first of all, just to tell you how well the program is working, we were like the first fire department in the country after Boca to go 24/72. Since then, it has been an absolute wildfire out there. I mean, I literally am fielding, and my staff are fielding multiple calls every week from fire departments around the country, asking them, how did you guys achieve what you achieved? How do you have 100% paramedics? How are you fully staffed? How did you go to 24/72? And the thing that I tell everyone is you have to be able to educate the constituency and educate the elected officials that public safety is the number one concern. If a municipality doesn't have that as a number one concern, how can you properly fund your police and fire departments? So hands down, the first part of this equation is the support from this body and from this amazing staff that we have here to make sure that your police and fire department are up to snuff and they're world class. As far as overtime is concerned, no matter what you do in any budget, you're always going to have a certain amount of systemic overtime. So if we actually look at this current budget that we have before us, if you go back to 22-23, which was actually the first year we went from 2.4 million down to 1 million in the first year in a reduction in overtime. Now, you know that we spent about 1.3 million out of pocket in order to achieve. We eliminated the Kelly Day. That's part of the formula of how you go to 24/72. So we eliminated the Kelly Day, which is your largest leave liability, and we went ahead and we hired the numbers that we needed. So we saw a dramatic reduction. Now, Boca Raton, who's done this for 30 years, will tell you that in the first few years, their sick leave went down to virtually nothing, and then over a 30-year period, it kind of tends to normalize. Our sick leave is way down. We're not seeing overtime related to sick leave. What we're seeing overtime related to is FMLA, light duty from fire department related injuries, and believe it or not, paternity leave. This last 2 years, we have a young fire department, and we've had a tremendous amount of our young, men and women who will take off to be with their spouse when they have a child. That costs us. It's a great benefit. I'm not denying it's not a great benefit, but that benefit costs the city money. So when you look at this for this year, and you look at what we budgeted was actually 620,000, and we're over that already. And I think that the number systemically is going to be somewhere between 500,000 and 800,000. But we can't really completely extrapolate that number because we can't determine if we get 4 firefighters on a fire that get injured, they're going to be out for 3 or 4 months, or if anybody has surgery. So those numbers are going to ebb and flow. But I think for the fire department, as things begin to kind of break even, or where are we going to see? I think that you're going to see these numbers between 500,000 and 800,000 a year be systemic overtime for the fire department. Now, one of the things that some fire departments will do is hire additional people for relief factor. So if we hired 1 more person per shift for relief factor, we might see a more reduction in that overtime. I would rather spend those dollars making Rescue 2 Bravo, Rescue 6. And then once we really evaluate that, we can determine if we need relief people within 12 to 18 months of a 6th rescue going into service. But to answer your question really holistically, you're going to always have a certain amount of systemic overtime.
sure. So, and I guess, and I get that. I mean, it's hard you can't plan for every little thing. But are we where we anticipated or thought we would be as far as our overtime? I think, I mean, it's been a couple of years now, 2 years now since we started this. So I think we have seen a significant decrease. I mean, it went from 2 million to, what you're saying, we're looking at probably 700 this year?
750-ish.
Right. So, I mean, we made a significant decrease in our overtime, which I know that was the goal. So I think we're on the right track, and I think we just have to continue to look at ways that we can, save where we can, and maybe it's not in overtime, but maybe it's in something else. So, no, and I appreciate you, Chief, and everything that you're doing I know you work really hard with your staff to to handle your budget. So I appreciate that, and thank you, of course, for working so hard on Fire Station 3 and the Marine Complex. I'm looking forward to seeing that get off and, get running and going. So thank you. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much, sir. Great timing.
Thank you.
Chief, would you talk a little more about the community paramedics, how you get your data and how that works? Is that really, you looking at to be a real good program for us?
I think so, yes. Yeah, Phoenix was one of the first fire departments to go for it, and now fire departments across the country are doing it. And essentially, as we run calls out into the community and we see people that are at the most high risk, not only from the calls that we run, but through community service with the hospitals in conjunction with the fire department would identify these most at-risk individuals who are living alone, who might be a hoarder, who might not be taking their medications properly, who may be living in substandard conditions. So our folks can go out, they can help them with their medications, they can make sure they're getting to the right doctors, and a community-based paramedicine program is just a terrific bridge between the EMS system and the hospital system and the medical community. So you don't start a community-based paramedicine program to generate revenue, but it is a byproduct of serving the community that we will have that ability to hopefully generate some revenue, and that will be an outcome of it. But at the heart of it, it's just doing what we can to serve the community in a better way.
Do you think the insurance company is going to support that for senior citizens versus going to the hospital or urgent care or those things like that? I mean, it's fairly new, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been around. It's been around for about 5 to 10 years, depending. I think Phoenix started theirs around 10 years ago, and other departments are slowly starting to go towards that. And there have been some billing issues, I know, in the past with insurance companies, but there are other ways. I'm not sure if it's Medicare or Medicaid, and that's some of the stuff we're looking into now. Is if we fund this, we want to fund it with a grant revenue instead of our regular budget. And we'll see as we really look into this a little bit deeper. But that part of that is unfortunate that, we can't really capture the same kind of dollars that, the other entities can. So it really becomes more of a service for the community, and then whatever dollars can be generated could help offset the cost. But it is a really good program to get out there and help those in the community that are in need. And at the end of the day, that's what we're here for.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Bruder.
My pleasure. Anyone else?
Mayor,
No?
one of the things that I'll add, and sorry if Chief Bruder may have already mentioned it, is we're currently working on, we provide fire services to some contract cities, and we're currently wrapping up some negotiations with the town of Hypoluxo. And whereas in the past, we haven't necessarily incorporated cost of living increases in those contracts, and we had a great meeting with the mayor of Hypoluxo a few weeks ago, and they raved about the services that our fire department provides. And I think we're going to be able to bring a new long-term contract from the town of Hypoluxo to you all very shortly. So.
Yes, in fact, if I may just add to that, thank you, Adam. I'll be attending, I believe, their 15th commission meeting for them to vote on that contract. So we were able to negotiate that. It does have cost of living raises, and we're able to provide service to that community, and we have an outstanding relationship with all of our contract cities that we provide fire rescue services. All right? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, up next is Recreation and Cultural Services Department, 11:45. That's when the food's coming, but we're not working through, right?
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hi there. Come on down.
Oh, wow, they're up. My
I feel like
conglomerate
everybody's
is,
going to put a bid in.
my conglomerate is coming up here.
$1.
Goodness. Yeah,
Could you bring up the Recreation and Cultural Services?
who's got in
please?
the library?
I'll get started while they're bringing that up. As you know, Recreation and Cultural Services includes our administrative budget, which is myself and Fabian DeRullo. He's the Assistant Director. And Arts and Cultural Center and Women's Club, Special Events, Golf, Administration, Golf Maintenance, the Library, the Schoolhouse Children's Museum, Recreation, and Parking Services, which includes the Park Ranger Program. Waiting for the presentation to come up. What I'm primarily going to discuss first is Recreation and Cultural Services Administrative. That's myself and Fabian. There was a 17.9% increase in our budget. Primarily that is salaries, benefits, pension costs. Also, we moved the printing of the Recreation magazine into our budget, as well as the postage costs. So that's about $24,000. Can someone help them find? Thank you. So yes, the Boynton Connect magazine, the printing expense is $20,000 and the postage expense is $4,200. So that's a total of $24,200 increase. And then also we're getting a new copier in the administrative office over there, and that's going to cost approximately. It's a copier expense of $1,432 or 47% increase. That's a $4,432 a year expense. Some of our successes, the 2025 International Kinetic Art Exhibition was a great success. It was a lot of work, and I have a lot of people to thank for that. Our city marketing team, Kelly Armstead was the main person who managed the art agreements, and Gabby's team helped immensely, so I just want to thank them very much. The feedback was very positive, and it was really an exciting and fun program to plan and implement. We developed a lot of cross-programming, which these divisions are no longer working in silos. We're all working together. We meet on a regular basis. Not only the division directors meet on a regular basis, but the programming and marketing people also meet quarterly to discuss the programming and plans for events. Giving an example, library and special events, the library took advantage of having their summer reading kickoff during First Friday concert. So the cost was already there to close the streets down, and the police were there securing the event, and it keeps the kids safe during, all those activities. So that's one advantage of working together.
Craig, the presentation is ready if you want to follow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
And we do break at 11:45, so hopefully we can wrap this part up before then, but no rush if we have to bring you after.
okay. So this is a proposed budget increases. The highest one Dan mentioned earlier is special events. Each division director is going to come up and talk about what those increases entail. I just discussed about the first line, the 17.9% increase. And again, that was salaries, benefits, and some operating expenses. The cross-programming I talked about, developing cross-programming. We're either in the planning process or we have implemented cross-programming and cross-division marketing initiatives. We're getting marketing TV monitors coming to all of our divisions. For instance, we want the people at the golf course to know that the women's club is available for rentals, since many of those people live in the county and may not know about that. So it's really important that we cross-market. Golf and recreation, we want to introduce golf to all the kids in our community. So we either want to take them to the golf course or bring the golf course to them, especially maybe Carolyn Sims and Hester. So we're in the process of developing that as well. Challenges. Timing and budget constraints to repair aging infrastructure, the pool pumps failing, tennis courts needing upgrades, and the need for underground hydration, leaving disappointed patrons, as many of you heard. Bocce courts needing upgraded at one of the parks, JC Park. Outdoor gym equipment failing. We're getting new gym equipment at Barrier Free that's been ordered. And the golf clubhouse is 40 years old and needs an upgrade. So I've been working with Bo and Anderson on developing a plan for that. So you'll be hearing more about that coming up. Capacity strains on existing resources as the community demand and population grows. Space, staff, and budget and scheduling limitations make it challenging to scale those services, as we're all finding out. Keeping programming affordable, the continued rising costs of programming expenses versus keeping programs affordable to our residents, which is very important, is a continuing challenge. We have some really exciting things coming up here. There's a sneak peek of the Arts and Cultural Center. I just took those pictures the other day.
That's awesome.
As you can see, the stage is being built out further. And that is, that other picture is the front of house technical office, if you will. That's where they're going to be managing the lights, the rigging, the shades, all the technical equipment, the digital equipment as well. We have upgrades coming to JC Park, Pence Park, Barrier Free Park, K-Poc Park, and working on a concept for Palmetto Park. Senior Center Master Plan we're working on, upgrades to the Arts and Cultural Center, which I just mentioned. Kelly and her staff have been working on developing programming, performances. We're already planning those. It's scheduled to be completed December. I spoke to the construction manager, and he suspects it's going to be done sooner than that, but we'll cross our fingers and hope so. An installation of a new monument sign for the Arts and Cultural Center. As you know, we've been missing a sign for the last 5 years. It's coming soon. I mentioned renovation plans for the Lynx Clubhouse. We'll be discussing more about that in the future as well. New floors, elevator, and HVAC for the Schoolhouse Children's Museum building. And we're working on concessions for the bait shop at Harvey Oyer Park and Oceanfront Park. Does anybody have any questions thus far?
Since I'm the new kid on the block, I do have some questions about the tennis stuff. So how are we working out some of those glitches? Because I see some of the emails coming in, and I understand it's an infrastructure thing, but I also do think it's somewhat of a customer service or maybe organizational thing. So if you can kind of highlight that for me, I'd appreciate it.
We're in the process of possibly outsourcing that service, and we have had some customer service issues as well, and we're working on those internally. And I know it's frustrating for you to get those emails but I promise you we're working on those and paying close attention. I also am developing a plan for us. There's a lot of fires we've been putting out. My plan I'm developing is for all of us to get out to the parks more often and take a more proactive approach. So we have several eyes on each park every month.
And when it comes to the tennis stuff, do you have the technology or the system that you need to make it more efficient for some of the constituents and the non-residents to sign up for this program or be contacted? Because if there's something that we can do to help you guys to alleviate some of that stuff, then I would like to know about that.
Yeah, we do have a newer system. Fabian, do you want to come up and talk about that system? Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Fabian Derlo, Assistant Director of Recreation and Cultural Services. Good to see you all. So yeah, there's a few things that we're implementing. As Craig mentioned, we are at the tail end of the RFP process for a potential takeover of operations as well as maintenance. But stuff that we're doing in the short term, we are leveraging the system that we have to go fully digital with just about everything. So requesting court times, setting up tournaments, things like that will all be done digitally now instead of people just dropping in and using the old paper and pencil method. So we're hoping that'll help a lot. And members getting a slight time advantage. So residents as well as members will be able to put in their requests earlier to use the pickleball courts as well as the tennis courts. So we're finishing that up. We just upgraded our software to be able to have that capacity. So we're hoping to roll that out here in the very near future. Yeah, and then some other facility upgrades, as Craig has alluded to too. We have a full 5-year CIP plan for that facility. It needs a lot.
Okay.
So we're just gonna start chipping away at it this next fiscal year, and hopefully we can get it up to par very soon here.
And hopefully be able to move that up and not just keep it at a 5-year plan, because do you think that once we get these facilities up and running that the way they should be, that they're going to create more revenue?
Yes,
That's
that's
what
the
I would
hope.
like to see.
Yes, exactly. And a prime example of that is the irrigation that he mentioned in his presentation. So we have to close every few hours to water the courts. We have a mainly clay court facility out there. But with this underground irrigation, we will never have to close the courts, which will create more revenue because people will be able to play throughout the day. We don't have to have any stoppages, so.
Good. That makes me very happy. And thank you, because I do
Very
see you
welcome.
fielding some of the people that are upset. And, I see a majority of them are non-residents.
Yeah.
But I like that you still take them into consideration just as you would a resident. So very happy.
Will be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, everyone's a customer. So there are possible grants we can apply for through the State Department of Environmental Services. So our eyes are on that as well to help us pay for the underground hydration.
Craig?
Yes, sir.
In your opinion, is the library funding keeping pace with the population growth and the community demands? Because we're increasing kind of rapidly in population. And I just wondering how the effects of the library, the way it is now, is it addressing the needs overall to what you see in terms of demands for your staff?
Yeah, I think the library is well-funded. I think that Jeannie, as the director, has taken over and paid quite close attention to the services and the digital services that are offered. So it's basically finding a balance, but there is money there to make improvements. So, if Jeannie wants to comment on that, I'm going to ask if she can come up next, because I know Miriam is here to represent the schoolhouse, and she has a funeral to go to. So if we could maybe bring the library up and talk about the museum as well, if that's okay with everyone.
Fine.
Great.
Okay. Okay, Jeannie, do you want to come up? Can you bring up the library presentation, please?
Hi, Jeanine Taylor, Library Director.
Hi, Jeannie.
We have a 2.892 budget increase, which is only 0.85%, the smallest budget increase. And
We like that.
so we had a decrease in our salaries and benefits. There's two main reasons for that. One being that we've had a hiring freeze, and they're proposing a longer hiring freeze, which is a challenge with my staff, but we're working through it. The other big thing is that I proposed reducing my police coverage. I have police coverage, 4 hours at the end of the day. And I proposed not having them Monday through Thursday because we have park rangers and I feel like the access to the police is really quick. You know, although it is really nice to have the police because they do build a relationship with the youth and the youth library. And I kept them especially for Fridays and Saturdays because we are half-staffed in order to be able to cover that extra service day. So that's what that is. Operating expenses did go up because I did not get additional staff. I was able to add some more library databases and services there to be able to help with that. My biggest challenge is meeting programming demand. I have huge wait list on all of my programs. Sewing is hugely popular. I daily listen to complaints from people that can't get into the sewing classes. I really can't expand that without somebody else to run them. I did get a couple of volunteers to do some more advanced sewing programs because they had that talent and they volunteered to help us with that. But it's a challenge. We have that Creative Edge studio. We really just have one librarian and a part-timer to be able to operate that. So we're doing what we can, but it is a challenge. I also have the challenge in the youth area. We have AmeriCorps, which does after-school homework help, and they do English demand we cannot meet. There's a waiting list of over 40 people. You know, the after-school homework help, the way that we help with that is other AmeriCorps that work in the schools have trouble getting their time, so we offer them more hours to come and help us here with after-school homework help. So staffing flexibility. With the hiring freeze, I've had two very long-term librarians retire, and well, one librarian and one full-time processing staff. And so we're trying to cover those roles with the existing staff. So if anybody calls in sick, we're really kind of struggling with, you know, do we get coverage or do we get work done? So we usually opt for coverage because public service is the most important. The rising cost of materials. Books, of course, have gone up, especially everybody wants ebooks, and those are extremely expensive. We have, in the past, had our Friends of the Library contribute to our program where we lease new books. So if the new Patterson comes out, we can lease 12 of them, and while it's the new one, they're available. And then when it becomes the not new one, we just keep one for the library and return the others. But that leasing program, the Friends used to help us with, and now they're not able to. So that's back in our budget. Our initiatives. We really want to increase our library card holders. So our foot traffic in the library right now is between 500 and 700 people a day. Oh, I'm sorry, not paying attention. So our initiatives are to get more library card holders, and we think we can do that with more outreach. So we work very hard at outreach. Our library marketing and outreach person has been meeting with all of the principals at every single school to further our program outreach with the schools, and we're being very successful at that. We would love to expand the public technology classes. People love that. The most popular is Tech Talk Thursday. People could come with their devices and sit with the public technology trainer, and she will help them individually learn to use their devices.
Are we also teaching them how to use the city stuff?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We want people to learn to use our databases, especially because that's a resource that we have for everything, for people that are studying, for tests, for, you know, small business, all those resources. And one of the techniques that we do for that is we actually have a smart board. We drag it out into the front of the library. We have pop-up demos of what those databases are. So we're doing the best we can, and we're trying to meet the need. Any questions?
No.
I have one question.
Okay.
Thank you. So you mentioned, I guess, if there wasn't if we weren't in you mentioned a hiring freeze, but I feel like every other department is not in a hiring freeze, so I just wonder, what does the library need? I mean, we spoke about a lot of challenges and a lot of ways that the library is being used, and you're running into situations where we're having to turn residents away because of staffing issues or staffing concerns. So that's my question is ideally, what does the library need, or what do you feel we could do to assist in some of that? Because I know you speak about some staffing challenges. Is there a push for getting volunteers in? I know you mentioned that you get volunteers in to do some of the sewing classes, and is there something that we can do as a city or other departments to help you? And then as far as staffing goes, what ideally would you like to see? I think I saw a request, you had requested 2 additional staff members, and we kept you at where you were last year, but so is that what in a perfect world, what do you need? And then what can the city do if, without maybe meeting that need right now, what can we do or other departments do to make sure that you're successful?
So I had requested 1.5, because I have a part-timer who works with the Creative Edge Studio and the sewing classes. And if I could make that person full-time, I could, offer more programs. But the other thing is that I just really need probably, more support. I had lost a person who processes the books, and that's really important when they come in to get them out as soon as possible. And that's a clerical role, which I currently now have 5 librarians splitting up and taking their time to work on that. If they weren't doing that, they could maybe do more of the actual public service.
Dan, go ahead, Vice Mayor, you have a question?
No, along those same lines, would you consider having, say, a mobile library services or satellite branches be considered in areas where is without easy access to the library? Is that something that you guys might?
Sure, that's always in our future plans, to get to the point to have a mobile library or another branch, We just don't feel like we're there this year, but we would love to expand and do more outreach. And maybe in just our regular outreach, we could go to community places and let people know what's available at the library and help them get library cards, even if they haven't come.
I was listening to Commissioner Kelly's question. Maybe that would be part of the answer into expanding and increasing the number of cards you get by making it accessible a little bit better than it is.
Absolutely.
If we were having satellite stations or mobile stations, so it's a consideration. Give it some thought.
I have a question.
Mayor.
When it comes to checking out books in that part of the library, and then the skill set, the sewing and the programs that you have, is it even amount of patrons or more people coming in to learn these classes than, because with the internet, I'm thinking, doesn't a lot of people just get online and has it decreased in the actual amount of people coming in and checking out books?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Our foot traffic of 500 to 700 people a day is less than our previous building where we had 1,000 people a day. But I think a lot of that has to do with the new place, and not everyone has found us or rediscovered us. And so we're going to let people know. And we just got the word library on the building. So we think
Right.
that helps too, because people say to us, oh, I saw that
We didn't
that's
know
where
it
the
was there.
library was.
Okay,
Yeah.
makes sense. Thank you. Dan?
Real quick, just a reminder. Most of these departments, some of them don't have the large budget as a lot of them. So again, it's à la carte. If you guys want to skip or you want to request additional departments that aren't listed, I just want to make a reminder before we break for lunch. So.
Just one last question that I have. Does the budget provide for safety and security enhancement at the library? I mean, when I walk through there sometime, I don't see a lot of, you're not having any problems there, right?
No, we're
Okay.
very welcoming, and staff is very aware of what's going on, and we make sure that we do regular walkarounds to see what's happening in the stacks and in the study places, you know, and we make sure that we address what people need when they arrive, so that we're welcoming and walking them to the next touch point. So if they come and they're looking for the computers, we walk them to the computers.
Okay, no issues.
Okay.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are we moving on to the Schoolhouse Museum? Okay, we can finish that up.
Oh, it is. She thought it was on hers. Is there a separate presentation for the Schoolhouse Museum?
Don't quit your full-time job, Craig.
Okay.
For real.
Well, overall, the increase is 13% or $33,184. Most of that is building costs. The library owns the building, or I mean, the city owns the building. A lot of that is maintenance costs. The cash that the city gives out to the museum over a year's time is $175,000. That's the same as what they asked for last year. That was, I believe, cut by 4 or 5% due to a requirement budget cut. But they're asking again for the 175. The remaining increase is just for city maintenance costs, electricity, that type of thing, water, sewer. Okay, it's on the second.
Real quick, can we
I
just,
can't get it.
so on the Schoolhouse Museum, with the necessary repairs that had to be made, and are we anticipating any additional shoring up work that needs to be done at the Schoolhouse Museum? Is that something that's on CIP, or is that something that is being budgeted?
Yeah, the shoring up project of the floor is going to occur. I'm going to let Miriam discuss that because she's planning, the museum's going to have to close for a period of time. They're also getting a new elevator, which is going to require closure. And I'm going to let Miriam talk about that.
Good morning. So I wanted to speak a little bit on some of the work that's going to be done on the schoolhouse. Starting in August, the shoring is going to continue, and that's going to be about a 4-month project. During that time, the schoolhouse will be closed. We will continue outreach and limited programming next door at the Arts and Culture Center. But as far as access to the building, our programming that happens within the buildings, our field trips and that sort of stuff cannot continue. And then sometime in January, possibly February, the schoolhouse will also be closed for another 30 to 60 days for the elevator repairs, or a new elevator. During the time of the floor shoring, there will also be a new HVAC system put in. So that's amounting to almost 6 months of closures for us, which will significantly impact us. But we are very grateful and thankful for your continued support because it would be very tough without you.
Andrew, are we using, is this going to be an HVAC system or is this going to be part of our chiller? Is this a separate, because it was already HVAC, so we're just sticking with HVAC? Is that
Correct.
what we're doing?
Correct. We're replacing what's there. We're not putting them on the chilled water.
Thank you.
I have a question. How does fundraising work for this, for just the museum?
So the school, we do our own fundraising.
Right.
It's a combination of grants, fundraising events that we throw on, as well as major donors,
Right.
and some local, small fundraising that we do
And are
within the
those
community.
just, are they outreach efforts to raise money in the operating expenses, or roughly, like, what does that cost? What are we spending to raise money? Because you gotta spend money to make money kind of thing.
No, I get that. So the schoolhouse, the part of the money that the city gives us, it is not used for the fundraising. That comes from our general admissions and field trip revenue and other sources of revenue.
Okay, and do you have consistency from the regular donors over the last X amount of years? Are they continuing to give, or are you seeing them fall off at all?
Our major donors are consistent. We are seeing less as far as individual giving. The smaller donors, the $20, $50, $100 a year donors, that is reduced, and as well as our grant funding, specifically with the state of Florida, grant funding has been significantly reduced.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, I think most anything having to do with art and children gets cut at the state level these days for whatever reason. So to piggyback on the mayor, what are you doing, or what can you do to, because I know I've experienced this in my own life. My kids grow up, we stop really going to the Schoolhouse Museum. And so what are you doing to capture some of those donors from the new families that are coming in? I know you do get a lot of visitors from out of the area, and, especially during peak travel season for us and visitor season. But what are we doing, or what are you doing to try to capture those younger families that are coming in, that are becoming your regular members? Is there something that, a new initiative or something that you can do to increase that donor participation and membership?
Yes, so one of the things that we're working on this year is we're not doing as much print advertising and marketing. We're focusing more on the digital side of things. We've also, instead of doing our big bash event that we usually do, we've noticed a trend with younger donors where big events like galas are really falling out of style with younger donors. So we're planning some smaller events that are more connected to the community, where the children can participate in it as well, instead of it being a dinner. And then we are increasing our Museum Family Fun Day. We are continue to grow that. That event, we don't call it a fundraiser, it's more of a friend raiser that really expands our reach in the community, and it brings in people from Port St. Lucie all the way down to Miami, and that expands our visibility in the community.
So when the school is going to be closed for approximately 6 months, what's happening with staff and operations during that time? And do you think maybe, is there any amount of time that things could be spent to maybe trying to revamp the fundraising a little bit? I mean, we live in one of the richest counties in America right now, and I just think that we might be able to tap into some funds for that, especially decreasing in events. And I agree, people just don't want to go to that stuff anymore.
So that's definitely part of our plan. We have actually partnered with libraries across all of Palm Beach County, from as far as Jupiter, Boca, and out to Wellington. We are continuing outreach programming there at the libraries. And we're also continuing our outreach at local preschools. We've partnered with Hispanic Human Resources, Guatemalan Mayan Center. We've also sorry, I'm drawing a blank right now. The King's Learning Academy. We're going to continue our outreach with them. That's a very successful program that we have called Art of the Story. And then we also have programming next door at the Arts and Culture Center. We're going to continue our dance classes and our music classes. We also have 2 events that are coming up. One that we've partnered with the Association of Children's Museums and Nickelodeon. They have their National Day of Play, where we're going to have a small, like a mini museum family fun day in front of the schoolhouse with bubbles, a bubble company. We're going to have sensory activities for the kids. We're going to have some of our programming, like music, and that'll be a way to continue to draw people to the area and remind them that we're still here, we're still doing stuff. And we've also are partnering with the Palm Health Foundation to have social emotional learning and brain health is what they call it, program during the month of October. And those are just some of the events that we have, and we're looking to do more of these events throughout Palm Beach County. But those are just some of the events that we have planned right now.
If I could add to that, Jeannie Taylor and I serve on the Boynton Cultural Center Board, which is the board that oversees the Schoolhouse Children's Museum. And we just went through, created a new strategic plan for the next several years. And with that is a fundraising committee. We've never really had one before. So I know I just got an invitation to that the other day. There is a fundraising committee made up of board members, so we're going to put our heads together to see what we can do to raise additional funds.
And one of the things, we have really seen kind of take off Palm Beach County-wide is through the BDB with their, Wall Street South. They're really focusing on bringing, businesses from New York down here and families. And I think that maybe, I know that Dan is involved with the BDB as well as Adam and other staff, but maybe that's also somewhere that we can, we can get our name out there for children's activities, because the whole goal that the BDB has right now in that Wall Street South is bringing, families to Palm Beach County and bringing people to move in the area, promoting the destinations and the activities that we have for the families and everything. So I think that that's also an avenue that you can go down to with how we can partner or how we can utilize the BDB to get some extra advertising out there as to the services that Boynton Beach has, with our library. The more people that we can get to go to Schoolhouse and come to the library and come to the Arts and Cultural Center, the more they're investing in our community, and we can then continue to grow and expand our resources. So I think anytime we can connect with the county at the county level, whether it be the tourism board or the BDB, I think that we are, it is a benefit to our community. So. Those are just, you're doing an amazing job in your new role, and so I thank you for taking charge of the Schoolhouse Museum and really running with it and looking at innovative ways to, and creative ways to continue to enhance the programming that you have, and hopefully that 6 months between the Arts and Cultural Center and the grass out front, you can keep people coming, and I know Parks will jump in and help where they can too. We really have an amazing team when it comes to our staff and on working together to make sure that all of our departments are succeeding. So I look forward to seeing what's next for Schoolhouse. So thank you.
Go ahead.
Craig, and your help with that. One of the things that I'm interested in is seeing more or an increase in community engagement. So just food for thought. Maybe you want to take a look at the local churches, because there's a big interest there with the kids who may not come to the museum, but I think it's just a matter of educating and exposing them. different, you got civic groups and organization that we could partner with, okay? I think that would help to increase the exposure to the community as a whole. So I'd like to see you take a look at that, and I will talk to you about that along, okay? And try to help set that up, because I know most of the pastors around here, and I think that's something that they would be very interested in, is the exposure of our museum, okay?
Great, thank you.
You. Okay, that's. Then we're going to go on break now? Okay, we're going to go on a 45-minute break, everyone. So we will come back.
Motion to adjourn?
Yeah, okay.
So moved. Motion to adjourn.
Oh, second.
Okay, we have
Sorry, not adjourn, recess.
recess. Okay, so we do have a motion from Commissioner Kelly and a second from Vice Mayor to recess. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Let's all break for lunch. Commissioner Turkin, and we have a second from Commissioner Kelly to reconvene. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Let's get started. Pick back up on recreation.
Recreation.
Good afternoon, Kelly Armstead, Division Director.
Kelly Armstrong.
So for our proposed budget, and we oversee the Historic Women's Club and the Arts and Cultural Center, we have a staff of 5 full-time and 2 part-time. For our proposed FY26 budget, we propose a 3.8% increase, which is primarily due to artistic services in which we want to have great performances on stage, daytime performances for school-aged children, as well as family fun shows. The Women's Club is a slight increase, mainly due to valet parking. Some of our highlights that Craig alluded to earlier prior to break. We're in the final renovation phase in the event hall with an expected completion date of December 9th of this year. The event hall, hopefully through our fundraising efforts, we may have some naming rights and all types of different fundraising activities that will take place. Another highlight is the Barton Cemetery entryway has now been completed. This particular piece on the right side there at the bottom was actually designed by Blythe Underwood. She was actually a resident of Boynton Beach. She is a design student at Rhode Island. One of the highlights for the Historic Women's Club, she celebrated her centennial celebration on March 22nd, 2025. Also, she had some wonderful marketing that took place over there, including the Girl Scouts had an afternoon tea. Some of our successes and challenges. We are capitalizing on our continued momentum from institutional marketing campaign, including Facebook and Instagram and website. Excuse me. We had our first ever Cultural Art Presents event, Say It Loud, art exhibition and live performances on February 16th, which was a huge success, and we plan on bringing that back again this upcoming next year. We're planning partnership programming with several organizations, including the Boca Black Box Center for the Arts, which is a center that has about 300 seats. They're going to be using our facility, renting our facility for per se. They're going to have ABBA tribute performances, as well as Michael Jackson tribute performances right here at the Cultural Center.
All right.
And we are the first-time recipient of the Florida General Program Support Grant in the amount of $36,000. However, one of our challenges is mainly with the Historic Women's Club. As you can probably imagine, some of the maintenance that goes on there, from the HVAC, the elevator has gone down at times. So that's an ongoing issue, but we're staying on top of it as much as possible. Okay. Some of our upcoming initiatives include the widely popular pottery class began just last month in June, and we actually have group classes that are taking place. Our Girl Scouts are coming, so that class is continuously growing. Chair fitness is going to be debuting this summer, along with the return of salsa and samba classes this fall. Sip and Paint is going to return in the fall. It was a huge success last year. We had it only one time. However, this upcoming season is going to be a series with a different theme. We're also going to introduce juice boxes and paint for youth. So that's for our children ages 6 to 12. We're scheduling unique stage performances and events, including a women's empowerment luncheon with a celebrity guest speaker for the fiscal year. And we're preparing for our first ever cultural arts summer camp for summer 2026, which should generate some revenue. And also an interest for those kids who are interested in the arts, from performing arts to ballet, jazz, drumming. We'll have guest speakers, all kinds of activities will take place for the summer camp. We're also creating educational programming for our school community and families, including school day matinees, which are daytime performances for school-aged children, and Saturday Cultural Arts Lunch and Learn series for youth and teens. We're planning a season-long centennial celebration for FY27. In 2027, I believe in between February and May, we aren't quite sure, the center will turn 100 years old. So we're going to have a fundraising banquet auction featuring premier guest performer, art exhibitions with lectures, mocktails, and memories, and an all-school reunion. We often have guests that visit the cultural center used to be teachers or principals. They brought by all sorts of pictures from back in the day. So we're connecting with our archivist, and we'll have a nice, beautiful art exhibition. And we are developing new programming partnerships to generate revenue, such as with Fever Up. You see the picture there on the side. That'll be our first performance in our newly renovated space on Saturday, January 17th. It'll be candlelight concert. So it'll be strings, music, Mariah Carey, and Whitney Houston.
All right.
That is all that I have. Do you have any questions or comments? No, good, okay.
Yeah, you get me all fired up here.
Kelly,
I love
just thank you so much for I am super excited about the upcoming, this is something that has been a long time coming with the renovations
Absolutely.
at Arts and Cultural, and I'm super excited to see what is in the plan for 26 and 27, and I look forward to, there were so many things that I was like, well, I want to do that and that and that and that, so I'm looking forward to it. It's exciting.
Thank you. Just trying to touch on the highlights, because there's there's actually a lot that we're working on. As you can imagine, we have to plan primarily 2-3 years in advance. We're working on contracts. We actually got the contract back for the concert just today, so we're working very well in advance.
Exciting. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Thanks, Kelly. Do you want to hear from special events? No? Gabby?
Hi. I'm Gabrielle Favita. I'm the events director. You guys know that.
Yes.
I should, okay, perfect. PO box, I'm just kidding. I'm going to go over the proposed budget for this upcoming fiscal year. There are some significant changes. I will explain the reasoning behind them. But our budget is increasing 31%, well, 31.232. A lot of that is the fact that we did bring on a marketing and outreach manager this year that's specific to events. We've seen a lot of benefit from that. I'll explain it a little bit further in the slides on what benefits we have seen by bringing that in-house, as well as an increase to our special events line, the 4824. That has been $323,000. We are rapidly growing on all of our events. We've seen a tremendous increase in attendance across the board. With that, requires additional of everything we do. So we need more shuttles, more parking attendants, more activities, more security. So that is reflected and kind of continuously gets reflected every year, the increase that we see from the previous year. And then we also significantly grew Taste of Boynton this past year. We decided to really take that leap and be able to brand it as a larger scale event. So that was done this year, and it's reflected in the budget for the upcoming year. And then the other increase was just additional operating costs with taking marketing on board. We had an increase in our advertisement, our printing and binding. We were able to really take a look at what our budgets looked like and what we'd like to see on the marketing side to ensure that we're not just spending a lot of money on the production of events, but also being able to market them to their fullest potential, which has really helped brand our city a little bit on the event side. So we've had a lot of successes this year. This really has been a turning point year for the events within the city. We brought in, the time of me running these numbers, we were at about $30,000 of revenues. of sponsorship, on the sponsorship side. So that is continuous through the remainder of the year. We are bringing in more revenue dollars. We're looking in right now for the sponsorships of Pirate Fest. So that will be added to this number for the year. Additionally, through vendor fees and ticket sales, we brought in about $100,000 of revenue this year. That will also increase because we're going to be bringing in the revenue from vendor sales for Pirate Fest this upcoming year. We expanded Pirate Fest. We hit about 50,000, estimated attendance this past Pirate Fest year. And this was the first year that the city fully took on Pirate Fest independent of any other entity. And we also increased our ticket sales from Taste of Boynton 650%. So we went from selling 150 tickets to 1,000. We sold out last year with 150 tickets, and we sold out again this year prior to the event at 1,000 tickets. Those were $50 a piece, so that brought in some good revenue on our end. We also, part of our initiatives this current year, was streamlining the amphitheater rental process. Our amphitheater rentals are not for birthday parties and that kind of thing. They are for full-scale festivals. So that is something that we took a look at that process and tried to cut back on some of the staff time of processing the applications because there is a lot of back and forth. And we did a more flushed out application that provides all the information in advance. And we currently have 5 active applications working for the next 12 months. And then also we did the Travis Hunter draft party, which is kind of a once-in-a-lifetime experience to be able to produce that. That was in partnership with ESPN. It was a great event, and it brought some really good value to our city. And then we had our drone show. I also forgot to add, but we did win awards on a couple different levels for our events this year. But our biggest ones were in the Southeast region of the United States. We won awards for Pirate Fest, Taste of Boynton, and Black Business Pop-Up. And we have new grass, which is huge and very exciting. And then I spoke a little bit about our internal marketing this year, which was a little bit of a shift to be able to shine some more light on the events we produce. We have an insane amount of marketing that comes out of our division specific to events. So we were able to bring someone in, and Sheila has been doing a great job at not only handling the sponsorship side of events and trying to get the city as a whole on some momentum with sponsorships, but also being able to take some creative paths to get all the information out as possible. This year, we were able to tap into Google targeted ads to be able to reach new demographics. So those are the ads if you're watching YouTube videos or if you're watching Facebook videos or something like that, they pop up as those ad breaks. We also were able to work with the company that we previously worked with for billboards and be able to get Pirate Fest in the airport. So at the point where you pick up your luggage, we had a Pirate Fest ad that ran for a couple weeks there that got a ton of eyes, both people picking their family members or friends up at the airport, as well as people that were traveling and kind of hitting that tourism element. We also started an independent newsletter where we have 59,000 subscribers. That goes out pretty monthly leading into events with Know Before You Go. We're able to reach out to sponsors with sponsorship opportunities, vendors, and just people in the general area with information. We had a huge spike in social media engagement on the event side, both in our regular organic push of our events, as well as some influencer partnerships. That is kind of the new way of getting information out there, and that's something that we took this year specifically to tap into for Taste of Boynton. We had worked with 2 influencers for Taste of Boynton, and we structured their agreement. So they helped us in the beginning with ticket sales, and then they did on-site, and then after, and they gave us the collateral, so we'll have it for following years. And one of the videos alone got 109,000 views, and then together the 2 videos got over 171,000, and they're still out there, so we see them on a pretty regular basis now too, just getting the information out. And we also were able to partner with the businesses that took part in Taste of Boynton as an additional element. So not only did we go out and we did one big promotional video, but we also made individualized collateral for them to be able to promote their attendance at Taste of Boynton, but their restaurant as a whole. And we gained 1.1 thousand followers from a lot of those pushes. There's some numbers on there also. Some challenges that we have faced this year and we're assuming we're gonna face next year. We are a really, really high-performing team and can use as much staff as we can get. So that's always going to be a challenge as we grow, being able to tap into city staffing as a whole so that we don't have contracted in staff as much as people who are dedicated to the city would be beneficial. The event space infrastructure is forever changing. We're going to see a lot of changes with the development downtown, so that's gonna cause the events to have to get mixed up a little bit, which it'll be okay. We're looking at some options for Pirate Fest, but that is always a challenge. And it's worth it because it'll be great in the long run. But for the next 5 years, it's going to be interesting on how it adapts. Parking's always a challenge, same thing. It'll be great once it's up, but right now we're shuttling in and using private property spaces for parking, and the shuttles are costly, so that does raise our costs for events. The number of events citywide, we have about, I want to say like almost 50 that our department touches, but citywide, it's I think over 100 we just ran numbers for of all size events. So being able to take a look at what we're producing as a city and narrow that down would be really beneficial. The growth of event attendees, we're really, really lucky that our events are starting to be named up there with some surrounding cities, and we have that visibility. But with that, there are increased attendees, and as I spoke about earlier, there are increased costs with that. Being able to hit everyone and still have that community feel that we like to have does cost money. And then the development of downtown space limits available event sites. That's something, again, that'll be beneficial in the long run, but right now it does limit some of our sites for Pirate Fest, for example, where we'll have to restructure that. So as long as everyone's aware that that restructure is coming, it'll only be temporary while everything goes up. Sorry. Some initiatives that we have next year. There we go. If it changes a lot, I'll change it back. Some initiatives that we have next year are partnerships with local businesses for vendors and sponsors. That's something that's going to be a continued initiative for us every year. That's why we host these events a lot of the time, are to bring these vendors and these businesses in the city in front of the community that we have. So tapping into that is going to be a constant that we do. And then continued increase of revenue streams. We are set up for success, and as long as that will be sustained on the division side, that's something that will continue to increase those numbers as we go in all levels. So not only just sponsorship dollars, but also some money we can save from in-kind donations. The vendor fees are a huge revenue for us on the scale of what revenue we're bringing in. Vendor fees are huge, and then the amphitheater rentals as well. Getting those to a level where it's actually worth it for us to have the rentals will be beneficial. And then, again, the quality over quantity of events. I think right now we have so much going on, being able to really take a look and streamline in on what our city is branded to do and ensuring that all events are that stretch of our brand is very important. And then we are working with purchasing, something that's really exciting, and it should be on its feet within the next month. We're looking at everything that we possibly can to get on RFPs and be able to have some contracts set in place moving forward. So we are using vendors that we trust and have the quality that we know about. And to continue, it streamlines it a lot more on our ends. If something pops up, it's not a mad dash of us trying to get organized. Everything's in one place and usable. And then I do have the breakdown of events that I'm asking for this year. I have the information specifically broken down. If you have any questions about the specifics of the events, one thing that I do want to kind of highlight, I know there was a lot of success following the holiday lighting. There is some funds in here to try to get a contract for a drone show at the holiday lighting. if that's the direction we want to continue moving into. I think we're competing with West Palm and Delray, and they both have very specifics for their holidays. This is something that really got us on the map for our holiday lighting, so I think it would be beneficial to continue moving forward with that. But I can go over any specifics of any of the events if you would like or want to take a look and let me know.
Gabby, going into this next year and 2 years as far as development goes, where do you see this budget shifting? Because I imagine, I think with, in particular with Pirate Fest being our largest event budget-wise, but also, attendance, where do we see that being affected? And I mean, I know, and we can talk about it down the line as far as like how the event gets, streamlined. But I'm just thinking budget-wise, how are you thinking that the budget is going to be affected when, when we have more construction downtown?
Being realistic about it, I think that this past couple of years has really been us growing the events and the notoriety of them. That's something that, to my knowledge, hasn't been really what the city was known for. And we're competing with very big branded cities with large events. So we had to spend money leading up to that to get us on that level. We're competing not only with vendors, which the RFPs should really assist because we're going to come in and say, this is what we need the whole year for the next couple of years. So their pricing they should want it should be competitive, which will help a lot. But also with sponsors and different vendors being able to come in and pay us to be on site. When we have that notoriety and we have events that people are expecting the quality of, it's going to pool some of the money that we have to spend out of pocket and push it onto the sponsors for different activations. For example, we had, and this is just on a smaller scale, but for 4th of July this past weekend, we had 2 photo booths on site, and we had a brand reach out to us 2 days before the event and they said, we have a bunch of products. We were going to go to another event. Something happened. We want to be at your event. And we were able to promote them. We added their logo on the photo booth, and they paid the full price of what that cost would have been. So being able to hit different elements and branding our event in these specific elements, Taste of Boynton was another great example. We had a lot of the bigger level sponsors come in for Taste of Boynton, and that allowed us to create that relationship. I think it's only going to grow as we get more people downtown and the buildings go up and there's more attendees at the event, and they have a consistent relationship with the city every single year. They are coming in at lower level because no one wants to write these big checks for these events that they've never been to.
Right.
But they're coming in and they're getting so much value out of the events is really what's going to grow the program and be able to save us money in the long run. Might not be right now, seeing as I have a large increase, but we're getting to that point where it's going to level out. It takes about 5 years to get an event off the ground and a little bit more self-sustaining. But 5 years of consistency, it's a little challenging with the development that's down here with us changing everything. I think a lot of the sponsors that we've talked to are kind of waiting to see what happens, but they're coming in and with presenting sponsors, like you get a presenting sponsor, you could have them for the next 10 years at that high level because that's what they're used to. So we're working on it. It's just a relationship with them. Yeah.
I have a question about Pirate Fest.
Yes.
So do we know if the people that are attending are mostly from out of Boynton?
Yeah, a lot of them are from out of Boynton.
So do we assume that we are not getting the revenue after Pirate Fest, like they're staying in Delray or they're going to Delray after, or because we don't really have a place for them to stay, or a downtown place? Is that the safe assumption that we're spending almost $500,000, but not, the rest of the city is not making any money off of the deal, off of the event?
We don't really have any events right now that are very tourism based. A lot of it is local and building that community element of it. Understandably, Pirate Fest does bring in money. We are looking at getting a software that'll be able to help us a little bit with having more information on where people are spending their money after. I don't think it's specifically hotels. We do have a big spike of hotel use at one of the hotels because that's where all of our vendors stay. But we don't have 60,000, 50,000 people staying at hotels locally. A lot of the Pirate Fest is bringing people in and they come here and then they go to restaurants or they go and shop after. And that does help. That's where the economic impact is more than hotel stays. No problem. I'm not saying that's not going to change in the future. We're just not there yet.
But even with the Pierce project or Manny's project, how do we see that Pirate Fest being affected by that?
I think that what we're going to start seeing is as these buildings go up, they're going to be less of like property and more of the street festival element. We do have the amphitheater space and the K-Pop Park space, which could be activated, Dewey Park, that kind of thing. But as these go up, you may see, similar to what Delray has, where their businesses downstairs activate for these events, and it's more of that feel. We also have different locations within the city that we could do it. I wouldn't for our trademark events or signature events. I think we should keep in the downtown area, but it's just, it's gonna look different. It's gonna look different than what we've been doing. We're not gonna be pulling in as many outside resources as we are going to be kind of activating the space. Similar to Pirate Fest, how Artsy Living, they do an outside area and we partner with them for the crafts for Pirate Fest and they can activate it. That might be something that the businesses will be able to buy into.
Gabby?
Yes.
I just want to make a comment about the Taste of Boynton. That was just off the chain.
Thank you.
I tell you, to bring it from the inside to the outside was just the right move to make. And you went up 650%.
Yes.
Do you have what kind of, what the dollar amount?
Yes, so we went from about $4,000 in ticket sales last year to $50,000 in ticket sales.
Wow. What a
Yeah,
difference.
and we have a lot of that. After action was very interesting because we didn't know how it was going to be perceived, and we needed to take that jump at some point, and we wanted to take it before we had the development coming downtown to see if it's something that could be sustained as a ticketed only event. We did half and half this year to see how it went. We knew we were selling 1,000 tickets, but didn't know if we were even going to touch 1,000. And from selling out this year, that's something that we are completely restructuring it. It's going to be ticketed only last year, or this upcoming year. It's going to ease a lot of the issues that we had this year. Maybe not as forward-facing, which is good on our end if it's not forward-facing, but some of our back-end issues that we found, they'll be addressed with the plans that we have upcoming.
Well, I just want to say that you and your staff have done an outstanding job as far as events in the city of Boynton. And I'm hearing comments from other cities how great, and I won't call any particular name.
It's okay.
Delray Beach. But
We're very competitive.
But I hope you have a twin sister. Because it's going to take at least two or three people to replace you.
Thank you.
But job well done. Thank you.
I appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Are we talking about Gabby leaving us? Is that?
I have one more question.
It was just briefly
Before we get in there,
mentioned.
hopefully that will change. But when it comes to the Taste of Boynton, I thought it was just an incredible event. My question is there any way if we were to consolidate some events or move things around, is to put that into more of the cooler months? And the only reason I say that is because one of the biggest things that I believe in is the city needs to be rebranded, and that is our opportunity to show people that are coming here on vacations and coming here for season what a great place that we are. So, and I was hot, but that's beside the point. So I didn't know if we pick it to be in May because of the other events, or whether if we did it during season.
So we, on the event side, have no season because there's so much going on in the city. But as far as the not really tourism season as much as the snowbird season, it's kind of a catch-all. We want to hit the people who are here for that portion of the year because that's not only it's just there's more people to hit during that time, but also that's the busy time for restaurants. So we're asking restaurants to provide sampling for 1,000 attendees, and we're not giving them any cash. They're just getting marketing benefits, which are great, and there's a lot of value to them. But I think maybe looking at the option of doing some sort of chef stipend or something along that way, because they have to pull staff out of their restaurants. We did it on Thursday our first year. We got a lot of kickback that it was on a Thursday. That was just the easiest day for restaurants. This year we did it on Saturday, which was great. People loved it. We had a huge turnout, but it's pulling 3 to 4 staff members out of a restaurant on top of them having to cook the food and transport it for the event. It's very hard to do it. We try to hit at the end of the season for that reason. It's hard with everything lining up. We have to kind of prioritize things differently. I mean, we could bring in fans and bring in more tents and be able to have an atmosphere that we can try our best to work with the weather. We were expecting rain that day too. So it's whatever is prioritized best. And at the end of the day, we don't have an event without the restaurant buy-in. So being able, and people have seen it with food and wine festivals, if you don't have that, you don't have restaurants, you don't have people buying tickets. So being able to accommodate those restaurants as much as possible is our priority because we want them to benefit from it. We have after actions individually with all the restaurants following. That's something that we really prioritize and getting their feedback. A lot of them did mention Saturday's hard, but they would do it again because they got the exposure. Actually went to Just Salad for lunch, and they were one of the restaurants, and they're like, we've been slammed since Taste of Boynton. So it's a balancing act, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, because that's a
No
great
problem.
explanation.
Gabby, are we saying that the event that we just had, 4th of July, cost us $253,000?
So it didn't this year. What I did was I budgeted with the expectation of what we have upcoming. Ideally, we'll be able to cut back on what we spend next year with some of the RFPs getting pushed through and some benefits of sponsorships. But when we bring in sponsorship dollars, it's not that we get the money and then directly pay we have to activate the sponsors. That's what's really important. They want to have that. They don't just want a tent set up to give out information. They want that tie-in specifically to the event. We have to pay that on our ends, and then it balances.
Okay.
So we have to budget anticipating that we're going to get some sponsors that are going to bring in big activations, because that's ultimately what we want is some of the sponsors are going to bring in these activations. They're going to do these interactive elements, and it pulls away from some of the stuff that we have to pay out of pocket for. But we have to get into that pattern first and that expectation. Similar to National Night Out last year, FPL came in and sponsored a backpack giveaway for 300 people. They paid for the backpack giveaway, but we had to purchase the items and kind of get reimbursed. So we have to anticipate that happening in the budget, which is why there's an increase in. Also, 4th of July, we've had 3 really successful 4th of Julys. There have been other cities that weren't as lucky. We continuously anticipate additional people, and there's no on-site parking for 4th of July. So we had a 45-minute, which is fantastic with PD, 45-minute turnaround time from the last firework in the sky to everyone being cleared out of the park, shuttling them in and out during traffic from an event and everyone leaving 4th of July. So that's something we also have to take into consideration. Do we need more buses? Do we need to bring in buses towards the end of the event? Do we have to provide them something? Are we gonna make it longer? So there are elements that have been addressed on the budget side for this upcoming year. We also need people, like we have to have people on site for the bounce houses and the rides and the shuttles and all of that. So that's included in this as well.
The vendor that we used for the fireworks this year,
Yes.
was that the same one from last year?
Yes, so we did I don't know if it was an invitation to bid or an RFP with them, but we have a multi-year contract with them. So I
Okay.
believe we have them for another 2 years.
Okay.
There's like 3 down here that kind of do everything, so it's one of them. But we have a great relationship with them. They're fantastic to work with.
Very good. Thank you.
No
Great
problem.
job.
Thanks.
Gabby, yeah, I got, for 4th of July, I got nothing but compliments, especially on the shuttles. I know that that was kind of one of those things where we had to do it a couple years ago because on-site parking it got too crazy downtown. And you and your team have handled it so well that everyone prefers to do that as opposed to worrying about having to try and get from downtown. I know even us, we have, we park at Intercoastal and I'm almost like, I'd rather take the shuttle because then I'm
You're out,
almost
yeah.
home, right? I'm out. And then, so I just, thank you for that. My question would be going into the next upcoming year or even year after, are there events or things that you see are lacking or can be consolidated, and what are some of what are some of the things that your team is doing to look at future, how to consolidate some of those events, or what is not working, or what can be shifted somewhere else, or what are some of those things?
So I think that we have a really unique opportunity with First Friday, where it's a really successful standalone event. We get calls constantly from private organizations or nonprofits in the city or other departments about events that they have ideas about. I think being able to utilize First Friday and theme that, which is something that we looked at this upcoming year, theme them specific, tie it into some other things that are going on instead of having these standalone events is going to be probably the best option. So we're not pulling away from anything that we produce, and it helps us in the long run because at a certain point, there's only so much you can do for First Friday. So being able to tie them together is really beneficial. For example, we kind of did it with Blarney Bash, where CRA didn't produce Blarney Bash, and we picked it up and did like a St. Patty's Day themed First Friday, sorry. So being able to do that, I think, is beneficial. It's really hard to look at this event list and pick something that we don't think needs to happen. And it's hard for me to say, because obviously what's on the board are my priorities at the city. So it's hard for me to give feedback on the other events that are taking place. But I mean, we've been looking at it for a couple of years now, trying to figure out what we can pull, and it's a challenge.
Yeah, well, I
Yeah.
think like you said, with consolidating and utilizing First Friday, I know one thing that I'm super excited about is incorporating our schools in our First Fridays, and I thank you for working with me and then working with the schools to feature our schools and to feature the talent that we have in our school system. And so I'm super excited to incorporate those. I was actually speaking, I was at Rock the Block the other night, and I was speaking to a woman who is kind of chairs a Caribbean, it's their Tobago, kind of like a chamber, I guess, and they were having some event, and then she was asking about how she could, would the city be interested, and I said, well, I can connect you with the events person, maybe a First Friday night that we already have, we can, theme it that way. And she said, I have all the contacts with food trucks and contacts with bands and music and all of this. And so, but just looking at different ways that we can utilize events that we're already doing to just make them new and revamp them. And I know you and I have spoken about the movie nights, and I know that became kind of unpopular, not as well attended, but that, maybe every once in a while bringing that back in one of our parks, to just shake it up a little bit, and something that is kind of low budget, but that would kind of revamp some of the things we're already doing. So, you guys are amazing. Your team is amazing. So thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to piggyback, Gabby, you're awesome, your team's awesome. Yeah, my only ask would be a practice of maybe consolidating these events with First Friday, kind of piggybacking what Commissioner Kelly said, I think there's opportunity there. We did that with the Hispanic Heritage Month. And so obviously some of these events, you know, are dictated by the day, but anything we can do to kind of consolidate and save, I think we should be mindful of that. But you're the best.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? All right.
Thanks, Gabby.
Would you like to hear from the golf course? No? Okay, Bo?
Sure.
Good afternoon, Bo Preston, City Golf Course Manager.
Oh, jeez.
Dan, just for the record, that was a bogey statement. Another three-putt, Dan. Good afternoon. Exciting things are happening at the links. We're doing some amazing things in golf. We're finally moving into the 21st century as far as service programs and golf course maintenance practices. We were community partners with the Ladies Golf Association, the Men's Golf Association. Many residents groups play at our golf course. We do many leagues. We sponsor a whole lot. We do a whole lot of charity and tournaments. PJ events, junior events. That was a bogey. We also work with the Boynton Beach High School for their golf team, and we're also partnering with Park Vista Golf Team. We're hosting their golf tournaments this year, and they are going to return with some community service hours. So it's a nice little trade-off there. Revenues have grown consistently in the last couple of years, and that's allowed us to do a few more things on the golf course and to improve the facility and the product. The increase in administration, golf administration is 9.96, and a lot of that is payroll and the COLA. We have upgraded our software for tee time system, and we have a new thing called Notify that allows us to partner with them to put our booked tee times online, and when somebody cancels, the people that request certain tee times will get an email or a text message saying that tee time is now available. They can book it, and it fills the tee time almost in real time. We've also upgraded our junior golf and PJ Hope line items. The maintenance has increased 8.22%, and a lot of that is I asked for an irrigation tech. Our irrigation system is the lifeblood of our golf course. It grows the grass, and it's 41 years old. And we have an assistant superintendent that is working 33 hours a week, simply fixing and repairing irrigation and dealing with sand in our Y strainer and all sorts of neat stuff.
Excuse me, Bo, could you just advance a slide so they could see the details?
Oh, sure. I love you, Maylee, thank you. Oh, that one? Gee, I could do that. All right, so the first thing is a transfer to the general fund franchise tax. That increased to over $14,000. We've also increased almost $47,000 in payroll. That's an additional part-time and full-time help. One of the challenges we do have, well, I'll get to that in a minute. We've also asking for a $115,000 increase in rentals for our golf carts. We get new state-of-the-art vehicles for our maintenance as well as our golf fleet. Increase in general equipment for a solo rider handicap cart. That's an individual cart, so people that cannot walk can use that individually, and that cart can go anywhere on a golf course, including bunkers and greens. And buildings, repairs, insurance, and supplies, operating expense increased about $47,000. Golf course maintenance increase of 8.22%. $60,000 of that is in additional payroll. We have asked for that irrigation tech to keep our irrigation system running. Again, it's 42 years old, and replacing it's right around $1.6, $1.8 million. So we figured the irrigation tech is more feasible. We've increased, we've asked for $115,000 for maintenance equipment, a Sidewinder mower to do, we have like, I think it's, we have 9 lakes or ponds, and to keep those cleaned up and all the slopes on our golf course. It keeps the mowers, that Sidewinder will keep the contour of the grass so it doesn't get scalped, as they call it. We have reduced some of our expenses, equipment rentals for $24,000, our irrigation sprinkler parts. We've reduced by $5,000, miscellaneous supplies another $5,000, and we will not be, I don't believe we'll be asking for a whole lot of fleet equipment, so we've reduced that by $165,000. Watch this, Maley. Some of our successes. PGA Hope Program and League. This is the thing that I'm most proud of in my actually 30-year career as a golf professional. The PGA Hope Program, we started 2 years ago with 13 veterans, and now we have 146. Thursdays are our busiest day of the week. We have anywhere from 30 to 70 veterans come in every Thursday, and we have veterans there every day. 55% of our tee times are booked through our online reservation system, and we started this a year and a half ago because we had a lot of no-shows. And what we did is we offered a $5 discount for everybody that booked online. We get their credit card information, so if they no-show, we can actually charge the fee, and that has reduced our no-shows extensively. It also allowed us to grab data for email purposes and things like that. So that has helped. Australian pine removal has started. We have over 200 Australian pines on our property. We removed, I think it was 23. Those need to come out. They're dirty trees. The iguanas love them. We hate them. They take all the water out of the soil, so, and they do not allow anything to grow underneath it. So it creates a very, very difficult situation for our groundskeepers. And we have new merchandise and vendors coming in every day, pretty much. We've increased revenue from about $70,000 to projected about $210,000. And our merchandise right now are year-to-date $39,000 over our projected plan for this year. Some of our challenges are our infrastructure is very old. Our building is 41 years old. I've said it before, it leans slightly to the left. And it needs a lot of work. Irrigation, plumbing, parking lot repairs, all sorts of repair costs are adding up. We do have a plan moving forward, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Acquiring part-time labor is a very difficult thing too. It takes a little bit of convincing to somebody to work 6 days a week for 5 hours a day. And that creates a lot of problems in our maintenance department. So we're working on a plan for that as well. And we have only 90 golf carts in service. Last year we rented another 30 that created a great solution for a problem that we had, the busy periods. We had people waiting, and this year we didn't. So we have a purchase plan for more carts next year to create a lot better customer service. Some of the initiatives that we do have, develop a maintenance plan for the golf course and condition improvement. The golf course, as I've said several times, 40 years old. We have never regrassed the golf course. Every 20 years, the golf course should be regrassed. So that means shutting down the whole summer, and also at the time we should do the irrigation system. We don't have those options right now. We do have a very aggressive agronomy plan, and it's a long time since anything's been done, and we're changing that now. That's why the increase in the budget is so great. We're removing all exotic dirt or dirty trees from the property. It does enhance the property. It will enhance or make the grass and the conditions much, much better, and also easier to maintain. We are very committed to growing the game through junior programming, women's and veterans programs. We hope to extend the reach of the PGA Hope program and the league. The Links of Boynton Beach has been recognized, being nominated for a national award for the PGA of America. We're really proud of that. And we are booking PGA, Florida State Golf Association, U.S. Kids and charity events the summer season to fill up those empty tee times. And our, I guess you say, our flagship or crowning tournament for the year, for the summer, is the Otis Anderson Scholarship Foundation Tournament, which the city sponsors in a very positive way. Otis has called Boynton Beach now his new home. He's actually from West Palm Beach, and he calls this his adopted home because everybody's been so gracious and caring for him. He brought his event here. So as a Super Bowl champion and MVP, he gets a lot of sway down here in West Palm area, and he's proud to hang out at the links at Boynton Beach. And our CIP projects, clubhouse renovation, I spoke about how old it is. It is 40 years old, and it is falling apart. It is literally falling apart. And we plan to renovate that and the cart barn as well. And also, there's a 35-acre property across the canal on the east side of the property. We are hoping to, at some point down the road, turn that into adding 3 holes to the existing 9-hole golf course. The thought is, speaking with the South Florida PGA, 12 holes is now becoming something interesting and popular because 4 hours to play 18 holes, but 9 holes is not enough. And you get out of work at 5 o'clock in the summertime, you can come play 12 holes, boom, you're done, and you're back home. So it's something that is becoming very, very popular. And we also are looking to put in what I call a short game academy. Short game is the biggest part of the golf game, and nobody in the area has this. The South Florida section and I have talked about this as well. This is a great revenue producer. It's a great thing for the city. It's a great thing for the community. You can practice, but you can also all sorts of world-class instruction through instructors that we hire from the city. So it's an aggressive program. It's an aggressive project, but it's something that will separate the links at Boynton Beach from a whole lot of public golf courses in the area, and that includes the county courses. So, no? You want to? You told me you knew what to say.
Well, no. So one of the things that we've been looking at as far as the growth, right? We have the ability to go to roughly $8 to $9 million in revenue growth for the golf, but it has to be point of destination, right? So sometimes you have to spend money to get money, and right now he's already up to what, is it 2.8? What was his revenue last year? 2 point?
No. We're up to about 3.8 this year.
3.8, sorry, 3.8.
Yeah.
But that can actually grow closer to 8 million. You have to attract those people, bring the traffic in order to attain that. And there are certain things that he's doing on building that. So it's about bringing it to the next level. As his golf course was last year was number 10, it's at 13th. And the goal is to get it back in the top 5 of public golf courses in the state of Florida. And that cannot happen without these opportunities here that we presented today. And I do have the full financials that I've discussed with him. We can go through a lot of the numbers and how the frequency and the empty rates that you have filling those gaps with golfers in, what that does to driving revenue within that facility.
2 years ago, we did 69,000 rounds. This year, we're targeting to do somewhere around 74,000. So just alone in the increase in rounds. The customer service, the staff that we have, and the aggressive nature of our staff.
It's really about getting to that next level and bringing it there.
The opportunity and the options are endless when we put something like the new clubhouse and the academy together. It'll be state-of-the-art, and we want to be a destination, not a second choice.
That's driving that traffic there to capture those customers.
With talking about in particular, the course renovation, I know you're talking about it, with the expansion. Is there partnership opportunities in order to do those enhancements? I mean, we see all the time that, a lot of the golf courses are, heavily sponsored and partnershiped, and I don't know what abilities the city has to really partner in, making these, making the improvements, knowing that it would expand usage to all, all sorts of people.
I know that the academy, especially the Short Game Academy, that is a great public-private partnership opportunity. I've actually spoken to a couple of vendors already and are very interested in, these are golf club vendors and such. They're interested in putting their name on an academy and putting some money in towards that. I guess we could name the clubhouse, but, I don't know if we want to do that.
Well, I think we're kind of in a field of dreams situation, right? Build it and they will come. So we've been talking with certain, they're kind of waiting to see what we're doing before they can commit. Because there's things that we've talked about with the golf shop, or there are certain things that you can do, especially with the renovation on the clubhouse, that would just bring in sponsorships. But we're in this whole field of dreams situation, build it and they will come.
Yeah, I think we need to be a little bit clearer, though. The renovation of the clubhouse is going to cost close to $7 million. In addition, that would be in addition to build the 3 holes. So that would be maybe a future type thing, but $7 million is a renovation. A new clubhouse would cost about $22-23 million. So we talked about just renovating it for a lot less using the foundation that we have. And the barn will probably have to be totally demolished and redone, so.
Okay. No
Thank
more
you.
questions on golf?
No, I just want to give a
Yeah.
shout out, Bo. He's being humble, but he's actually being nominated for the PGA Hope Award. It's a great program, and Bo, you've done a great job, and your team, Anthony, and you guys have done a great job over there. And I think when we focus on rebranding the city or branding the city, I think now, I think that was a huge opportunity. You guys are doing so great over there. I really encourage all you guys to go check it out. Look at their product line. Their stuff's awesome. Their pastel hats, the flat bills.
Oh, yeah, I got them.
Awesome. And
you get a
Jillian's done a
discount.
great job with that, and I really look forward to seeing this flourish. And, I got nothing but great things to say, and especially with the community involvement with the PGA Hope and some of these other programs. That's how you get that's how you get the private sector to invest, right? That's a feel-good thing that everyone wants to be a part of. And so, I love the idea of, a triple P in some of these initiatives. But, again, just kudos to you, Bo, and your team and, everything over there. It's, I don't do a great job of getting over there as often as I probably should. It's like you got to pack a lunch to go west of 95 for me. But, yeah, but you're doing a great job, and I definitely plan on spending some more time over there and supporting whatever initiatives, that you and Craig want over there, because you're producing revenue, right? You're showing that we're getting an ROI as a city. And, I think with Jillian being over there and really branding, we're going to see this develop into a huge asset for our community.
Absolutely.
And, and the residents, and really just driving, investment into the city. I think a lot of people play golf, and a lot of people don't know that it's a municipal course. A lot of people don't know that we have a golf course because it's unincorporated. And so, I've seen, leaps and bounds with this. So thank you for everything you do, and don't be humble. You're the man. You're going to win that award.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And your lunch came from my clubhouse. So,
So good.
They also have great food and great beer over there, so keep that in mind.
They have a cart girl.
yes,
A cart
they're great
person.
too. Thanks, everybody. Thank
Bo, real quick, Commissioner Turkin, you mentioned it, we have to also think about just how far we've come in a short amount of time with this golf course, where it's not on this budget, so it's kind of hard to look at where we were just even 5 years ago to where we are now, and seeing the revenue, to think that this is one of the few departments that makes what they spend. To really look at, this budget and see the revenues coming in at, 4.1 million, and they're spending 4.1 million. So, we have to remember too that, this is like kind of a zero for, we're balancing this budget, but we're not having to really, do you do all of our heavy lifting when it comes to the budget. And I think we have to remember that too when we're looking at the budget and what we are gonna invest our money in. And here's just one department that literally brings in $4.1 million to the city and spends very conservatively what they bring in, if not less than that, to be able to, to continue what they're doing. And Bo puts in his time and more time and the time of another person and another person. So I just want to, when we're looking at how we can invest, I mean, I do like the idea of partnerships and sponsorships. And I think I think it's important too, to also bring in partnerships, because I think that brings people into our community too. When they see that we have a partnership, people, I'm just saying, like with your PGA Hope, people come to our links because they're following PGA Hope. And so the more we can bring partnerships and sponsorships, the more vision it brings to our golf course and the more people it brings. And so I'm excited to see what we can do in the future to, to invest in a department that literally brings us in their budget every year, balanced. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, recreation. Marvelous.
Good afternoon. I'm Marvelous Washington, the Division Director for Recreation and Parks. I'm joined by my supervisor, Fabian DeRullo.
Hello, everybody.
So we're going to try to tag team this presentation. And of course, we are the We Make Life Fun department, okay?
Clicker.
Clicker.
Oh, right up there.
Side buttons.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, look at me. So, recreation saw a 1.3 increase in our program revenue. As far as for recreation, we saw a 3.05 increase. Parking services, we did see a 13.2 increase in regards to our budget. Some of the highlights that we have as far as the changes, the 1.3 increase for recreation is due to the addition of a utility vehicle that we'll be using at Hester Community Center. It would allow staff to properly kind of get around the park and make sure they're being aware and monitor the park during some of our events. Another addition too, we'll be purchasing windscreens for our tennis center, which would include the City of Boynton Beach logo. We'll kind of spruce up that facility out there, considering we have an active IRP. We also will be implementing new computer software upgrades to help us with some programming ideas, event planning, budgeting, and it will help us with projecting what people want to see in our recreation facilities and in our parks. From the revenue fund, when we had a 3% increase, is that we decreased our budget with contractual services. A lot of our programming was internal. A lot of our staff kind of initiated those programming. We also had some sponsorship opportunities that came in, and the implementation of the new teen camp that we started this past summer has been really great for the community. Our STAR division, our parking services division, saw a 13.2 increase. Our park rangers are now scheduled to work some of the public meetings, so we had to budget for the staff costs that are associated with that. We will be purchasing new radios and acquiring new protective gear for the park rangers, and we are looking forward to purchasing new park meters for the outdated meters that we have. The initial cost for the new parking vendor is also added into the budgeted terms. Some of our successes, and I would like Fabian to kind of go through some of those things for us.
Absolutely. So we have done a lot over the past fiscal year here, and we have a lot coming here, even in the next couple months here to wrap things up. But some of the successes we would like to speak on are some of the projects that we had completed or are ongoing. right now within the department. First one being Galaxy Park. The field improvements, anybody that has visited out there, we've implemented some turf to the baseball field out there, as well as phase 2, which we're wrapping up now, with the addition of pickleball courts, as well as batting cages and a bullpen to help with the baseball operation out there. Many of you may know as well, too, that'll be the new home field for PAL baseball, so we're very excited to partner with PD on that. Next, we have the Little League park improvements. We are currently working on fields 2 and 3 for upgrades as it pertains to the size of the field, the sod, the location, the way they're situated and things like that, just to help with the flow of the whole operation. And then, of course, a final phase coming to make some adjustments to the concession stand and the press box upstairs there, as well as some other ADA updates that we plan to make out there at that facility to make it more accessible. We are in the process of working on our reaccreditation for CAPRA already. We have a couple of years, and CAPRA is the accreditation agency that oversees recreation and park agencies across the country. We are one of about 300 nationwide that are CAPRA accredited, so we're very proud of that, and one of only 2 here in Palm Beach County, us and Wellington being the only accredited agencies. Design for JC Park. That has pretty much been finalized, so next year that'll be going to construction. Additional of some shade structures, as well as the new fitness equipment that was referenced earlier going in at Barrier Free. RFPs posted for the bait shop over at Harvey Oyer, as well as the concession stand, or the snack stand as we call it, over at Oceanfront Park. The Honduras national team, we were able to host them before their friendlies that are leading into the current Gold Cup. And anybody that did watch, Honduras did very successful this year. They made it to the semifinals and just narrowly missed making it to the final, which took place last night. The girls' PAL flag football championship tournament was hosted at our Hester Field. Our 13 and under Boynton Beach Bulldogs won the Super Bowl, which covers the entirety of South Florida. Anybody that knows about South Florida football, that's a pretty big deal. We're competing with teams down in Broward as well as in Miami-Dade, and we came out on top. Our 13U are the oldest group that we have, so it speaks to the future of youth football and high school football here in this city. East Boynton Little League All-Stars qualifying for the state championship as they continue to push to the Little League World Series. Hester Football Field being named the official practice site for Boca Raton Bowl. We hosted James Madison University this past year, and we're already in discussions for hosting again for this next Boca Raton Bowl. So very excited about that. And also, as Gabby mentioned, hosting the NFL draft party for Travis Hunter, partnering with ESPN. So we're very proud. There's many, many more other successes that we had too, but we wanted to kind of narrow it down a bit. But of course, with those successes comes a few challenges as well too, as we can see here. CAPRA reaccreditation, we just got through our annual report with them, but it is very labor intensive. So just making sure that we carve out the time in our schedules to be able to focus on all of the initiatives that have to do with that. That's one of the things that may deter certain communities for going for that accreditation, because it is a lot of labor intensive, but luckily we have a great team and a great staff member that's been doing it since the beginning. So we're very blessed to have her, and she continues to push the envelope on that. Recreation facility coverage, additional customer service, and park rangers. As we continue to grow, as a community, our facilities are getting busier, so it's important for us to have enough coverage at these facilities, especially since, as Marvelous mentioned, we're looking to do more internal programming to save some money on the back end. So making sure that we have enough part-time staff, which was also mentioned by one of my peers earlier too. It's been a challenge holding on to people in part-time capacities, especially if you're expecting them to work more than 4 days. You're essentially looking at full-time work, but at a part-time capacity. So balancing that out and making our part-time roles attractive to people in the community to want to come and stay with us. Increasing park usage. This will come hand in hand with the improvements that we make to the parks, making them desirable and keeping us competitive with the surrounding communities. I think will help increase the amount of people that are utilizing our parks, as well as further promotion, getting the word out there so people realize what we are doing in our parks. We're blessed to have a marketing manager within our division. So a big initiative of his going forward this next year is to really put the spotlight on our different parks and facilities. So whether it's a post or a short video or things like that, kind of highlighting what these parks that we have available to us, because we have 33 across the city, and I don't think many people realize that we have that. So really getting eyes on that. aging recreation facilities and an aquatic facility. All of our facilities are pretty old. And with that comes challenges with things breaking down and high-ticket item repairs. I know the pool pumps came up and things like that, but kind of taking a holistic view of all of our facilities and coming up with a good maintenance plan for them, because if not, things are going to get quite pricey quite quickly, and we're kind of looking at that now, but we are working on different ways to keep those costs down and prevent this from happening in the future again. Resources and capacities to serve additional residents due to new housing developments. Again, that's us just getting ahead of it. Of course, with all of these new developments, we're expecting thousands of new people to be moving to the community. So making sure that we have the resources and the staffing available to be able to keep operations at the quality or improved quality with all of these new additional
Fabian,
residents coming in.
give me a
Go ahead.
second. We need to be mindful of time. I'm just letting you guys know, if we don't cut these presentations down, and we're adding a lot of nuances in there as far as like not sticking to the concise numbers of the budget.
Okay.
You're going to be here until Saturday.
Right.
Okay.
So
We'll speed it up.
moving forward, if you have a presentation, stick to the numbers. And if the commission has questions after, we can address them.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, this
Absolutely.
is the only.
Last item we have on this is the need for additional multi-purpose field space for organized play and tournament. This is the piece that sets certain municipalities apart as it relates to recreation. Sports tourism is massive now. A lot of communities around the state, that is a majority of the revenue that they make. We see it in some of our neighbors here in the county as well, too, for some of the initiatives they took this summer as well as next summer headed into the World Cup. The reason that they were selected as host facilities is because they have those large facilities, those large complexes with multi-purpose fields, specifically grass for a lot of these sports as well, too, to offer these things. So that's something that we need to look at in order to keep up with our fellow communities here and capture the large amount of revenue that comes with hosting tournaments and sporting events.
And our last slide is initiatives, and basically we want to make sure we improve our program and keep it affordable. We want to look at growing more awareness in our park systems, and we also want to create more recreational opportunities. And we're open for questions.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have what, Public Works?
While the next group is coming, if I may, it would help if you know the page that your material and figures are on in this big book we have. It would help. Instead of me searching the table of contents and searching the tabs, which I may not find it, if you know, it would help. Page numbers are down at the bottom of our books.
Right.
Well, it jumps around a little bit too, so.
Yeah, it does
If you
jump
don't know,
around,
go
so it's
ahead.
not consecutive.
I don't know, but my slide will show you the numbers for every department I have. It's made it very simple. We'll go through it fairly quick today. Hello,
I
good
got you,
afternoon. My name is Kevin Ramsey, Public Works Director.
162 is public works.
Okay.
62 is
Thank
that,
you.
and then when we get into community standards, it's 110. Or no, 108. So those are your next ones, 162 and 108.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right, let's roll.
let's roll. Let's time this, see how quick we can do this one. All right. Again, Kevin Ramsey, Public Works Director. This is what we're going to go through real quick today, and here's the numbers. So Public Works admin had an increase of 7%, a deduction in facilities of 0.5%, an increase of 9.6. We'll go to the next pages, and I'll show why and how come after that, okay? Construction services, 3.6 increase, and Parks and Grounds, a 5.2% increase. We've kept it as flat as we could. Next page. Repeating myself again on the slide, so. The biggest part of this was pension, for Public Works Administration, it was pensions and health insurance increases. On construction services, 3.6 was due to pension and health insurance increases and software maintenance purchases and a pavement management system. We'd like to do that, okay.
General fund, highlighted changes. Facility maintenance division, negative 5%. How's that possible? Well, pension and health insurance went up, but we did start doing some self-performing on some of the janitorial that we have throughout the city, which reduced our overall cost, and also on the reduction of vehicle maintenance and purchases. We didn't purchase any vehicles this year. We don't want to purchase this coming year. Beautification streets. 9.6%. Now we have pension health increased, FPL rates increased, which we pay through the street lights for that account. And we also added a 3 staff member to that department. Okay, construction services, real quick. The successes of construction services, their ability to pivot and take on jobs that weren't part of the CIP, especially like the 1913. We had some 3 big hits on that one. Am I on the right page? The structural repairs, HVAC replacement, and the state mandated elevator replacement, which will be coming up on the 15th agenda meeting for you guys. Successfully, they've executed in-house designs on pretty much every roadway that we've done in the past 2 years. Chapel Hill, go ahead.
On Chapel Hill, did we, Dan, did we reassess those roads? Okay, so we did a change order? Okay,
We did.
All right.
Yes, we have.
All right.
Yep.
Nice.
So this group does their own design on exhibits to certain limits, and in the current cost of these design professionals is saving the city hundreds of thousands of dollars in this designs. The biggest challenge they have is rising cost of materials, contractor services, and design consultant fees. It's just getting a little bit out of hand right now. But we're trying to maintain that and keep it down. Initiatives for next year, update street maintenance and replacement schedule, conduct public workshops to promote transparency and receive community input on major initiatives like Fire Station 3, the new Marine Complex, and other big projects. Implement comprehensive project tracking system to monitor milestones, budgets, and timelines. We have certain things in place. However, we have a new administrative financial lady, Miss MJ, and we plan to do great things with her and put new checks and balances in place with that one, okay? Facilities, infrastructure, successes for facilities. The recent staff restructuring has enhanced departmental productivity and promoted a more proactive approach to a lot of our things. We're always assessing what we have and see if we can work better with what we have and before we start expanding our programs. We selected a new elevator maintenance provider to improve service quality. Instead of elevators being down 8 days, they're down like 21 hours max, and we're up and running. So that was a lesson learned. We've assigned 2 staff members to just fire stations and PD. That has, since our 24-hour service buildings, that's turned out to be, and that's one of the things I've always been there. We just never tried it, so that's been very successful for PD and FD. Challenges maintaining facilities within operating budgets despite the material cost, rising material costs. We are sourcing reliable specialty maintenance vendors for fire alarms, HVAC. We're constantly looking and trying to get the best for us to have the best service, because sometimes it doesn't work so great when you change, but at any rate, my problem, not yours. Initiatives. Improve energy usage with facilities upgrades. We're still going through changing old fluorescents to these new LED lights. It is a cost-saving venture. Also, enhance cooperation and communication across departments. You'll see that a lot on all my stuff. All my departments, we're always intermingling, then we intermingle with other departments, and it wasn't always that way. 18 years ago, it definitely wasn't that way, but that's what that means. Implement facility condition index, meaning that we're assessing the buildings down deep to see exactly. So, we've heard all evening, all day, infrastructure is failing, old infrastructure, and they're right. And so we're going to try to get ahead of that by knowing our inventory, and so it's not a big sting at one time. Improve department efficiency by maximizing the use of current staff. That's, again, finding efficiencies within what we have already. That's just good practice. 7 minutes so far. All right, parks and grounds. Success. Centennial Park, that's in-house. We subbed that out. We did all the irrigation. We did have a company come and put the sod in, but that's our staff, and we are releasing ABM from maintaining exterior maintenance of downtown square. That's part of the savings that you'll see on those are the increase on Parks and Grounds. We're trying to get into more of that. We can do a better job. Again, interdepartmental cooperation and communication. Challenges, focus on sourcing skilled staff to fill open positions and enhance team performances, and maintain and replace aging deferred irrigation system, including the replacement of vegetation to support landscape health and aesthetics. Initiatives. There we go. Assess parks, grounds, and facilities needs to inform improvement plans. Reorganize the division to achieve short-term and long-term goals. Develop a plan to replace the aging irrigation infrastructure. Provide continuous training and cross-training for personnel on heavy and light equipment to improve safety and efficiency. Identify efficiencies within department. That sort of stuff. Now, on Parks and Grounds, we're currently, the Parks and Grounds team is maintaining all assigned areas, although not always to the standard we aspire to achieve. To address this, we are developing a plan to separate the existing unit into two distinctive divisions, Parks Division and Forestry and Grounds Division. Parks Division, this new division, we're not doing it this year, we're talking about this. This is, again, trying to plan out the future. This division would be dedicated exclusively to the care and improvement of all city parks. By focusing solely on parks, the division would be able to elevate maintenance standards, implement additional park enhancements, and significantly reduce the reliance on outside contractors for park maintenance, which is currently at $300,000 a year. And we pay $395,000 to trim our trees, okay? Forestry and Grounds Division, this division would be responsible for maintaining the grounds of all public buildings, alleyways, vacant city-owned lots, other contracted maintenance areas, and providing specialized tree trimming services. The restructuring will result in a more focused and efficient maintenance operation offering greater control over service quality. We anticipate that in the short term, this realignment will lead to measurable improvements in service levels and generate cost savings over the budget. So you probably see that next year. All right, beautification streets. I love that department. And you guys, this commission made that possible. So it's been alive for 9 months. And I think we've all had conversations, everyone on that board, of something needed. And we appreciate all the eyes on the field because we can't be everywhere, but we try to be there once we hear about it. Actually, we are there when we hear about it. Success has conducted assessments of all Palm Beach County and FDOT sidewalks, street marking, signage, and storm drainage within the city of Boynton Beach to address their deficiencies within our city. Implementing regular cleaning, landscaping, and repairs helps keep areas well-maintained, clean. In-house projects and smart vendor management reduce expenses while maintaining quality. Clear signage, well-marked streets, and properly maintained sidewalks reduce accidents and increase pedestrian safety. Successfully hired a division director after an extended vacancy. Ongoing issues with graffiti, trash, these are challenges, and vandalism, increased maintenance demands. That is actually getting under control. I think it's becoming, hey, if it looks pretty enough, let's not mess it up. You know, we started that way. And initiatives. Create a comprehensive GIS inventory of all signage and speed hump locations to aid in management and planning. Host public input meetings to gather community feedback, enhancing city properties, medians, grounds, roadways, sidewalks, and vacant lots. Develop and implement comprehensive streetscape plan that enhances beautification while establishing ongoing maintenance standards to ensure long-term aesthetic appeal. Now, we have hired a division director. She starts on the 21st of July, all right? First off, let me just say this about Mr. Charles Mosley. This young man took it by the horns, all right? I'm very impressed with him. The Beautification Streets Department was established at the direction of this commission to focus on enhancing the visual appeal of our city. The department staff was carefully selected to their strong motivation, self-starting nature, and pride in their work. We didn't just hire anybody off the streets. We made sure we had the right motivated people, and it's working. Quality is essential for driving a positive transformation in Boynton Beach. Since its inception, this department has been under the leadership of Supervisor Charles Mosley, whose guidance and vision have been instrumental in achieving this department's many successes. Recently, Supervisor Thoroughly Johnson joined the team, bringing the same commitment and energy that defines the culture of this department. Like his colleagues, Mr. Johnson is dedicated to making a lasting and meaningful contribution to the beautification of our city. One key position that remained unfilled until now was that of division director. This role required a candidate with not only technical expertise in landscaping, but also the creative and strategic vision to design sustainable, low-maintenance landscaping plans. This individual would be tasked with assessing the city's current landscaping condition and developing comprehensive master plans for the phase implementation. We are pleased to announce that this crucial position has now been filled by Jae-Eun Kim, a licensed landscape architect that will join the department as division director on July 21st. Ms. Kim brings a deep understanding of sustainable landscaping practices, including the design of landscape medians and other key areas using vegetation that is both environmentally appropriate and easily maintained. She also recognizes the importance of long-term planning and will incorporate replacement schedule aligned with the natural lifespan of plantings. With this addition, the Beautification and Streets Department is fully equipped to continue its vital mission on enhancing the aesthetics quality of Boynton Beach for all who live, work, and visit here. Okay. Almost done, Dan. 12 minutes in. It's okay, I don't like being up here anyway. I think I missed a page. Yeah, okay. Fleet. That's another great department we have here in Public Works. Fleet. They actually went down. How do you do that? Well, the first thing we did, we assessed the biggest part of that first number, the $656,000, is after assessing, I came on 14 months ago, and we're looking through the books, me and the warehouse guy and Dave of Fleet, and we're looking, and we figured we could do a better job at parts than Napa did, so we got rid of them, and we saved $500,000 off the top by doing so. Not everything can city staff sub out, but I think that if we focus and assess it and then make a decision, sometimes it works out really best for the benefit of the city. And you just can't be scared to do that sometimes. You gotta have faith, which I do, and my staff. Anyway, and the other reduction is vehicles. Obviously, we're not buying a ton of vehicles this year. So that's why you see this decreases on this budget. Decreases that we did have was pension health insurance, vehicle maintenance, fuel costs, decrease in cost of parts and supplies. So it's sort of washed out for the better. We are getting better. We have less repairs. We have newer vehicles. It's it, and that's all. Again, none of that happens without the approval of this commission. So thank you for that. It's working. Successes. There's been many. We implemented 360 external cameras on solid waste trucks. This is important in many ways. It's a good thing to keep us out of lawsuits at times. In-source parts, we've in-sourced the parts as we talked about, probably towards fleet replacement to provide greater efficiencies. We've ranked the National Association of Fleet Administration list of the top 100 best in America. We rank in the top 50 list government fleet magazines leading fleets. Fleet technician Johnny Gonzalez was nominated for Fleet Technician of the Year by NAFA. This is a thing to not only our staff, but to Dave as well. I always teach all my division, I always preach it, empower our staff, uphold them. They're our next leaders. We're not there to manage men and women, we're there to create leaders for the future of the city. And we should treat them as such. And it works, because then they buy in. That's not my philosophy. Initiatives, I passed that one right up. Additional mobile lifts for heavy shop. Replace end-of-life cycle tire balancer. Improve tire program to assist with efficiency and safety. Explore the feasibility of alternative fuel systems. We're asking for more tools to do our job better. That's all we're asking for. Cemetery. Well, there's not much to say about the cemetery. We have a little bit of increase, of course, as to the insurances, cost of living, and the same for the mausoleum. And other contractual, but again, here we are, other contractual. We outsource our maintenance of our cemeteries, and maybe in the future we can do that. And that's it. Any questions?
Nope. Kevin, you're awesome. And beautification team, look forward to seeing that grow. Glad you got a division director You mentioned reorganization. That's something I definitely want to touch on when we get to code, right? Because I think there's a huge opportunity for the east side of Boynton Beach to where we can have multiple departments navigating, making our city clean and safe, clean and safe, clean and safe. And, you know, I'll get to that conversation then, but thank you so much. Everyone in Public Works, you know, they work so hard, and, you know, Charles is, you got a lot of people that care, and it shows. And, you know, whatever you guys need, you know, to support, don't hesitate to ask. And thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin?
Yes, sir.
You guys are great. My hat's off to you. But explain to me again how the streets are prioritized for resurfacing or repair.
Okay, so we have, they've all been graded. They were graded back in 19, and we have new systems, we grade them. Actually, after
19 what?
In 2019, we had them all graded, so they're graded A through F. And that's how we attacked them. But sometimes if we have that level of what the road is like, but then do we have utilities underneath it? Do we not have utilities underneath it? Do we have a project with FPL coming through is gonna rip up this or doing that? So the process was, we did this last one, we took the worst of each division, and we started doing one in each to try to fairly throw out the game, okay? Unfortunately, we did it to where we had half of Meadows, and we did piece of like 12th, 11th, 12th, 13th on area 2 up there off of the east side, we did east and west of Seacrest, right? So we have that little core that was really bad in the area. There's still some bad areas in 2 and 3. There's Seacrest Heights in 3, that's a really on topic. There's Sky Lake that we'd like to do too. But this last round we're about to come back to do is finishing up Meadows, finishing up a portion of Chapel Hill, because there's a big project out there, but we're doing all we can in there. And Gulfview Harbor, the other half of that, we should never go in half, in my opinion, in the future, because it offsets, it messes up your rotational maintenance of all that whole area. You know, for life, it's gonna be 1, 2, 1, 2. It's gonna be 2-part hits in Meadows and Chapel and all these other things. So it's graded, and it's selected by the commission. You know, we're producing, like, here's if you want to go forward with this or not. And we try to be fair about it, picking one in every area, but we should have expanded it to be a whole area of an area, you know. There's still work to be done, but it's gonna take some money.
Thanks, Kevin.
Sir?
Evan, real quick, with regard to the beautification team, I guess and we can talk off, but I want to know how the team is checking locations, whether that is certain areas on certain days, or how they're looking for concerns and issues, and how that is prioritized citywide, just because, I know my district tends to be a little bit quieter when they have things going on, but we still have issues and concerns, and most of the ones that have been addressed are because I've sent emails or text messages.
It could be.
So, so I just wanted to know what the plan is moving forward as far as how a schedule will be put in place, how it's going to be implemented, how it looks citywide. So that we know too, because if I know that, the beautification team just went through and drove down Lawrence Road and they know that it's, full of garbage and needs to be addressed, then I won't bug.
Yeah, well, if they drive down and they see garbage, they won't pass it up. They're supposed to drive, and they do drive every main artery in the city every morning, and overpasses in 95, but.
Some of it's just not visible either
Some of
unless
it may
you're
not
out
be.
walking. Like
Right.
I walk every
I know.
morning and so I see it. So it's not really something you're gonna drive by when you're going 45, 50 miles an hour down Lawrence Road,
You're
that
right,
you're
you
gonna
look for the big
see
stuff.
the debris on the side of the road. You might see the semi truck sitting on Minor Road that's been there all weekend, or the for sale car at the end of Lawrence and Minor that is gone by Monday morning. But, you don't see the garbage unless you're a little closer up. So I just want to know what the plan is moving forward so that we can make sure we're not just doing the what's easy to see, But what also is going to, vastly enhance the residents who are, either pedestrian, walking, or, visiting our city that they see too.
We'll keep doing what's easy to see real fast, but then we'll put selected areas out on a schedule.
Perfect.
So we can control it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm good. Okay. Now we're moving on to Community Standards Department. Yeah.
The mayor's favorite.
That's my favorite.
As long as you're supportive, we're all good.
I will do my best, but I'll always be polite.
Always, yeah. All right, good afternoon. Candace Stone, Community Standards Director. So we have our revenues, which are made up of our abandoned property registration, our lot mowing abatements, and of course, our violation code fines. There's not much change in there. And then we have our expenditures, where we are overall asking for a 12.74 increase, which we're requesting for new code officer positions, but to be funded by the CRA. So hopefully, the conversation tomorrow, the way it goes, we can acquire those code officers. And then we have cost allocation changes that we decrease, and then our capital costs, which we increase because we are asking for 2 new cubicles to be able to hold new officers. And then we have our challenges and successes. Challenges are legislative changes in Tallahassee, software implementations, lack of public interest and awareness, language and cultural barriers, and managing expectation of resources. That's more managing expectation of resources from the public's view. And then some successes we have, November 6, 2024, we hosted our first semi-annual Community Standards Workshop, which has never been done before. And then on June 23rd, 2025, we hosted our second Community Standards Workshop, which our number of attendants did double, even though it was not quite the turnout we would like. But we're going to continue to push and advertise for future community standard workshops. We collected over approximately 1,000 pounds of trash and litter during our monthly street cleanups. And we updated the Code of Ordinances, Section 15-120, Article for Community Appearance and Maintenance Code to enhance the property management standards citywide, which we are also currently in the middle of updating about 4 other ordinances, which will also help with those standards. Excuse me. And then some of our initiatives, we want to establish we were looking for 1 code officer, but now we're looking for 4 code officers. This way we can have them 7 days a week without any staffing issues. Currently, we're going to have 7 days a week. One of the code officers I changed their schedules to Sunday through Thursday. But with that, the downfall is there's going to be 1 day a week that they're off, and that zone will not be covered, which is why we need more staffing, which is why we need more personnel.
Do they work, what hours do they start, like the regular 9 to 5?
Correct, 8 to 5. Yes. We need more code officers in order to have that with band to do later hours and
Right.
to do, more days. Because I would also like, right now, Saturdays are rotational, but we would like to have a full-time officer on Saturdays as well. And later, we'd like to have later shifts. Because right now, code violations range all day long,
And even if it's earlier, because most
Right,
of the,
to
some of the
stagger.
stagger, because most of the violations are 5, 6 in the morning, and
It could be, yeah.
And then they're resolved by the time staff comes in on a 9 to 5, especially in District 3. So that would be ideal.
Yes. We want to put together a enhance an interdepartment collaboration.
Vice Mayor has a question.
Sorry.
When will that start?
So July 13th is when our Sunday person starts.
And will they have the authority? What authority will they have? Basically the same as
Yeah.
they have
Yep.
now, right? They
Yes.
make a report.
Not enough authority is what they, not enough authority in my
Yeah, not
opinion.
enough,
They
because
don't have enough authority to make the real changes.
we have special situations in District 2 where they wait until the weekend
Yep.
to do their thing.
They wait till the weekend, they wait till 5 o'clock, they wait till 6, and they know code is out. Some of the things that I'm trying to change too is currently, which is not in here, is doing a couple of, evening inspections. We do twice a year, we do night inspections. We have one coming up next week where we have 2 officers doing night inspections. They're not going up and down every neighborhood for that type of thing, but they come across someone like working on mechanic, things, or they see some like semi trucks parked somewhere, then they're gonna address it. But the purpose of the night inspections right now are to look for all the out lights in the parking lots and the out signages for businesses, sign maintenance, and things of that nature. But we are looking for other violations as well.
Okay.
But yes, having more staff will definitely help with doing that research for other cities, and every city has a much larger code personnel that handle the daytime and the evening and the weekends. So another initiative is to have a collaborative interdepartment neighborhood initiative where different departments will get together and we can do sweeps of certain type of properties. That way we can get them all at one time and hopefully address some of these, blight properties that we have and issues that we have with those properties. And then also, we're still currently enhancing our current informational brochure and updating new flyers. We are doing them in different languages. Part of the challenge of that, though, is the funding, getting them out. It costs money to send flyers out and utility bills. It sends money to get out into the mailing. Yes.
I appreciate the effort. I saw that it did happen in District 3 where you did get the flyer out, but literally the next day, people were doing the same thing, so they just didn't read it. I think posting it on the door with a piece of tape, some people thought it was a violation. They still threw it away. I think that it could be a door hanger and it could say like an important message from the city or something. I still don't necessarily think that's going to help. But I agree, like wasting dollars on it, at least we could try it a little more efficiency. And I think if we had 50 residents in here right now, how many people open up their water bill and actually would look at the insert is probably 3. I pay mine online. So, I greatly appreciate all of the efforts, but I think this is such a bigger problem than these changes.
Right. Well, that's why one of my challenges is lack of public interest and, awareness, because just like with advertising the community standards workshop for almost 3 months straight on every platform possible, even having flyers downstairs, aside from walking door to door, which I've done with a couple different initiatives now recently, we still just did not get the interest and buy-in and attention from the public.
I just think the people that are violating were never coming. So it was never an opportunity to educate. If they're violating, they're not like, well, I'm going to go to City Hall and go to the neighborhood meeting. It was the people that really cared that showed up, but the people that are violating are never coming to the meeting. They're going to lay low.
Yep.
And I can't speak for your district, Vice Mayor, but I can speak for my district, and I think it really becomes cracking down on the landlords that are not holding their tenants accountable. Number one, I think that's going to be a big cleanup if we can do something about that.
One of the initiatives that I do have that I didn't put in here, that's in the actual budget form, is reinstating the ordinance where, not reinstating because it's in the ordinance, but it hasn't been done in many years here. I'm not sure how long, but many years, is doing biannual rental inspections, which will help with the landlord issues, which will help with a lot of the issues that's happening criminal-wise, because now code will be in there every other year inspecting the inside of a property, and it will help with mitigate some of those things. Again, that takes more staff, unfortunately, and it also takes, different departments to be on the same page and get that part of the ordinance running again. So it is in the ordinance we can do biannual, it's just it hasn't been done in many, many years. And it's something that's part of my initiatives. I started it 2 years ago, and then with staffing issues, I have pretty much 80% of my team is a year or less.
And when you said on the prior slide, one of the challenges is your software.
Yes,
Yeah,
which
we're going to get to that on
Yes.
this age.
Yes, we are probably a month away, from, they had a lot of different challenges to be able to fulfill what we needed. And now they've come over those challenges, and we are actually in the middle of migration where they're transferring all the information from Neverline to Sages. That way we can start actually testing it and get it running in August is the goal, August 1st.
And am I safe to say that possibly our districts have more violations than Commissioner Cruz and Commissioner Kelly's?
Yes.
Thank you. Like,
Because non-HOA.
right, it's not
Right.
HOA.
HOAs, so.
HOA is part of the problem. You also have to understand that the financial status is different too with the residents on the different sides of the city as well. Not making excuses, because I always tell them that, we don't cite based off salary, we don't based off of financial, because we don't know. We go out there, we see a property, and we cite based off what we see. The problem is they don't have the funding to correct half of what we see and half of what they're cited for, which is why we have liens. Something is something we should look for, and we somehow need to try to help out with too, is maybe trying to find some type of funding in a way to help residents with these. We do have community improvement, but they don't do everything and can't do everything.
So if it's a landlord and they're just being cheap and they're being slumlords and they should be leaned and they should cough up some money and correct the property.
Yeah, of course, if it's landlord. I'm not talking about
giving a
landlord.
penny of other people's tax dollars for someone who's being greedy.
Same.
No
No,
way.
I'm talking about homesteaded properties.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
Homestead properties, everyone goes through a hard time, right? Life's unpredictable.
Hey, you want to have some
But
leniency,
I think, years ago, community standards was actually it wasn't even called community standards. It was code enforcement. And please correct me if I'm wrong with this context. At some point, and I don't know who can chime in, it went from code enforcement to community standards because we didn't like the word code enforcement or it was too harsh. I don't know if that's the case or if someone can, pull that up and identify if that's why we made that switch because we didn't like the words. I think that is a complete correlation to why we've seen the neighborhood, at least in my neighborhood, in the mayor's neighborhood, go downhill because we're afraid that we're going to offend people with the words code enforcement. That is stupid. That is silly. It needs to go back to code enforcement from community standards, and we need to get the police department back involved. That's my opinion from living here, for over a decade. I've seen it fluctuate, right? And it's hard when you have staff that are new and green. They get to know the community, and then maybe they move up, maybe they move on. Then the community has to get to know this other officer. But something's got to change. Something's got to change. I hope that this additional staff, having people on the weekends, having people after 5 o'clock makes that big effort. But again, I speak about you have it here, interdepartmental collaboration, right? I don't see the police department on here. I don't see the fire department on there. They got time to go to Publix and shop. They got time to drive by and look at potential violations that could be fire hazards, right? This should be a huge city effort, right? If you see something, say something. It's that simple. And I think that's something that we can do as an organization where everyone can collaborate instead of saying, not my monkey, not my circus, not my job. I'm not going to handle that. No way. The taxpayers deserve it. If they're paying more in taxes, despite us dropping the millage rate, they should deserve a clean and safe neighborhood. No excuses. I don't care. Something needs to change. And I hate to be brash about it, but I've been talking about this for 3 or 4 years. And, fortunately now I think there's consensus on the dais where we're going to really focus on the east side of Boynton Beach and these non-HOA neighborhoods and really make an impact. Majority of our development is in downtown. When I'm driving by, if I'm looking to move into an area that's near this beautiful downtown, and I drive down and the roads look like crap, and there's no lighting, and there's 18 cars in a driveway, or someone operating a mechanic shop in their backyard, you know, let alone, you know, the potential school system, right? I don't know if I'm gonna invest.
You're not.
Right. And so it's, you know, yes, it's aesthetics, and this is something that we've talked about, and the beautification team is, you know, a huge part of that, but I think this is a large, collaborative, collective effort for not just code, right? I think there's ways to assist from other departments, and it's about setting the standard, you know, and enforcement, right? If it's community standards, you know, I hate to say it, but we're not enforcing as we should.
And
At least from what I see subjectively in my neighborhood.
And I think that, again, we don't have to talk about all of this at the moment, but the same repeat offenders that are right across from City Hall. I mean, I don't know how we all don't come here every day and see the couches outside Boynton Villas. And I feel like I have been the only one reporting those couches for years. And so that's the reason that I'm sitting here right now, is I got completely disgusted with the whole process. But we do a lot of development coming down here, and I think if it's lack of technology, if it's lack of education with the staff, that's one thing. Those things can all be fixed. But if collectively we're not all looking at what's happening, it's never going to get fixed. And let's just address the biggest issue I have at the moment is, for 20 years I lived here, and I did not know that the east side of Seacrest and the west side of Seacrest have completely different bulk pickup days. We were never cleaning up Seacrest that way. It's a ludicrous concept. And so if I move into the neighborhood and I see a couch on the east and my pickup's on Friday, I'm going to see a couch out on Monday. And I'm going to think that it's Monday. And so for 20 years, I've been looking at couches and toilets and debris, and I don't know how many mattresses that have come out of this neighborhood, and it's one side or the other. Every single day. We could drive it right now, and I guarantee I'm going to see it. So I think that immediately we need to change the bulk to Friday. Friday is bulk through the whole neighborhood, because we are looking at bulk every single day because of the confusion, and it may be easier for us to iron out the repeat offenders that way. Just my 2 cents. I could go on and on about this all day, so I'm going to shut up at the moment before I start blowing smoke out of my ears.
I think that's a good point, though, is, again, it's solid waste, right? Like, everyone needs to be in this conversation. Everyone has something to contribute. You know what I mean? We're asking for more positions in this department. Fine, let's invest. But you're coming to the table, and you're going to help community standards, because this is a community effort. You know, we want to grow this city. We want to clean it up. Everyone deserves it. People should be able to feel safe riding their bikes, kids walking around. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people who don't feel safe walking around at night. And it's not just because of, you know, crime or whatever, but just when you look at something that's not upkept, you don't have confidence in it, you know? And so I am here to support whatever you need to get that done. And I think from an organizational standpoint, I think you see the tone here that everyone needs to come to the table and make this a priority, right? We've invested heavily all across the board, and I think, you know, it's time that everyone gets creative and everyone works together, so it's not just on Candace and Adam and code enforcement, right? And that's, you know, and I think when there's more people at the table having that conversation, you get better ideas, you get creative. And I think this is something we should really spearhead and focus on this next budget year.
Commissioner, so we have talked, sorry, Vice Mayor.
I just wanted to comment that we really are taking the right approach in terms, I support what has been said, but I want to be clear that this is not a District 2 or District 1, any particular district problem. It is a city-wide problem. If you follow the oil, okay, I see a lot of people from those other districts over in District 2 getting their car fixed, okay, in the driveway on the weekends, okay? So I think you're making the right approach when you talk about the lack of public interest and awareness, okay? And you're talking about hiring more boots on the ground, if I may use that term, to get these violators. But it is a concern for Boynton Beach, and I support whatever we can collaboratively come up with the solution, because it is a serious problem. I've always said that If I was a new person looking for a city from South Dakota and want to move to Boynton, I don't want to be able to pick out where the blighted area is. I want all of Boynton to be on the same level, and that is done by we up here, the staff, making the right decision to make Boynton Beach the best city that we can possibly make it, okay? And I think the efforts that you're taking are the right steps. I shared the same ideas of Commissioner Turkin when we changed to community standards. I thought the presence of the uniform carried a lot of weight when you knocked on someone's door without saying a word. They saw that uniform and they go like, uh-oh, okay? And so now they're ready to get in line. So, that's another discussion for another time, okay? But I think it needs to be discussed.
And again, I think another time we can discuss this, but I don't want to wait 3 months to do it. I would like to know that the repeat offenders are not just getting these minimal fees on their water bill, because I did talk to the property manager at Boynton Villas, and I talked to him as a neighbor, not as the mayor, and they're paying the water bill, right? They had no clue the little fines that they're getting because of what their tenants are doing. Now they're gonna go to their tenants and they're gonna start talking to them, and I've asked them to put up cameras because they're saying that the other neighbors are dropping stuff off. Now, I don't believe that because I actually see what's coming out of it. But are we just, billing them $25 or something here? Like, it needs to be a scale where you're just getting hit every single time so that they can stop doing it. Because the tenants have no clue, and even the landlords are just paying this big water bill for a whole building. And they're thinking that's just the water. So if that takes, I'll gladly meet with any property manager out there and sit down with them as the mayor and as a neighbor and say, look, I'm not trying to come down on you, but you can't ask developers to come in here and do what they're doing, or you can't ask people to continue to buy homes when every single day there was garbage out on Seacrest. And, I'm blessed to have an office here now, but I can look outside my office and, does anybody need a couch? Because you're going to find one today. You need some mattresses? They're there. So I just think it's something that if I can see it, I don't understand how staff can't see it every single day.
One of the things that we're doing, because I know I mentioned this particular initiative, but we already do coordination meetings with Public Works, pretty much bi-weekly to monthly. And we just met again because I'm updating that section of the ordinance along with them. And we were talking about the mandatory service fee, and that $50 maybe 4 years ago was effective, but it's not effective now. So it is something that we're going to increase as well. I believe that has to come to you guys on the fee.
Let's get it on the agenda like yesterday.
Yeah.
I would love to see all of these things on the agenda, and I think it also goes back to changing some of the codes that are not present here. To have 9 cars in front of a 1,200 square foot property, ruining our sidewalks, ruining our infrastructure, blocking our first responders from being able to get through. So if anybody in code wants to drive Southwest 9th and 10th any day of the week, but drive it at 5 o'clock in the morning, you're not gonna get a fire truck through there. And why would, didn't we just apply for some grant for beautification of Seacrest and everything? Well, there's a car lot on Southeast 8th all the time. So I think until we can change that type of ordinances of how many cars and where they can be parked, and that they can't be just crisscrossed up on people's lawns and blocking things in, it's gonna make your job so much harder too, because that's where a lot of the violations are coming out of. Cracking down on the landlords, cracking down on how many cars you have, and that's a game changer for this neighborhood.
Yes, I would agree. Are you?
I'm off my soapbox.
What was your priority, Mayor? Which department?
I think Adam's been trying to say something.
All of them.
Yeah. Just a couple things. We've talked about it at directors meeting. I think it was unanimous. Everybody, thought that community standards, although it may have had good intentions, nobody knows it as community standards. Nobody in the public nationally. So when we talk about rebranding, I think it causes confusion. People don't know who to call when they see things. They don't know what community standards is, right? And although we're making a giant leap here with 4 position requests, we're still below all of our neighbors, even getting those positions. So, I think we're making good strides to increase the staffing. And, we're gonna continue to need your support because we do have a number of foreclosures that are active, because we want to go after the historically bad property owners that never make any effort to comply. So, that's the last tool in our toolbox. It can cause, some pain. People may come here and complain, but really it's the final step in order to continue to make these changes, throughout the city. So.
Yeah, and I'll kind of piggyback off of what Adam said. You were asking for historical context about where the name Community Standards came from, and you were right. It came from multiple complaints in the community that they felt like code enforcement was being too harsh, so they added a educational element, which provided to be absolutely useless, and there was no return on investment. And the homestead aspect of the homeowners, that's where if you have a primary residence, code enforcement doesn't have the type of teeth or enforcement to go in, and yeah, you can apply liens to a homesteaded residence, but until that residence is ready to sell, it doesn't matter. You can lien a residence until it's $5 million, and there's nothing that can be done. The only thing that's going to be applicable to is someone who's coming in and they're going to buy out of foreclosure, pre-foreclosure, or something like that. But going forward, this week, I will make the change of the name back to code enforcement.
That's great.
Good.
So no more community standards.
That's going to be a cost,
Good.
I'm assuming.
No,
Just the trucks.
okay. Yes, there's gonna be a nominal
Part of the
cost to,
process.
yes, but we can probably utilize the building fund to cover some of that, right, Adam?
Put some magnets on there for now. We'll deal with it.
I'm sorry, I just want to mention there will need to be an ordinance change with that. And we are currently, or Candace, I should say, has spearheaded an overhaul a lot of the ordinances and where it's conflicting and confusing. So that is something we can do as the process. But because they are so long and convoluted, we cannot bring you one package. We're going to have to do them one at a time, just so you're aware.
And one of those ordinances, as you talk about police and fire coordination, we've had limited success in our chronic nuisance program, but that's something, in talking to code enforcement, talking to police, that's an ordinance that we definitely want to revamp because, we lack some of the teeth.
Well, actually, just to update you, so everyone, so chronic nuisance really doesn't have any teeth at all.
Right.
Because the time frame to get things done is so slow. What I am currently working with police department, and they've bought in wholesale, is to do a nuisance abatement board, which gives you a 6-month process when you have 2 nuisance properties. Now, nuisance is going to be defined as your drug violations, your prostitution, your gang activities, and those sorts of things, and that's where we seem to have a gap. So we are actually starting a meeting with PD and Candace to get that buy-in so that we have more tools, and that will also go through a special magistrate process, because a lot of times we're doing these drug busts, and police can certainly tell you more about that, and then a month later, because it's a homestead property, we can't foreclose, we can't do those things, they're back doing the same thing. So we are going to be seeing that, and we will be copying a very robust, actually one from West Palm. And the West Palm officers are willing to come and help us learn that process and do that, like the boots on the ground process. So we are, Candace and everybody is and police and everybody's very aware of your concerns, and we are working on that. It just, unfortunately, sometimes those things take a little bit of time and implementation.
How will that change affect a commercial like the Boynton Inn? Once that
Well,
ordinance is
if
changed?
they are having prostitution issues
Oh, yeah.
and they have, hypothetically, right?
I got the police report.
I don't want.
Definitely not hypothetical.
Oh, it's not hypothetical.
I got the report.
But let's
We got
just
it all.
say
Yeah.
hypothetically, because they're not in front of us, but hypothetically, if you have 2 or more instances within a 6-month period, then they go to the special magistrate and they get hit with what's called a nuisance abatement order, which then they are under the jurisdiction of the police department and the special magistrate for up to a year. And if they don't do certain things like install cameras, require background checks, get rid of those problem tenants, change the way they rent places, then they start to incur fines, which I believe are $500 a day, $100 to $500 a day.
I mean, right there, that takes care of 2 developments in District 3. I'm not going to name them, I already named one, that have been problems for 20 years with the drugs.
We have a plan in place. It's coming. Just bear with us.
Shauna, how does that affect our manpower, though? Because if we do have those issues, those properties, and we're having to rely on police and code and, you know, all these different departments, how is that going to affect our manpower, and how are we going to address that on a regular? Because it sounds like there's all of these follow-ups and all of these things that have to be taken. What are we going to do to address
Here's going to
that?
be the process. When you have a property that gets one of these crimes, whether it's a drug bust or a prostitution, something like that, you're going to have ideally 2 dedicated officers who run your nuisance abatement board and with the assistance of code enforcement. And then if we see within a 6-month period those things, and this is all permitted under Florida statute, then it gets referred to the special magistrate for a hearing. Ideally, they will have an opportunity to voluntarily agree to the jurisdiction of the city and the special magistrate, or they will have a hearing, and that will be an evidentiary hearing where the officer is there. But in West Palm, we were able to do that with a city attorney and 2 nuisance abatement officers, and then at that hearing, we have whatever officer had the report come in and testify. And it was actually a very successful program.
Okay.
I
Great,
believe
thank you.
one of the big difference too is with that one, you'll be able to do daily fines, as of right now, we can't. So when they don't comply with the order or the agreement we have, the only option is for us to abate it, which has been extremely too much money, and then lean it on their tax roll.
Right, so just to give you an example, if you have someone who has a chronic problem and because there are no daily fines, they're like, okay, city, you can pay the 30 grand to take care of it, but who's to say we're ever going to recoup that? And we just don't have the funding and the resources set aside for that abatement process. So my kind of advice when I started here was let's take a back seat on the chronic nuisance. Plus you have to have 2 instances within a 30-day period.
3 right now, 30 days.
Three instances within a 30-day period, which sometimes is difficult. By the time code is filing out about these 3 instances, your time frame to do anything about it has already passed. So I think the nuisance abatement is going to be more successful. It gives us a 6-month period for 2 violations. So we are working on it. We have heard you, and we are working on that. Just give us a little bit more time.
Thank you.
Just so I understand, did you say that the change was made from code enforcement to community standards via ordinance?
Well, a lot of our ordinances reference community standards, so we'll just have to go through and, you know, obviously.
In order to make the name change?
Correct.
Got it.
I'm sure it's probably old ordinances that
I
still
bet
say
they
code
still say code
enforcement.
enforcement, I would
So,
bet.
so I'm sure we probably only have recent ones we need to worry about.
Yeah, a lot of people never changed.
I mean, even just going to the
Right, I still say
magistrate
code.
hearing,
Yeah.
you know, in the magistrate hearing, like a majority of those things are people that have brown grass. And that's something that I think is, you know, you can't expect people to pay a $300 water bill just to keep their grass when we're in a drought. What I'd like to see at the magistrate is the repeat offenders of the trash and the cars and you know, are we going to be working on an ordinance of how many cars or how many occupants can be in a home? When you have a 1,500 square foot home and you have 9 occupants, you're definitely going to be having more trash issue, more infrastructure issues. So those are things I'd like to start hustling on.
That's in the 5 I'm working on right now.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right.
Okay, any other questions?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Okay,
Great.
Thank you. That wasn't enough?
I just would like to make sure we
Cheese
stay on
canvas.
this. You know, I just would like to make sure we have some timelines of these things staying present. And I don't want to be here in November being like, oh, we got to talk about code enforcement, because that's crazy. We've lost a whole 6 months on it.
City manager's report, again, I think that's one of those things that we should get, whether there's no progress or there is progress, an update on the city manager's report for the regular agenda.
And I also encourage the commission to look at the reports of how many violations are coming out of the east versus the west. It will be quite interesting.
Yeah, I'll, what I'll do is I'll get updates from Adam, because I know he's been meeting with the mayor and a few of you guys as far as like, and I wanted 5 ordinances that you guys could kind of look at. And another thing, and I take it from the most low-hanging fruit possible, is when you leave your house, do you feel safe to walk down the street at night? And if the answer is no, that's a problem.
Well, I'd feel safe if I could carry a couch stand myself. Then I could hit him with the couch if I get attacked, but that's not how it works.
I got a mental image right now.
Is it leather?
Is it leather? Leather with a hole in the seat.
Leather.
Worn marks.
No
All
payment for
right,
72
so
months.
let's get rolling to capital improvement fund, because this is the fun part.
Is it the fun?
No.
Good afternoon. Rick Hoffer, Assistant Director of Public Works. CIP accounts include funds 302 and 303, each grouped by general governmental, recreation and parks, public safety, IT, and transportation projects. We'll start with Fund 302, followed by Fund 303, and present proposed budget for each, including highlighting of some key projects. But first, we'd like to talk about sources of funding. Sources of funding for Fund 302 include CRA, the Parks Impact Fund, General Fund, gas tax, and some others. Wanted to mention for fiscal years 2017 through fiscal years 2022, the general fund funding level for CIP was $0 for each of those fiscal years. Starting in fiscal year 2023, general fund funding began again, and at a somewhat modest amounts. Just wanted to mention that. Going into Fund 303, that's funded by the surtax. Many of us know that the surtax is, I think the term is sunsetting at the end of this year. There's still some funds being generated, some income streams being generated, and still some money in the fund, but that will definitely have a big impact on our CIP. Just for example, fiscal year 2023 is shown here. The funding, the revenue stream amount was $8.145 million. For fiscal year 2024 was $8.4 million, and funding, revenue stream to date for the surtax is I think 6.2 million or so is there. So definitely is going to, impact funding level for CIP due to not having that revenue stream. Just moving on to the proposed budget, fiscal year 26, Fund 302 is proposed budget is $28.2 million. Of note is $12.4 million of this amount is for the new Fire Station 3 and Fire Station 6 Marine Complex, and is funded by the fire assessment. Chief Bruder talked about both of those very important projects. And also of note is that $5.4 million of the 28.2 is proposed to be funded by CRA. As far as the proposed budget, public safety is the largest amount in about $15.1 million, followed by recreation and parks, then IT, transportation, and general governmental. Wanted to mention that for IT, the proposed budget is quite a bit higher than is typical. And the reason being is the proposed new ERP that was spoken about earlier today. Moving on to Fund 302, General Governmental Projects. There are no projects proposed for fiscal year 26. A couple of line items here, but not projects. Going into the General Governmental HVAC projects for fiscal year 26, also no projects. I did, though, want to highlight a couple of fiscal year 27 projects. They originally were in fiscal year 26, but due to the dollar amounts that we had in fiscal year 26, we started moving projects out into later fiscal years. These two projects were in that bucket, but I'll mention them as the $300K City Hall project, miscellaneous build-out projects for City Hall. Purpose of that is to continue to adjust the existing space of City Hall to accommodate the needs of the city. Quite a few ongoing projects this fiscal year, as many know about the fourth floor reconfiguring that was done for this upcoming fiscal year. I think there were some talks about maybe creating some spaces for the commission. I'm not sure where that stands now, but there's ongoing needs. There's one also for IT that they are needing a secure space to meet regulations. Also, there's the $400K Public Works, new staging area Public Works for fiscal year 27. This is to alleviate congestion at the site to improve traffic flow, workflow, and safety. Just moving on to Recreation Parks, fiscal year 26 proposed budget is to include 12 projects totaling $9.7 million. This is page one of the Recreation and Parks projects. Here's a second page of the projects. And there's the third page of the projects. Going into highlighted projects, includes $4.5 million for Pence Park redevelopment. That's the construction stage of the project. And this project is to include pickleball courts, multi-purpose field, restrooms, on-site parking, offices, community spaces. There's also $2 million for Little League site improvements, includes additional ball fields, increased parking, some other features. Going into public safety fiscal year 26, proposed budget includes 11 projects totaling $15.1 million. There are multiple pages of this too. This is page one.
Andrew, where did Fire Station 3's digital sign go?
That's in this year's current budget.
Okay.
So we have that money. We'll roll that project if it's incomplete this year.
So we pulled it out of CIP and now it's in.
It's in the CIP for this fiscal year.
Okay.
So if we don't get that project complete, which it most likely won't, we'll roll that PO for next year and the funds will be available for next year for that project.
Okay. Thank you, sorry.
No problem. So this is the second page of the public safety proposed fiscal year 26 projects. Just to highlight a couple of the projects which were talked about by Chief Bruder. There is there's a $8.5 million for Fire Station 3 to build a new fire station. This fire station will include 3 fire truck bays as well as 2 bays for fire fleet and provisions for logistics. And then there's $3.9 million for the Marine Complex, Fire Station 6, as it's called as well. This will provide space for fire, police, the U.S. Coast Guard operations, and will include one fire truck bay. Going into IT fiscal year 26, proposed budget includes 3 projects totaling $1.9 million. You can see that third project is for the ERP system at $1.45 million, biggest budget item for IT. As for transportation projects, fiscal year 26, proposed budget includes 4 projects totaling $1.15 million. Highlighting some of the transportation projects are $800K for MLK Boulevard, streetscape improvements to include beautification, lighting, parking improvements, drainage improvements. For this project is the Federal Highway streetscape design. It's just the design portion. We would plan to do this kind of in a modular sense of improvements to Federal Highway, which would include, so it's not for the whole run of Federal Highway, but we would do this piecemeal in strategic portions. But it would include streetscape beautification, replacement of pavers to increase safety. Pavers have been some issues safety-wise and litigation-wise, and lighting improvements. Moving on to proposed budget for Fund 303. So we're moving into Fund 303 surtax is $3.6 million. You know, greatly reduced amount from prior fiscal years, as kind of touched on earlier. As far as amounts go, proposed budget, the highest is transportation, followed by general government, recreation and parks, public safety, and IT. General government fiscal year 26 proposed budget includes 4 projects totaling $956K. Highlight a couple of those projects, including the $500K Town Square Bollards project, which includes providing additional bollards and other barriers to improve safety, to minimize injury of event participants and others, in response to a recent New Orleans event where a truck was driven down Bourbon Street, went around police car, drove on the sidewalk, went around and rammed people down Bourbon Street, killing several people at least and seriously injuring others. Plus there's been quite a few of these events worldwide over the last decade or so, seems. Recreation and Parks proposed budget includes 8 projects totaling $486K. Highlighting a couple of the projects, there is $250K for Intercoastal Park precast wall replacement of the failing wall. And here's some photos of the failing wall. There was a resident also that had reached out to us on this one, and been in contact with them, letting them know that it's on our CIP budget for replacement. Also, for Recreation and Parks, there is a $150K for Ocean Front Park traffic counters to increase parking efficiency, safety, to minimize backing up of traffic onto A1A. apparently traffic is backing up onto A1A when the parking lot is full or almost full, and this will help, people that are looking to park know whether there's potentially available spaces or not, kind of like at some of the, parking garages at airports, including Fort Lauderdale. Okay, going into public safety, proposed budget includes 4 projects at $537K. Highlight a couple projects is $87K for I-Core robot and $300 for PD disaster recovery and business continuity co-location, both public safety oriented expenditures and projects. The I-Core robot to increase safety of officers and the public in general. Going to IT, proposed budget includes just one project for $150K, is the ITS suite remodel, and it's a requirement to have it a secured area for IT folks. I'm going to transportation projects. Proposed budget includes 4 projects totaling $1.1 million. And just to highlight a couple, first one is a very important project, is $150K for engineering assessment of bridges. We've had some failures of approaches to bridges where they started to settle, other issues that we're seeing. We want to have the bridges assessed to build in life cycle of the bridges and know when we should be looking to replace them, to build it into our CIP, or 5-year, 20-year CIP. And also the Lawrence Road beautification at $750K. Is just beautification of Lawrence Road, also an important project. And thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, can we go back to the $300,000 robot?
Yes, that's at $87,000.
87, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I saw 300,000 somewhere.
Yeah, that'd be
What's
expensive.
the robot for?
It is, it's instead of an officer going into a situation, it can be driven into to either see what's going on with the camera. It could be used for a lot of other purposes. It's got a clamp there that could do a lot of different things, including possibly opening a door. Also,
Go back
I don't know if they're
slide.
planning on using it for bomb. Oh, yeah. For bomb purposes as well, potentially.
Oh, okay.
Just to keep officers out of harm's way, potentially, giving them a line of sight of what's happening in a situation.
There gonna be recurring costs to this with software, programming, maintenance?
Not clear. Usually there is, usually is some, reoccurring costs for those sort of items. I'm not aware of any contracts required, though, of reoccurring costs. I don't know if police department can speak to that. It's not CIP, though, as far as that goes, but, maybe someone, I can get that answer for you.
Yeah, because I've seen a common trend that we get the nice toys, but then, and it's great, and we want to be innovative, but then the nice toys start costing a lot of money annually. And then, we sit here and we talk about how you see this inflated budget, and then, we're bickering about not having enough code enforcement officers. You know what I mean?
Maybe it can pick up a couch.
So like, I'm all about innovative policing and all that, but
Kidding.
$87,000, that's personnel. And so I need some answers. I would remove that. I want some answers to what the nice toys are in terms of what the long-term cost is gonna be.
Okay.
You have to have space to store it as well, too. It doesn't look that big, but, there's a lot of other costs that could go along.
It's just, I just don't want to spend money because it's nice and it's cool, and we went to a conference somewhere.
Right.
And we stopped by a vendor booth, and we're like, hey, this city's using this, and they've had great success. you know, that's fine and dandy, but I think there's other priorities we need to look at.
Right.
You know, especially if there's gonna be a reoccurring cost.
Yeah, I can't speak to whether there's a reoccurring cost or not, but I'll find out and
Yeah,
let
and
you
I think
guys know.
that's important moving forward.
And shouldn't it
You
be
know-
in the PD budget? Why would it be in this budget?
It should be an operational budget, any thereafter costs.
Because of the amount of the purchase, this is eligible for a capital purchase.
gotcha.
So anything over 15 is
I
able to,
gotcha.
yeah.
The shift.
And then what
So-
really is driving this, is it a real need, or how many situations have we had in the past that require such a tool as this? I know, I understand what it's for. I mean, keeps one of us from getting blown up or something, but by the same token, how many times have we really had a situation where we needed to
Come on down,
do such
Chief.
things?
Chief is coming.
Come on down.
I can tell you that our SWAT team has utilized Delray Beach does have a robot. I know they're often used for barricaded subjects and things of that nature. And we do quite a bit of SWAT calls. That much I can tell you.
So it's a one-time cost. It does alleviate the need to rush into an apartment, a house, a building, keeping our officers safe, allowing us to have a little time to get a little information inside the house before we make entry into it. We do use our SWAT team a lot. We utilize our SWAT team anytime we do high-risk search warrants. It seems like we probably do a few times a month. Very active SWAT team. We do borrow Delray's robot from time to time, so we want to be self-sufficient. But it's also just slowing down the tactics of making dynamic entries can really, obviously save the officer's life, but can also save the people inside's life as well, because, you do have a couple of seconds to react. And we've seen it throughout the nation for the past 5 years where there have been dynamic entries with SWAT teams and people unfortunately have been part of a crossfire. This will give us the information inside, allow us to really have enough information to tactically deploy.
What happens if that thing breaks?
We're going to borrow Delray's again.
So I'm saying if it needs to be maintained or work, I mean, you're saying there's no cost. I don't believe that. If this thing breaks or there's,
It's not a subscription.
right, okay.
So of course, right, if things break on it, what's the warranty look like? What are they covering? If something happens in the deployment, is it part of the coverage? Does it get covered under our city insurance? Those are absolutely 100% questions that could happen. But there isn't a subscription. There's probably a maintenance cost because there's firmware in there that needs to be updated, and they always hit you with some type of maintenance and subscription. But it's not going to be anything close to what that's a one-time purchase. Not like our drone first responder where this is a one-time purchase, and there's going to be like a minimum maintenance fee per year.
And you got to think, 87,000 is a pretty small price to pay than to putting one of our officers into a place and
absolutely.
I'm not
having them
volunteering my
pass
husband.
away. And the things we pay when that
drones were-
happens.
That was a price to pay, and then it comes back into agenda in front of us, oh, this is the reoccurring cost, and it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. I just want to make sure that when we're purchasing these things, that there's no hidden costs, and if there is, fine, I just need to know. I just want to know if there's going to be a subscription, right?
You're referring to the
because
drones?
a lot of these companies, they'll specialize in certain things, and then they can price gouge after they get you, after you purchase the equipment, right? They're the only ones, they don't have competitors, and then they set the standard, they set the price for maintenance, replacement, whatever the case may be, parts. So I just want to make sure when we're adding these tools and being innovative, that like that 87 is a hard cost.
It's a steep cost, I completely agree with you. But we're looking at the comparison to lost lives and lawsuits. It could be an insurance policy, but going back to the drones, are you referring to the drone first responder as that? 'Cause that is a subscription-based 3-year contract that I brought to the commission a few months ago.
I think there's an abundance of things.
But there is drones that they aren't, for example, like our original drones, the Axon contract, which are Skydio drones, is we were able to get those upgraded for basically it didn't cost us a lot of money compared to how much the drones were, just for extra batteries and software programs. But we kind of purchased those outright through Skydio, but we use Axon's subscription to upload the data into the real-time crime center or onto the watch commander's computers through a program called Axon Respond, and the evidence gets ported over to evidence.com. That's what we pay for, but it's not the drones themselves. The drones have been one-time purchased, and we were able to get upgraded too.
But we understand that. I definitely know where you're coming from. There's a lot of things that you guys vote on that you may not have the full picture on to where, let's just say a playground. That playground has to be replaced. Let's just say it's 6 years. Are we budgeting for that playground? Do we want to put a new one in? So those are decisions we are getting better at. Again, as we start to roll out better in finance and public works as well. It is a part of our package that gets submitted. I just don't think we do a good job communicating it to the commission. So that is something that I will make sure that we start working on, that when they come to you through agenda, we're detailing out to you what the ongoing maintenance or subscription costs or replacement costs, so that you're
That's
making
what
a better
I'm
edge
asking
commitment,
for.
for
I
sure.
don't care if it's a
Understood.
robot or what it is. I'm
Yes.
talking about the practice of
Absolutely.
these items that, because then say later down the road, we don't have the ad valorem or the market, you know what I mean?
Yes.
So what are we gonna do? We bought this, now we can't repair it, then it sits in the shelf somewhere or in a shed, you know what I mean?
Yes.
I just wanna make sure that we know the long-term cost, whether it's a whatever, I don't care what it is. We need to know if it's a one-time cost, what the maintenance is, right? If there's a subscription, that's important, for everything.
We definitely hear you loud and clear, and we'll definitely make sure going forward in a budget, when the items come for purchases and budgeting, we'll make sure we do a better job, for sure.
Thank you.
Chief, real quick, before you leave, on the 302 CIP budget, there's two different build-outs. Can you just real quick, I don't want to spend a ton of time on it, but one is the interior build-out for additional officers, and the other one is the real-time crime center build-out. Can you just touch really quick on what those entail and what the need is for those? It's right there. If you know. If not, we can talk later. It's funded for next year. It's $150,000 for additional officers build out and real-time crime center build out for $250,000. I'm just wondering, we've been throwing money at the real-time crime center, and I'm just wondering what this new build out is, because we just paid for a bunch of build out already.
I think part of the one for build out, what you're seeing is, we had a planned space for the police department. We've added more employees there. They're having similar pains that we're going through here at City Hall, to where we're dedicating some money to where they can do some things there. They've already done some things in-house, and they've done some changes in where people sit and how they flow. So this particular project for interior build-out is just to continue that efforts. The real-time crime center I'd have to speak to. I believe those are actually purchases of equipment and stuff that are going into it. It's not just building out something in it. So it's more equipment that goes into the center to help facilitate the real-time crime center.
So that's exactly right. That's the expansion of the hyperwall. It will add more monitors on there as we get more systems, be able to watch everything all at once, as opposed to saying, okay, what's more important? We'll have the live feed cameras here, we have the AVL here. This allows us a few more screens to expand onto the wall itself.
So do you have enough wall space? I'm just kidding.
Well, then we're gonna ask for,
Kind of walls.
a new building.
A new wall.
No, the wall has plenty of space. It was kind of designed for a build out. So we just want to expand the RTCC hyper wall.
Okay. Thank you, Chief, for pivoting on that real quick. Andrew, Chief, you may be able to chime in. One of, the downfalls of, we have a fantastic brand new police department, but when it was designed and planned, they really didn't do a good job of future use. Chief Bruder has done a fantastic job of looking when they're redoing Fire Station 3 to look many years ahead. One of the issues that PD is having now, which you see it on this budget, is interior build out for additional officers, is we're running out of space. And so, and then you talked earlier about the training center. What have we is there a thought process, Adam and Andrew and Chief, on our current our current PD footprint for not just doing these little, I don't want to say little build outs, but 150 here to build out, and then 150 here to build out, 150 here, and then we have to do this and we have to do that. I feel like this is a bigger conversation that we need to continue to have as far as what we can do on our current footprint to enhance and grow the police department, so that we're looking further ahead, and whether that means that the training center gets moved to where the PD is, whether that means that the parking becomes a garage, because let's face it, a lot of that, half of it is parking. And that's insane to me that we built this police department with surface parking and we didn't incorporate any sort of, we had a parking garage downtown for our police department here. Why that wasn't incorporated to be able to add more usable space of the police department as opposed to it being surface parking is just insane to me. But as I look at Town Hall and Town Square and we're looking at the 4th floor, and we've had to revamp our 4th floor to add space for people to work, it's becoming a trend. And it's frustrating when we're now looking at another build out of 2 different spaces at the PD that is brand new. We shouldn't be building out for additional officers when, we're not adding that many more officers than what was allocated when the police department was designed. And so it's very frustrating to now continue to see the need for these build outs. I support the need for the build outs because that means we're putting more officers on the streets and we're doing what we promised our residents that we would do. But the police department should not be overflown at this point. We should not be outgrowing our brand new police department. That's insane to me. So I would like to have a conversation and continue this conversation as to what our plan is, so that we're not continuing to see these little interior build outs. We're now, in 2 years or 3 years, we're looking at, well, what spaces can we then cut into 2 or into 4 to give these officers space, to work and do their job. So we have there was conversation about the training facility. So whether that becomes a revamp of an addition to our police department, I think that's a conversation that we need to start having, because we're outgrowing a police department that we shouldn't be outgrowing 5 years after it's done. That's just insane to me.
Yes, that's a great point. I think that's something that, as a city, we need to do a better job is planning. I think in forecasting. I think some of us, sometimes it's more than we can do in a day. And I do think we did some forecasting and some growth within these buildings, but we grew faster than we anticipated. Example here, just in the 4th floor and the 3rd floor, we're having to shuffle people around and people working in corners, and fortunately, we were able to get one property back that's going to free up space in this building. Don't have that luxury on the police department site. So there's going to be some changes to the CIP coming through. I'm just mentioning it now. You mentioned the training facility. That's something that we're going to be taking a hard look at between now and September to budgeting, because it's at its end of life. We should have already had a training facility and should have already been done. Unfortunately, it wasn't. We're going to have to prioritize that for the police department coming up very shortly. We've had some pretty hard decisions to make. I would have loved to had enough time to plan out a joint facility where, it's going to be a $14 or $15 million project. But right now, they're in immediate needs. So we're in a little bit of a reaction mode and a little bit in this proactive mode. So as we transition from being reactive to proactive, I think you'll start to see some of that. We've seen it a lot in parks, a lot in other areas. We have done some of that. The public works and engineering side has done a lot of forecasting and looking, instead of just looking at a park and, all right, we're going to go and fix it. Let's erase everything and let's redraw the whole park. Does it make sense to keep this or to just get rid of that? So we are doing that. It just isn't happening that fast.
Yeah, no, Andrew, and this is absolutely not on anything to do with the current administration or where we sit and what you guys are not doing or doing. Our staff is unbelievable at what you guys are able to do with what we have to work with and the funding that we have. Some of the things that you guys are able to accomplish with the small budgets that you have in some of these departments is amazing. So my issue is that when this police department was built, it was not built to be where we are 5 years later, and that's crazy to me. So, I mean, we should be looking at a police department that was built out 20 years from today and not 5 years where we're, I mean, so that's the conversation.
Yes.
And it's not anything to do, I know that you and current staff are doing everything and working behind the scenes, but I want to be proactive with this instead of having all these little, these small little build outs that, 150,000, I mean, we've seen it with Fire Station 3. Fix the remediation of the mold, a couple $100,000 here, this, a couple $100,000 there, a couple hundred. Meanwhile, then we're up to $1 million, and we could have been on our way to better things. And so that's my point in this, is that I want to make sure that these small little things are not just going to continue every single year, that we're going to have these small, I mean, we're looking at 50,000, 50,000, down the line. So what does that mean? And what does that look like? So that's my point, and I'll get off of my soapbox now, because that's my.
You can have it. The box is yours.
I appreciate the conversation, though. That is something that, as we all strive to do, is, we want to conserve every tax dollar. And unfortunately, sometimes planning doesn't happen, and we have to be reactive. So it's definitely where we want to be, and I'm glad that you mentioned it, because it does make sense to make sure maybe delay a project to do a future project. But in some cases, we just have to. So unfortunately.
I also don't think anyone anticipated the amount of people that we would have move here from 2020 to even last year, right? I mean, we had a lot of people move into this city when it comes to that. But yeah, I don't understand this, because I feel like we do have a lot of wasted space or entertainment purposes in this building that we could be using for operations.
And that's kind of the purpose of the build-out, was that we did have a lot of these open spaces that just were not utilized 24/7, like the report writing area. Most of our officers write reports in their car and are booking. We had this huge room. So the goal is to utilize them for professional staff positions, because not only have we increased the sworn officers, we've increased a lot of the professional staff to include a whole speed enforcement camera program that we didn't have, that we're trying to find space for that as well. So we did definitely see it as a lot of wasted space in the way it was originally designed. And now trying to reuse that space and be creative, also trying to be fiscally responsible as well. But I mean, I think the range, we talked about it before, is a long-term solution to free up some space as well, because it'll be a training facility that will house multiple officers and support staff and a couple different units as well. So that's an opportunity.
Good. Thank you. All right.
Sorry to derail that.
No,
Thank you.
it's good. At least we know now.
Yeah. I guess the bottom line for me, since the 303 funded, that surtax, that was voted on by the voters, and I guess the question is, are all of our 303 funded projects on schedule and within budget? Bottom line.
Are you asking, are they on schedule and on budget?
Yeah. The 303 project, that's what I'm talking about, not 302. 303.
They're all
those
following
that
a
are the surtax.
schedule. Yes, they're all following a schedule. There are some delays on some projects due to, permitting and things like that. 303, I can't think of a lot of those, though. Seems to me that most are on schedule and budget.
But those are procedural things that.
We track that. We track,
track them,
status
okay.
of projects and when they're supposed to be done and things like that. So try to baseline that, like a baseline schedule versus when it actually finished. So we do a little bit of that to see what project performance is. Yeah. But in general, they're on track.
So what I hear you saying is yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's all I care.
Okay.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay.
Okay. Moving on.
Solid waste, utilities, other funds.
Going on to solid waste.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Annalee Holmes, Deputy Director of Public Works. I also have here with me Ryan Smith from Riper Analytics, who will be going over the updated rate study. The proposed solid waste budget for fiscal year '26 will see a 3.5% increase, and that increase will total $577,000. The reason for that increase would be salary and benefits, fleet replacements and expansions, vehicle maintenance costs, and contractual increases such as waste disposal. Some of the challenges that we've seen in solid waste are recruiting and retaining employees, the rising cost of equipment, aging fleet, and safety. Some of our successes so far are the installation of the 360 external cameras on all our trucks, an increase in our daily route completions, and the implementation of Encore billing portal. And the Encore billing portal is a routing and billing software for commercial services. Prior to that, our billing was done manually. And some of our initiatives are we've digitized the pre and post strip submissions, which help to improve our efficiencies. And we've revised our rate analysis, which Ryan will get into shortly. And we're improving our safety culture, and we've enhanced the vehicle aesthetics. We've brought in Superior Wash, who comes by the Public Works compound on Wednesdays and washes the solid waste trucks. They look a lot better going down the street now. So with that, I'll pass it over to Ryan, who will get into the updated rate study. Yeah. There you go.
Thank you very much for having me. Like Annalee mentioned, my name is Ryan Smith. I'm with Riper Water Analytics. Effectively, I'm a financial analyst who specializes in municipal-owned enterprise funds, primarily, water, wastewater, stormwater, solid waste. Last year, we completed the solid waste rate study, where we looked at implementing some alternative rates and put in a projection of our future revenue needs. Annalee called me and said, Ryan, we'd like you to come back in and take a look at the forecast, see how we're doing compared to the plan. And when we talk about a financial plan, it's really a balancing act between our outflows, what are our needs or our goals over the next 4 to 5 year period, and what are our inflows, our revenues coming into the plan, and then saying, hey, where are we at in that plan? Now, for this year's forecast, we wanted to do a couple different things, a couple goals for our forecast. The first was to look at year-to-date operating results, to say, were the revenues that we were assuming that we were going to collect, how are we doing there? Also, how are we on our operating expenses and our vehicle replacement plan? From there, we developed our operating expense projections, which looked at both the fiscal year '25 operating budget and the forecasts or our projected fiscal year '26 operating budget. That included, additional personnel-related costs, so COLA and other benefits, insurance and whatnot, the cost of replacing our carts and dumpsters, and our disposal cost, which is our largest single cost item, and it's outside of our control. Then from there, we looked at the vehicle replacement plan. Now, the city funds your vehicle purchases on a cash basis, right? There's no debt, no loans like utilities. So we have to fund these vehicles on an annual basis. However, the cost of the vehicles is outside of our control, and when the timing is the main thing that we can control. So we did look at that revised replacement and new purchase plan and built that into the forecast. Now, one of the things that we noted last year and that we are still is one of our primary goals is developing some prudent reserves for the solid waste utility. That included really kind of two different savings buckets. And really, if you think about it, this is for, financial stability. The first being an operating reserve. What we're trying to target is 180 days of annual operating expenses. That's about $6.5 million. And that reserve would be in place in case there was a major operational emergency. And for solid waste utilities, that's a hurricane. Disposal-related costs are not capitalized, and any component of it is not capitalized. It would be completely expensed. So we want to have a prudent reserve in place to deal with those larger one-time storm events. Additionally, we want to set aside enough money for a vehicle replacement emergency. So what we've identified and what we want to target is about 1 year of our annual vehicle amortization costs, about $2.3 million. That would be available for, unintended vehicle replacements or major changes in cost of acquisition of those vehicles. From there, we look at this plan and say, well, where do we want to be in 4 years from now? And based on that need or that goal over the next 4 years, we devise a rate adjustment plan to get us there. But when we come up with that plan, we want it to be balanced. We don't want to have one large year of a rate adjustment. We want to be able to spread them out over the next 3 to 4 years, reduce the impact to our customers as much as we can, and meet our goals. What you're seeing on your screen now is a projection of our revenue requirements, which are effectively our outflows for the system, our goals, and our existing revenues under our existing rates. That's the black dotted line, and the red dotted line being the projection of our rate revenues with some proposed rate adjustments. Effectively, what we're seeing is our overall revenue requirements increasing from about $17 million up to close to $19 million by 2028. Very consistent with the plan that we presented last year. However, what we did note was that we did need a slightly higher rate adjustment in the near term. So we are making a higher rate recommendation for fiscal year 2026. That would recognize increasing the cost of our 95-gallon cart service to $23.45. It's about $1.50 of an increase. And additionally, recommending a 6.75% rate adjustment for our non-single-family residential customers. That includes our dumpster service, roll-off containers, which are construction-related, and our compactor service as well. Now, what you're seeing on your screen here is also a comparison of the annual cost of solid waste service for the city compared to some other neighboring utilities. As you can see, under the existing rates, you're at about $264. You're significantly below our other solid waste providers that were surveyed. And under the proposed rates, which is really comparing next year's rates to the current rates of all of our other surveyed providers. I do want to mention Palm Beach County, very, very low. They only pay for a solid waste assessment. And if we were to exclude them, that average would actually increase. Instead of it being $318, it'd be $332. You all look very reasonable with your overall cost.
Ryan, what was that amount again? And I like the idea of leaving off Palm Beach County because I feel like if we're comparing ourselves, we should be comparing to other municipalities and not the county because their volume of income that's coming in is a lot different than a municipality. So what was that? If you left out the county, what would the number be?
I think it's $332, but let me tell you exactly. It is, yes, $332.
Okay.
Right, and Palm Beach County, you're absolutely right, has a very large service territory. They own the disposal facility as well, so they have a lot of different revenue streams. So I can't tell you if there's a subsidization going on between, disposal service and collection service. All we can say is they're lower than, many of the other utilities that are presented on this comparison. Now, looking back, how have our historical rate adjustments compared to inflation? The Bureau of Labor Statistics publishes what's known as the Water, Sewer, and Trash Maintenance Index. It's an indice that looks at, both water and sewer, but also collection-related costs to individuals or to customers. And what we did is we went back to 2016 and we said, hey, since this point in time, if we chart out the rate adjustments that have been implemented by the Solid Waste Department compared to what would have been the effect of raising rates consistent with inflation since this point, where would we be? And as you can see, we're very much in line with the overall change in cost nationally, which tells me our rate adjustments are reasonable. And the goal of this study, is really to set aside those reserves, fully fund the operating budget and vehicle replacements and new purchases, and meet our needs going forward. So we believe with this rate adjustments, the $1.50 for 95-gallon cart service, 6.75% for non-95-gallon cart service, our dumpsters, compactors, and roll-off containers, we will maintain our competitiveness and be able to fully fund our needs. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ryan. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just a general question. Would you say we are operating at a surplus or break even or deficit in our solid waste operation?
Honestly, sir, our goal as an enterprise fund is not to operate at a surplus or a deficit. It's just to meet our needs. The cost of providing the service over a longer period of time should be exactly what we're charging for. That's where I think we are, and that's where I think we're going to, go over the next 4 years, is to continue to provide service, based on the actual cost. And really one of the biggest changes here is working to kind of develop some of those reserves. So that way, if we do have a major emergency, and specifically I'm thinking hurricane, that we're covered there. Honestly, sir, I dealt with Bay County, which got hit by Hurricane Michael 6 or 7 years ago. Their disposal cost was in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And so my biggest concern when I look at, where should we be is kind of starting to set aside those prudent reserves. So if we do have a major hurricane, we have cash available to deal with that additional disposal cost.
And then one quick question, though, because this would be your department. Is it your department that would facilitate changing the bulk day in the district?
Yes, it
Couldn't
is.
let you go without it. Couldn't let you do it.
Yes, it is. And as Candy's mentioned, we've been meeting on a regular basis, and that's one of the things that we're looking at. Looking at our routes, see what makes sense, and see how we can improve efficiencies. And as you said, some of that might cause confusion to the residents. So we have been looking into it. And
So when you say looking into it, do you mean that there's an option that we couldn't possibly change that day? Or is it more?
Possibly, yes.
Okay, I would love to ask questions in the way that they can't get a no answer. So it would be great to say, what do we have to do to make that happen? Because there really is no other resolution. You're going to never clean up Seacrest if you don't do it. And I don't think anyone in the neighborhood wants to look at this all week, right? It's either we have to look at it all week, or we have to have company over on the weekends and have to deal with it, right? So I'd rather it be out maybe when I'm at work than when I invite people to my house, but you tell me what the obstacles would be.
So we have to look at our staffing, vehicle availability for that day. It sounds like you prefer bulk to be on Fridays, it sounds like for
I
everybody.
mean, I think if you did take a poll in the neighborhood, yeah. Because then it's done by the weekend, and when it's Tuesday on one part, and literally the east side of Seacrest is Tuesday, the west side is Friday, it's every day. So you guys are making multiple trips out there every day anyways, especially, I mean, I think in the last 2 weeks, I've probably reported, no joke, 40 couches and mattresses, no joke. I mean, you know this. There's some weeks I'm reporting literally over 50 properties that have couches and toilets and mattresses. So it's that they're not educated, and it's the same houses. So it's very confusing for the neighborhood. So I can tell you that, like, logistically, I can't imagine the streets ever going to be cleaned if we constantly have two separate days on east and west.
Because what happens is the side of the street that is, let's say, on Monday, but they don't know their day is Monday, and across the street their day is Tuesday, and so they put their stuff out Monday night. This side of the street now puts their stuff out on Monday night because their neighbor across the street put their stuff out, but their day already passed, and so now that's sitting out there a whole week.
Yeah.
Or until
And
somebody
then-
reports it. So
Yeah,
that's
and
the problem, is because we do rely on our neighbors. I mean, even on the west side of the city, we rely on our neighbors. I have neighbors that are like, oh, is the garbage actually coming today on a holiday? I'm like, yes, they're actually coming today. Put your garbage out. So, I mean, we rely on our neighbors too. And just because sometimes it's, where do you look for it? Is it gonna take me longer to look for it than it is for me to just put the stuff out there because my neighbor's stuff is out there? So I think they're really, when you're talking about something that's literally across the street, I think we have to look at a way to make it match so that we don't have that inconsistency, to alleviate that possibility. And you're gonna have the randoms that are gonna have their tree trimmed on a Tuesday when Monday was their pickup, and, but to have it consistently, and like the mayor said, we want Seacrest Seacrest is one of our main thoroughfares into the city. It's our street to our city hall. And if it constantly looks like garbage, then what are we doing? I mean, if we can't keep that one street that is, our city hall is on, that we all drive to, then, we're doing something wrong. So we need to figure out what works. And it might be that it may take a little bit more time than you having an answer tomorrow, obviously. But, but I think staff knows, and I think the mayor has made her point very clear, that this needs to be something we find an answer to sooner rather than later. And that we really do prioritize this and see what works. If there truly is a huge issue, then staff needs to come and give us an update and say, this is the issue that we're running into, so that we can then, we can then talk more about it, or at least know, okay, well, if it's absolutely not possible, then what are we gonna do to fix this issue? Because then everyone's knocking on doors. We are doing something to get the word out that
your day is not this day, or whatever the issue is, but
We did,
it does need
and
to be
they did do
addressed.
that. They did put it up there, but it's not really
Right.
changed anything. So I just think it's very confusing. Again, a tenant moves in and you have multi-tenant units on Seacrest. So they see something on the west, they're doing it on the day for the east. It's a mess. And until I was mayor, I thought that bulk pickup was the same for the whole entire neighborhood. So when I heard that, I thought, that's just crazy. It just doesn't make sense to me logistically. And we're never gonna fix the problem. So any update you can give me on the why we may not be able to, and maybe there's some solutions there instead of just like, no can do, would be fantastic.
Well, because the city is large, so we would have to do an area by area. It seems like Seacrest is your pain point right now.
It's all of
So-
Forest Park. It's
so-
from US 1 to 95.
So
It's
we could
mess.
definitely go section by section, starting with Seacrest. We were looking into some other alternatives, maybe allowing people to drop off their bulk item if on a day, like on a Saturday, if it's not their bulk day at a specific location. But then the other issue comes up, how not everybody has a
Yeah, they're not
pickup or
gonna- I
not
don't have a
everybody
truck.
has a vehicle that could take it there. So it comes right back to the routing. So we are definitely working on some solutions. Hopefully, soon we'll be able to alleviate that. But
You're
we won't be
understaffed?
able to pick up bulk over, for the entire city on one day.
Well, I'm not asking
We
the city.
don't-
I'm just
okay.
asking from Boynton Beach Boulevard to Woolbright to US 1 to 95, that it's one
Yes.
day. Because
Yes.
it's absolute confusion. And you're never gonna get it clean. And from this city hall to Bethesda, every day, it looks like we should be selling furniture, and we're not in the furniture business. And I can tell you that my patience level on this is absolutely so beyond my boiling point, because before I was mayor, I called and called and called and called. And, you know, whether you are calling, last week I called the water department and I waited on hold 20 minutes to get disconnected. So as a customer, I think that's ludicrous, but the same with code. And if you're relying on your neighbors to say, oh, this person's out and this person's out, and there's the confusion, then we should just call it a day now, because we're never gonna have a nice downtown. It's never gonna look good. So I don't know what that means to fix it, but I'm not asking for the whole town, just asking for the most. And if you look at the reports, you can see that we have such a bigger issue than the other districts. You don't see 10 couches out in Leisureville. Just don't. You don't see one toilet out in front of Hunter's Run, and you barely see them in the gateds. So if that means more staff needs to be over here, or we need to focus more over here, again, I'm not here to tell you how to do your job, but I'm not speaking as the mayor, I'm speaking as a citizen, and I find it to be a disgrace that this has been going on for 20 years.
What I do think we can do is, I know that some of the concerns that staff have is looking at making routes and making them too large or imbalancing things. But I think what you're talking about can be prioritized and done quickly. Yours is a much smaller aspect of the larger thing. You know, we would like to take the opportunity again to kind of look and plan out an efficiency for the whole city. It's something that I've been asking for when I became Public Works Director in 2018. Sometimes it's a little easier said than done, but I do think we can fix the problem you're talking about pretty quickly. And there may be a little pain that goes with that, but I do feel like we can prioritize that. We'll make sure I get with Kevin and his group to come up with a solution and get back to you on that for sure.
I wanted to ask a sort of general question I always wanted to ask. Are we really generating revenue from recyclable material? And if not, why?
I will have to get back to you on that.
We do generate, it's through the county. We do get rebated money. You got to think about it also that everything that we send to recycling is money that we're not paying to dispose. We don't pay disposal fees for recycled material. So when they take that money and take it to the recycling plant, we do share in that money that they generate. Then I think at one time I had a check for almost $600,000 in my office that we had recouped from the county. At one time, there was one large payment that we got. It was like a $600,000 back to the city for recycling. So yes, it does.
Once a year or
We do get money rebated back once a year, but it's a lot smaller now, more in the $50,000 to $60,000 range.
It says 80 in the
Yeah,
budget.
yeah, about 80.
Yeah.
So it's gone up since the last time I saw
Yeah.
the number, but yes, we do get money back, and it definitely, the more the benefit is, it's taking it out of our disposal stream. It's going to be recycled. Because if we had to pay for that, our disposal fees would go up pretty significantly.
Right, we're not paying for that extra garbage that's being recycled.
Yes.
If we were putting that, if we didn't have recycling and we were putting it in our garbage cans, then we would have to pay for the additional garbage that we're
Correct.
producing. But by recycling it, not only are we not paying that additional money, but we're getting paid
Yes.
to recycle. Okay,
Correct.
got it.
And I think the more we can recycle, the better we get at it, the more money we'll get back. There was a actual change in recycling happened in the last 2 years. We had to change, I don't know if you remember the over-the-top recycling machines.
Yes.
Now we've got split-body rear-load trucks. So there's been changes too that have made it more efficient, less contamination, so we're seeing better results through that. Now, we just need to get more people to recycle. So, to promote.
Yeah, that was a challenge for me to definitively respond to that question. So now I know.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Poonam Kalkut, Utilities Director. And Mayor, I apologize that you had to wait 20 minutes for customer service. We're looking into it and see. I know we do close from 12 to 1, so we're looking into that, whether that is something that we can change and how do we work that out.
And it would be nice if on the automated, it says that you're closed, because I happened to call at 12:01 and did not know that it was closed, so I'm just hanging out, listening to the irrigation recording every 5 seconds, and maybe it'd be like, hey, we're closed, and call back at 1. And I just have curiosity too, because most people work 9 to 5, call on their lunch break, so I don't know if that's just normal, but that's up to you.
Yeah, but we'll look into it, definitely. That's
Thank
something
you.
that was brought to my attention, and I'm going to
Yeah,
look into
and,
that.
and even on the recording, I know it talks about irrigation and something else, but maybe that recording can be used to start educating people too when they're on hold about the
Absolutely.
things that are going on, because it says the same thing over and over. You just want to bash that phone up against the table, because like every 2 seconds. But I do know, I waited on hold 20 minutes to get disconnected and then called back, and I was curious. I moved to a different department, and I was told, well, I can't help you. You just got to wait until they come back at 1.
No, we'll definitely look at that, and thank you for letting me know. I don't always have the time to go check some of these
Understood.
messages, but I will do it.
Thank you so much.
So we'll follow up on that. So I'm going to try and move through this quickly, but if you need me to stop anywhere, please do. No problems. So basically, the utilities is proposing a substantial increase in our budget. We are asking for an $11.5 million increase. It's an 18.4% increase. But the biggest increase is going to be for the R&R to meet CIP needs, so I'll show that to you in the next slide. The increase is also due to the regular things that you've heard about, personnel costs, COLA, higher cost of services, supplies, and materials that we are seeing, chemicals for the water treatment. And we continue to do our general fund transfer of 8%, and that's based on 8% of utility operational revenue. And we are an enterprise fund, so just like Ryan was explaining, we don't get any surplus that we can use it as profit or anything. It just goes right back into the infrastructure, and that's what we're really asking the increase for. So the couple of things that have really caused us the increase is, one is transfer to R&R. We right now transfer $9 million every year, and we are seeing that we're not able to really do enough infrastructure projects with that $9 million. So we're asking that we increase that to $15 million at this point, and then slowly increase a little bit more for the next few years to get up to 18 million or so. That's a goal, because we do have aging infrastructure. I'll just give you some basic stats. Our East Water Treatment Plant was built in 1962, so you're talking 63 years of that infrastructure. Now, we are doing an assessment. You've heard me say that we have a SRF loan that we are looking at what we need to do with both plants. The second plant, the west one, which is newer, is 32 years old. So both plants are getting old. So we want to make sure, just like you all were talking, what do we need to do? What is a better option? What's a better plan? So that's what we're working on. But while that's going on, we still have to keep these plants running. We still need to produce water. And I'm very proud of what our operators are able to do and how hard they work. Just wanted to let you know that. Like I said, we have personnel increases, we've got operations costs, and then our capital outlay. So in the past few years, what's happened is that when we had a vehicle, say for example, a vac truck, and if that vac truck was sort of doing okay, but we needed to replace it, or we needed another one, we kept it as a DNR. And what that meant was that when the time comes, we can't do anything about it and we'll have to buy a new one. And that's what's happened to us. So we are going to, I'm going to be sitting down with Fleet and really looking for a robust plan for the 5-10 years for replacement, because each of these vac trucks can cost us up to $725,000. So that's a substantial increase in that we are seeing because of that. I'm going to go I'm going to just skip these, but we can go through these in detail if you want me to. But these are all the divisions. We have around 11 cost centers and divisions, and we go like what is the amended budget last year and what's the proposed budget for this year and what % increase or decrease it is.
Really quick.
Sure.
On the, just, you can stay on the screen, on the other screen, the cost screen. For meter reading and services, have we now switched all of our meters over to digital?
No, we've only switched 20% of the meters. So we are still in a big project doing that, and you'll see it in the CIP, that we actually have another $5 million that we are going to be spending. We have spent around little over $1 million. So that's really a project that we are pushing in the next 2 to 3 years. But the way we are doing it is the meters that are failed or failing, we're replacing them. And then we're going to continue doing it that way, knowing that other meters are going to fail very soon because all of them, the life cycle is similar.
Right, and so if there's new builds, you're automatically doing the digital, right? We're not like.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so eventually this meter reading budget will decrease.
This meter reading, we've had AMIs for last 20 years. So this was not people, boots on the ground reading meters. This is them being able to go replace meters, look at turn-offs, turn-ons, go and change some things. If somebody's saying that they have an issue with the meter, go back and look at that. So we have a very small staff for meter reading. If we had manual readings we had to do, it would have been much more substantial. We are asking for an extra person for meters, but that's for backflow prevention program.
Okay, got it, thank you.
So I'm going to move through these real quickly and just go through a couple of successes operationally. The big ones I really wanted to point out to you is we are working on an asset management system. You've heard about the ERP system that the city is going towards. So the utility really needs a good asset management program because you need to have a good asset inventory, know what the condition of each of those assets are, how old those assets are, what kind of work orders you've done on those, and any kind of information that you gather from that tells you when you're going to replace them, what's your replacement plan needs to be. So this is what this asset management system will do for us. So we have started in the last year and a half, we've started doing a much better job of compiling that inventory, looking at those assets, fixing them in GIS, so GIS Atlas is correct. So that's a lot of effort that's been put on that. We've also completed the watershed master plan and floodplain species assessment plan, which is going to help us go towards a community rating system increases, which will reduce which will actually give better discounts to people who have flood insurance. But the watershed master plan is also important because it's a first comprehensive stormwater master plan for the city. So that's going to be very helpful for us in the future. The picture here is just like I was talking about, a plant that is 60 years old, another plant that's 30-year-old. This is a picture of our chief operators, Ford Babcock and Bill Newsom, receiving second best tasting water in our region, which is almost a tri-county area region. And we had at least, I think, 12 or 15 utilities that participate. And so we're very proud of how much effort our operators put into that. We talked about the meter replacement. We're continuing to do that and continuing our maintenance programs. The other couple of things I want to really focus on, our field operations has been doing a phenomenal job in the last couple of years. We have completely rehabilitated 16 lift stations throughout the utility service area. We've installed at least exfiltration systems in 4 different areas to help reduce flooding. We've completed pipelining, CIPP pipelining projects in a couple of areas that also improves collection systems, so you don't have any infiltration into those pipes. Completing rehab of 28 manholes throughout the city. This really helps our collection system because think about it, it's double whammy. If you have any stormwater going into your collection system, you're paying more at the South Central Regional to process that collection, whatever the sewer's getting there, we pay by the flow, and also the maintenance of it. If these are not rehabbed, and I'm sorry to say that in the last maybe 10, 15 years, maybe not enough maintenance and rehab has been done. So we have really put our focus on this, and we are putting some things called smart covers that will also tell us what flow is coming into certain areas. So we're really focusing on condition assessment and maintenance and rehabbing for the next few years. I think basically these are a couple of things that, and the picture there is that while our staff is doing all of this maintenance and has really started doing a lot more, this is a group of pumping operations staff that went out for hurricane recovery efforts. So while they are doing their jobs and going over and beyond, they're actually even stepping up to help other people out. And what that means is when we need help, there'll be more people around to help us because we've helped a number of utilities in the past few years. So we're very proud of that, and that our staff is so willing to do that. Some of the initiatives operationally that we are doing, we really need to improve, like I was talking about, the accuracy of infrastructure that we have, the atlas in the GIS system. We need to make sure that if a pipe is what size pipe it should be the correct size pipe, the correct length of pipe, the correct material of pipe, correct age of pipe, and then where the valves are located. So we're really making an effort to go back through our what are called as-builts, which are the plans of when that project was done, and fixing that, verifying in the field. So that's a huge effort that's happening. And we are also enhancing, like I said, manhole inspections and rehabilitation. And we are also going to be doing some collaborative efforts with a couple of other agencies. This is coming right out of the Watershed Master Plan. We've got Lakewood Drainage District canals. We've got South Florida Water Management District canals, and all of these canals sometimes are causing some drainage issues in our areas, not by the canals being there, but maybe tailwater, maybe maintenance, maybe level of service. So we want to sit down collaboratively with them based on what the Watershed Master Plan recommendations were, and hopefully be able to define some projects in the near future. A couple of initiatives on sustainability. The big thing is that Alana has been working very hard to get a number of grants to work through some of these studies that'll help us build some resiliency into the city. So just very proud of that group. And they're also doing a shameless plug. We have on July 17th, there's a hazard workshop, which is a public workshop. So anybody from the public can come in there and have a dialogue and let us know what kind of climate hazards that they're worried about, concerned about, because we are doing these studies and we want to make sure that we are capturing everything from our residents and businesses. Challenges operationally, as we've talked about, really for us, the biggest ones are infrastructure, our needs for repairs and replacement. Our infrastructure is getting old. There is no denying that. You'll see the rate study that Ryan did for us, and you'll see some of the pictures there. We'll talk a little bit about the CIP. And then also we have regulatory requirements that we have to meet. There's nothing we can do about those. All of those have added costs, whether it's stormwater that we are required to manage the stormwater more before it can be discharged, or it's for drinking water purposes that there may be certain things that need to be done. That's the operational piece. I can stay on that, or I can keep moving to the CIP. All right.
Keep moving.
So can we get the CIP?
Poonam, I know that we you know, there's a lot of great things going on. I think you said overall you have an 18-point-something increase. And all that's great. It's going to make the city better. But do we offer a discounted utility rates or hardship assistance for low income and senior citizens?
We have, the programs we work with are with the county. So they have a couple of programs that they work through, and we have somebody from the county actually who comes to the city hall and has certain hours so they can work through with people. So when our staff hears about somebody who has a hardship, they connect with them with those programs. They go ahead and look at those and try and see what can be matched. So we continue to do it that way. We don't have any specific program in the city itself. The only reason we don't have that is because of the logistics. We would have to have a team that can run those applications, process those applications, make sure that there's a totally unbiased. So it can't even probably be the water department. We'll probably have to have some independent couple of people's team that goes through all those things. So that's why we are piggybacking on county, because the county already offers those programs right now.
So that information is communicated to you through application to you?
Yes. And we forward them, we connect them to the county. And if somebody has a question, please connect them with me or connect them with customer service, and we'll find them the right place.
Andrew, do we still
And do you have those forms available in your
I'm
office?
sure we can make them available. We can definitely make sure that we have some available, or we get them some links to the county website so they can go and do it that way. So I'll find out as to exactly what's the best
So you
way
would
to
be
go.
the contact person?
Yes.
Okay.
You can contact me, but Erin Dunn, who is our Customer Service Division Director, she and Tia Dobard, both of those, she's a supervisor for customer service. Both of them absolutely have all the knowledge about this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Andrew, do we still have the county representative that comes to the city for this this?
Yes,
Okay.
we still participate, and it's not just our utilities, they'll help also with electric as well.
Right.
So it's more than just ours. So it's something that Poonam and I met with the county of Wallen, and the commission approved it to have them come in multiple days a week. They
And I can
utilize
find more
service, so.
information and share it with the commission and
Thank you.
send it out to everybody.
Yeah, because they're here certain days of the week, and so if there is a need for one of our residents, there's a county employee on staff that can tell them exactly what documents they have to bring, because they have to bring proof of need
Right,
and
right,
all that, and so
right.
they have
Income and all that
yeah,
good
they
stuff.
have all that, and I've walked a couple people through it, it's they give them a list of documents they need to bring, and they bring it, and they meet with the county employee who's here on site. It's their community services department, and they will process it, and they'll let them know if there's anything else they're missing or anything like that. Renters, it's a little bit trickier, but I know, but with owners, it's a little bit smoother because they have access to a lot more of the documents than a renter would have, but it still works just the same.
Thank you.
And if I need to connect them, it just so happens that the Palm Beach County's Community Services Deputy Director is a very close friend of mine, so I can definitely sit down with them and bring more information as needed.
Excellent. Thank you.
For the CIP, I'm going to hand it over to Keith right after I talk through the first page. Keith is my Assistant Director of Engineering for utilities, and has been doing a phenomenal job of actually moving some of these projects, because as you remember, a couple of years back, because of COVID, because of some of the supply chain issues, we had to really kind of recalibrate ourselves and figure out how we moved forward with some of these projects. Some of these projects ballooned by the time from the planning to where the real bids came back. And we're looking at that more and more thoroughly. And he's done a really good job of really coming up with a plan of how to move these forward, having the engineers work through that. So I just want to give him and his team kudos for that. Broadly speaking, the CIP, the next year, we are asking for we are proposing $36.55 million of CIP. In there, the neighborhood, the water supply and treatment projects are around 3.67. That's a low number because we are still waiting for that assessment to come back. And when Ryan gives his rate study information, you will see that we are actually most likely, not most likely, we will have to go out for a utility bond probably in a couple of years. And that cost for the plants is really going to be high. We are estimating around 250, but we are also 250 million, but we are also talking to all the other utilities that are at this point building some of those projects, and we are seeing that some of the cost is going up. We are talking to a consultant who's doing the assessment, but also other consultants. So we are hearing numbers of 280, 300. So we won't know until that assessment is done, and that we should get some of that information and an OPCC probable cost by hopefully end of this year or early next year. Neighborhood synergistic projects are really about water, wastewater, and stormwater. And as you can see, there are 18 million of those projects. Wastewater collection system projects, 7 million. Stormwater drainage, 300,000. Distribution system improvements, which includes meter replacement, is 3.2 million. System expansion, where we're going to have town of Gulfstream is going to, we'll be providing them water, but we have to build a pipeline that they'll pay for. It's 2.0 million. So right now, that's counted as we have to upfront it, but they're going to pay for it once we know what the cost is, exact cost is. And some of the studies and master planning efforts we are doing, well, one of the major ones that we are really going to be doing is the asset management piece, and that's 1.55 million. In the studies, as we'll see in the end, I'll come in the studies part too, but we also have some of our information for risk assessment that we are doing, as well as for CMOM study, which is just looking at capacity in our collections system and how should the maintenance program, how the operations program need to be. And that study was required because of the sewer spill we had that went into the intercoastal. So that's a required study that we are doing. I'm going to hand it over to Keith. And I'm here for questions.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Keith Weber, Assistant Director of Utilities, overseeing the Engineering Division and CIP projects. As Poonam mentioned, this is $36.55 million that we're asking for next year's projects. That doesn't include projects that are already started, encumbered, or additional rollovers that we may need. So right now, Utilities Engineering Division, if you count just these new projects that we're starting plus the projects that we already have encumbered, probably have about $70 million of work that we're currently doing. So that number looks like less. We're doing a lot of work when you talk about current active projects plus the new projects that we're looking to start in the next fiscal year. Speaking about the neighborhood projects, which can include water, wastewater, and stormwater, or just either two of those. It's a mixture of multiple portions of utilities in those projects. We have the Gulfview Harbor CIPP lining project, which is a multi-year project. We went and talked about that with Commissioner Cruz. And basically, over the next few years, we're going to start lining the sewer system there, as well as we have a little bit of stormwater there. We're going to line that portion this upcoming fiscal year, and then the stormwater will be done. There's not much to do. We have Sea Meadows South utility improvements. Sea Meadows is both, there's a section that's south and a section that's north. Each one is about 240 mobile homes on each side. So in total, there's about 480 homes. The construction, right now, we're in the preliminary phase, preliminary design phase of Sea Meadows South. We just got back some reports this week on that project. We're under contract with a design consultant for that. It's expensive to do what we're looking to do. Right now, just to do the water and sewer in there, construction-wise, we're talking about $7.5 million, and we're looking at some ways that we can strategically minimize that. Water, we have to replace all the water in there. The sewer, we may be able to, instead of replacing the entire system and putting an entire new system, doing some lining, but putting all new laterals, because there's a lot of issues with the laterals in there, but not with the mains themselves. Southeast First, or some people know as Central Seacrest, this is a project that we're doing in conjunction with Public Works. It's really a Public Works project. They got funding through FDOT LAP funds. We are funding the stormwater portion of that project. Prior to them going, right now, we just bid a project and just got bids back. We're going to be lining the sewer from 6th to 2nd, where you see all those little potholes. So when they go in to do this public works project, there's not gonna be potholes afterward because of the gravity sewer system there from Second to Sixth. Coquina Cove Utilities project, that is currently out to bid for construction. We're looking to start construction in October. And that project will take about a year and a half max construction. But that's currently out to bid, hoping to award in September and give the notice to proceed in October. We just had the public meeting for that with the residents 2 weeks ago. Heart of Boynton Neighborhood Improvements Project. This is a large neighborhood project that we currently have a grant for a portion of the design of the project. Right now, we're working with procurement to get the RFQ out for the design, which will follow with an RFP for project management for that project. Once we get the design back, we'll start working with FDM to get funds for the construction of that project as well. Sandcastle Utilities Improvement Project, that's really, that's another project that's getting managed through Public Works. Utilities is funding the project, which most of it will be reimbursed. There's a $16.5 million grant from Florida Commerce for that. That is mostly stormwater, but there is some sewer, some water, roadway improvement, et cetera. But it's gonna be funded by utilities, and then we'll get the money back through the grant, and then the rest is utilities funds. This is just a brief overview of the Coquina Cove project. The whole project is water, sewer, stormwater. We're putting a new 24-inch outfall in there, replacing the old AC water mains, and doing some lift station rehabilitation. Water supply and treatment projects. What Poonam had alluded to was the water treatment plant emerging contaminant project. That's the PFOA, PFAS project. Right now, we have $5.4 million from SRF, which that is basically the last of the forgivable SRF loans that they gave out. So that is fully forgivable. Right now, we're in the planning phase of that project. That is about a 12-month phase, and then we go into the design and then construction. East Water Treatment Plant Generator Project is a project we've been talking about a long time. It should be done December of this year, January. The construction portion was just over $7 million, which is currently encumbered. And like I said, we're hoping to be done in December. Remodeling the water quality facility, that is the wastewater treatment plant. That's architectural upgrades. Same with that project. We're looking to be done November, December timeframe. It's going really well. The contractor's doing a great job. West Wellfield electrical upgrades. That's to bring back up wells 4, 5, 7, and 8 in West Boynton. And right now that project's nearing completion as well. It should be done by October. The project's like 90% complete. There's just a couple pieces that there's for materials that there's a long lead time with. And it's really just generator, like the silencers for the generators, but other than that, the project's basically done already. East Water Treatment Plant, High Service Pump 5 and 6 project. This is another project that we're looking to have complete by September of this year. So by the end of the fiscal year, it'll be done. And that's to put the VFDs on, or variable frequency drives on High Service Pump in 5 and 6, so that we can control those pumps better, lower electric bills for the water treatment plant, because that's a huge cost, as well as not slam the system with high pressures out of those pumps. This is just a brief overview of that project. Like I said, just to add more redundancy to the system, as well as let you work with variable frequencies on those high service pumps 5 and 6. We have 6 high service pumps in total. We either run high service pump 1 through 4 or high service pump 5 and 6. Wastewater collection system improvement projects, CIPP lining. These are projects throughout the entire system. It's part of our R&R funds. We spend typically about $1 million a year lining different portions of the sewer system throughout. Lift station 801 force main replacement. This is something that we're looking to get with the consultant in October and start the design for. That force main goes from lift station 801 on Boynton Beach Boulevard all the way to the 36-inch force main on Congress that goes down to South Central. That's, you know, a high-profile force main. It crosses right in front of lift station 317. So it's something that we want to start planning on replacing and get the design done at least. Lift station 410, 414 connection. This is something that we're finalizing the design. We're at about 90%, hoping to get it out to bid early this fall. And that will alleviate a lot of flow that comes up first to Pence Park, eliminate some repumping, lower electrical costs, and let us connect those force mains directly into the 36-inch main that goes down to South Central. You have Oceanfront Park wastewater treatment facility, which is the facility in Ocean Ridge. That facility is a small package plant. It deals with about 15,000 gallons, 10 to 15,000 gallons of sewer per day. This project will be done approximately December of this year as well. And then there's Master Lift Station 317 major rehab upgrades. This is the lift station that everyone knows near Burger King and what used to be ABC. And it's, right now we're under the GMP, we're finalizing the design. The design will be done approximately November, December this year. And then after that, it's still another 2 years for construction. That's the long lead time items. Electrical items are just, the lead time for some of those items are a year plus, so it just takes a long time to get those items. So once we finish design, we can't actually physically start construction for about 6 to 7 months after. And we've done everything we can to alleviate that, have them order as many parts now as they can that are already incorporated in the design. And we'll continue to do that to try to shorten the time. This is just a brief overview of 410, 414. This shows the new routes that the mains will take to go from lift station 410 and 414 into the 36-inch main that goes down to the treatment facility. Stormwater drainage improvement projects. We have stormwater R&R, which our operations staff uses to line different portions of the storm system. That's what they're using right now to line all of Quantum, which will be done this year. And then the entire system in Quantum will be lined and essentially new for the time being. Chapel Hill stormwater improvements. Right now, we're in negotiations with a design consultant for that. We have our second negotiation meeting tomorrow, hoping to come to commission for that, the second meeting in August, to start work with the design consultant, which the design itself is about a year, but after that, we need to find grant money to fund this project, and that's a portion of what the design consultant will be doing with us. They'll be helping us apply for at least 3 grants. Because the construction of that project is going to be in the $10 million range, $7.5 to $10 million. So without that money, it's really hard to do stormwater projects. And these areas highlighted in green are just the areas that we know heavily flood, but that doesn't limit it to those streets by any means. They're going to do a full comprehensive design and analysis and H&H modeling for the area. Those are just areas that our operations staff has mentioned, these are areas where there's bowls and Chapel Hill floods really badly. And I'll let Poonam talk about the studies and master planning.
Thank you, Keith. So as I mentioned before, we are doing a couple of studies. I know there's always a concern, do we do these studies? What happens with the results? What are you doing with what information is being provided? So we really want to make these studies functional. So a couple of studies that we're talking about, asset management and CMMS is not just a study, it's going to be implementation of an asset management system and a work order system for the utilities that we are right now, I think, in contract negotiations. So I'm hoping that that'll all work out and we will have a new system that we'll start implementing this fall. Grant strategy, we just want to keep a little bit of money because we are always looking for grants. We are going for specific projects. If we go out to bid and design, we have grant money in, we ask for put it as a scope of work, but generally to keep in case we need to look at some of these grants. But our grants manager, Myrna and Alana, along with her, do a phenomenal job at finding grants for us, so we haven't had to use this money. Infrastructure risk assessment is something that that the commission had asked us to start developing, and we are in the process. It's already halfway through. They've been working with GIS. They've been working on updating things. Now they're going to come back with a risk matrix, which is basically what is the consequence of failure of certain things and risk of failure of certain things to make a decision. So risk of failure could be because something is really old, something is brittle, something is just maybe the depth of it and it's got too much exposure to salt water, and that's why it can fail quickly. Consequence of failure means that it's like what Keith was talking about. This is a big pipe, and if something was to happen there, we would have a big issue of how that sewer is getting to the wastewater treatment plant, and also environmental hazards with that if anything gets exposed. So they're going to be doing a desktop analysis on that and getting us risk assessment on all of those assets. Then we are going to, based on that, we are going to prioritize and go back and do a more thorough condition assessment. So that's what that study is. And capacity management, operations, and maintenance, CMOM study is the one that I was mentioning. That is a requirement by DEP that we have to do a study to make sure we're looking at our collection systems. And that was something that was already in the, we were already working towards that. But having that SSO, the sewer spill, we really had to go in and bring a consultant in and start working on that. And hydraulic modeling for water and sewer will help us design some of these projects, know where our pinch points are, whether we need to improve our distribution system or collection system, increase pipe sizes, lift stations, and so on and so forth. These are just a couple of studies that sustainability is doing, but most of those, as you can see, are being paid by grants. We can answer questions on this, or I can have Ryan come in and talk about the rates. All right. Want to introduce, thank you. Thank you, Keith.
Thank
Want to
you.
introduce Ryan Smith. Ryan's been working with us for the last couple of years. Can we get the next presentation, please, for the rates?
One question, Poonam. Is there a dedicated reserve for emergency stormwater response? You know, like from hurricane, the removal of debris, the pump fails or something like that. Is there a dedicated reserve area for?
Utilities has a reserve, and so we can always go back to that reserves. What we do is we'll go to the city manager, go to the finance director if there's an emergency, present everything to them, tell them what's needed, and then we will come back to the commission. But there is a reserve fund for the utilities. That's what's used for any kind of emergencies. It can be used for any kind of emergencies. Some of it is unrestricted and some of it is restricted. So the unrestricted we can utilize, or sometimes we might have to utilize it from some of our operational budget and then kind of put it back in, put the money back into the operational budget that we used if we have an emergency that we need to use. So we are able to work through based on our budgets, but there's no dedicated emergency fund for different things. It's a total reserves that we have, reserve fund we have. So Ryan's going to talk through the rates. I know most of you have sat down with us and looked at these rates with us, so we want to hopefully make a compelling case for why we are asking for rate increases, and if we don't have these rate increases, what can be the repercussions to it. So I'll be here with Ryan, and if you have any questions, I'll be more than willing to answer.
Thank you, Poonam. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thanks again for having me up a second time. I'm here to talk about the financial forecast for the Utilities Department. As Poonam mentioned, right now you have a large capital plan, and looking long-term, we know that there is the need for major investment in the water treatment plant. Specifically, that's going to require the issuance of debt, which is really kind of driving the need to continue to look at rates on an annual basis. Now, where are you today? Right now, on an annual basis, we do a survey of your rates compared to many other neighboring utilities. Right now, on a monthly basis, you are the lowest in the area. Last year, we did the same exact survey, and in between now and then, the average for all of our other neighboring utilities has raised, I think, about 7.1%. So right now, we're still in that need, or that point where we need to continue to make prudent rate adjustments going forward. Now, before we get there, let's talk about what's happened with rates historically. What you're seeing on your screen now is a comparison of the cumulative change in the water and sewer maintenance index, inflation for water and sewer, compared to the city's cumulative rate adjustments historically. Since 2012, the cost of water and sewer has increased about 88%, and during that same period of time, we've raised rates 29%. We are considering a rate adjustment for fiscal year 26, which will reduce some of that differential. Now, one of the things I like to do when we start to consider the need to issue bonds is to put on our rating agency hat and look at some financial metrics that the rating agencies would look at when they're assessing your credit rating. There, we looked at 5 key metrics: days of cash on hand, operating margin, age of plant, free cash flow as a percent of depreciation, and total debt outstanding as a percent of net plant investment. Days of cash, which is how much reserves do we have, you look really good. Your operating margin looks good, and how much of our plant we have mortgaged, you look really good there too. The two areas that we said, hey, there's 2 areas that we need to focus on going forward was the age of our infrastructure. And effectively what that is how long has every dollar that we've spent on capital, how long has it been in the ground? And then the second one, free cash flow as a percent of depreciation. At a minimum, are we setting aside or generating enough cash to offset our depreciation expense? Right now, we're light there. That is one that we want to improve going forward, considering that we're going to go to the bond market. Now, right now, your annual depreciation expense is about $13 million. If you were at the median for a AA credit utility, which they at the median level are doing about 143% of depreciation, that would mean we need to be setting aside about $19 million a year. So we know that that's one of the metrics we want to work on going forward. Now, I'm going to kind of jump over some of these capital-related slides here and kind of get, just to speed this up a little bit, but we know that costs have gone up significantly over the near term and over the last 5 years. Our assets are aged, and the city is in the process right now of doing condition and risk assessments on the system, which will identify further areas of need and help to refine those costs. Couple examples that you're seeing on your screen. All the way to the right, lift station 317 has some leaks coming out of the pumps. And then you can see in the middle there some of the pumps at the West Water Treatment Facility. And then additionally, one of the other big projects right now is replacing the membranes at the West Water Treatment Plant. You can see a picture of your existing membranes on the left-hand side and what the replacements will look like when they're completed. Now, based on our review of the operating budget, capital improvement plan, and the need to secure debt in fiscal year 28, we developed a projection of our revenue requirements or our outflows, which included both our operating expenses, capital funding, existing and proposed debt service, and transfers outside of the utility. And we compared that to our existing revenue stream, and you can see there's a need to raise rates on an incremental basis over the next 5 years. One of the largest drivers of that rate increase, or those proposed potential rate increases, is really the capital plan. Now on here, you'll see the total capital plan as being presented today is $135 million, but we did go ahead and include an estimate for the water treatment plant expansion and other related projects, $250 million, and that's shown at that second to last line for fiscal year 2028. Now, Considering that is an estimate, we know it's coming, we don't know if it's gonna be $250 million. Is it gonna be more? How much more? That's a number that staff is working to refine and is gonna work on, commencing that design in the coming years. But we do know it's coming down the line. So in order to meet that need, we went ahead and we developed a capital funding plan on an appropriations basis to meet our needs. That included our internal cash funds available, recognition of grant funding that's already been secured or is in the process of being secured, and then the large green bar being the proposed bonds in 2028. Now, what we noted is recognizing that we're going to potentially need to go to the bond market, we want to maintain that strong cash position that you have right now. So in order to do that, we've identified that it would be beneficial for the city to seek a line of credit in the near term, which would allow us to have funds available to appropriate to these near-term projects, maintain our cash position, and really prepare us for going to the bond market. Now, what do we see coming over the next 3 to 5 years? First, our goals and objectives. We want to increase our annual R&R fund deposit, how much we're setting aside for capital reinvestment. What we're recommending is $15 million a year, starting next year in fiscal year 2026. We want to maintain that strong cash position because that's one of the key metrics that the rating agencies are going to look at. And to do that, we're recommending the city consider securing a line of credit which would allow us to appropriate funds and move these existing projects forward. And then in the next 3 to 5 years, we see a need to go to the bond market to secure approximately $250 to $300 million to fund the water treatment plant improvements and refund any amounts that were borrowed on that line of credit. So what are we asking Commission for? We're asking for the increase to our R&R fund deposit. Right now, you're at $9 million, lower than our annual depreciation expense. We're recommending $15 million, and long-term, we think that needs to increase going forward. We want to maintain that strong cash position, and to do that, we want to secure a $50 million line of credit, which would be available for project appropriations over the coming years. And then support the long-term funding plan through issuing of revenue bonds out in 2028. Now, to do that, we developed a set of rate recommendations, which you'll see on your screen now. What we're proposing for fiscal year 2026 is a 15% rate adjustment. Still would put you below the average for our other neighboring utilities. And then going forward, based on our current projections, we see 3 more years of 8% rate adjustments. One of the things you will note is even with all 4 years of these rate adjustments, our average annual bill in fiscal year 29 would still be less than our other neighboring utilities in today's dollars. So as we go forward, we think we're going to maintain our competitiveness going forward, and we believe this plan will push us in the right direction to be able to secure our capital plan and fully meet our needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. How do we want to do? Oh, go ahead.
On that previous chart, I saw Boca Raton was still, did I not see that correctly? Boca would still be below Boca Raton?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And you'll note on there too, Del Rey, you can see is is real close to us right now. They've recommended a 13.5% rate adjustment. Now, they're higher than us, but when you look at what's the actual impact to their residential customers for that 13.5% rate adjustment, it's right around $7.50, which is very close to what we're recommending with a
I think in here
15%
is that
rate adjustment.
Boca is the second largest municipality in Palm Beach County, and yet we would be higher than them. So,
They are right now higher than us.
They're-
This is for just this year. What they raise, we don't know whether they're going to raise their rates this year and the following year. So every year, that's why we're doing the comparison. This is based on that they don't raise any rates for 2 years, then they will be higher than them. If we raise for 2 more years, the 15 and 8.
Right, and
Okay.
even with the recommended rate adjustment, our proposed fee for 2026 will still be less than Boca.
okay, so you're basing this on everyone staying
Staying
the same?
completely flat. And we know that's not the case.
Probably not realistic.
No, sir, it's not realistic. Just in this group of surveyed utilities, we saw the rates increase 7+% from last year to this year.
Now that other chart that you show, where the total over the next 5 years would be substantial from where it is now, that is per household, right? That's per,
That's the
not
last
that
yellow
one, but
line.
there was, back a few slides, you had a chart that showed the breakdown of the increases over the next 5 years.
That's the debt chart I think you're looking for. Can you get to the,
Yes.
I didn't get the title of it. All I saw was the numbers.
this one?
That one, okay? We're saying we're going from $36 to $395?
No, sir, this is total
Oh,
cap, this is a summary of the capital improvement.
I see,
So CIP
my bad,
in millions, yeah.
Okay.
That's just the 250 million additional for the plant is causing that to be the 355.
Wow, that's still, okay. That's gonna be a challenge. What's the impact on, say, I don't know, the millage rate and stuff that we've been talking about here for none, huh?
This doesn't impact that. So based on this requirement or need for CIP, we are saying that we need to have enough revenue so we can go and issue a bond, so we can pay for the bond proceeds. And whatever the interest rate is, we can pay every year. So we've put that in place. If we go for a $250 million bond, what kind of interest may there be? And then